Welcome. This is your humble host of the Voice of the Call Nation radio show. Welcome. Thanks for joining me tonight. We had a night off. I know you guys were watching Super Bowl last night because you guys are a bunch of sports fanatic. Baseball, football, basketball. It's like, take me out to the ball game. Take me out to the crowd. I'm just a schmuck and a moron. I don't know whether, like I said, America's obsession with sports is so freaking stupid. We got so many important things in the world and whatnot, and you're worrying about a bunch of people friggin' running up and down the field with a leather inflated ball and whatnot. I mean, that's what you want. Hey, go right ahead. I'm done. I am friggin' so done. Sometimes I think I'm just too intelligent for this world, and I'm starting to like not only just dislike people and dislike people, I'm starting to see people as just freaking a disease to the universe, whatever like that. So I asked myself, what do I do it? Because I'm starting to hate people, you know. I hate their pettiness, their foolishness, and everything. I support animals, Animals are cool. They do what they gotta do, their nature, whatever like that. They don't bother nobody, except for if they're just hunting. The only time an animal kills is when he tries to hunt, tries to hunt for food or survival and everything like that. Human beings are the only group of people that kill for pleasure and stupidity. So it is what it is. Hustle Sport says 100 yards. Yeah, I really don't give a shit. I don't give a Am I something wrong with me, man? Because I really don't give a damn. And all that, you see the same team for 3 years in the Super Bowl, the Chiefs and everything. Does it get old after a while? Like, goddamn, the same freaking people doing the same thing. Yeah, they're going to get millions of dollars. They got all the hot chicks and whatnot. They're living their life. Yeah, it's good. We like living I guess we like living vicariously through people and everything like that. But some point in time, you gotta live your life. You can't live vicariously through entertainers and sports figures and everything like that. I get that. But at a certain age, you gotta grow the fuck up, It's like there's more important things in life than football, baseball, basketball, and Kendrick Lamar. Oh, he dropped it. I don't give a fuck. I didn't even watch the fucking Super Bowl really. I was just going back and forth through highlights and everything. I missed the whole halftime because I said, well, I think I was watching something else. But it is what it is. That's an American thing, American thing. Europeans and Africans got soccer or okay, football, or soccer, or whatever like that. So I don't know. We're just a freaking world consumed with sports and entertainment. And people underestimate entertainment and sport. Like last night, you had a major political social statement came out where the crowd booed Taylor Swift. Whatever happened to the Swifties? I thought she was going to sweep Kamala into office. So, Swiftie, she got 1 billion plus people following her on Instagram or whatever the hell that is. And she sent her Swifties to the polls when they're going to rein in. That's what they're going to rein in Donald Trump. He's dead. He's doomed. Oh my God. The Swifties. Oh my God, man. You guys look, oh my God, man. Look, let me tell you something, right? At some point in time, you gotta stop taking L's, right? Stop taking L's and get on a winning side. Whether you like it or not, you gotta get on a winning side. Now, if I'm gonna do the American thing, I'm gonna do my American thing and my American part of my consciousness, I gotta roll with Donald Trump because he's a winner and he likes getting shit done and whatnot. So I'm like, hey, look, so long as it's not affecting me, I don't give a shit. People will say, oh yeah, Colin, what about the freaking the immigrants? I don't give a flying fuck about the people getting deported. You shouldn't have been here in the first place. It's like, damn. So I'm like, hey, look, okay, people getting deported. So, they knew the risk. They knew they came here. That day was coming, whatnot, and it came, So what the hell were they expecting, I'll say what gets me is these people got so bold. It took 5 years of them taunting this man, just basically saying, you ain't gonna do shit, opening the border, mocking him, tearing down the fucking wall he built, everything. What do you think was gonna happen when that man won that election? He was gonna come back with a vengeance, with a mandate, And so you're suffering right now. People are rioting all over the country right now because They don't like what happened. But tonight's show, folks, I would like for you guys to go get something to eat. Grab some ice cream and some cookies, some sherbet. Yeah, I never liked sherbet, man, but grab some sherbet tonight. I hate sherbet and I hate yogurt. I can't do those things I can't stand. Grab some ice cream, cookies and cream, with some bananas cut in there, some walnuts and bananas and cookies and bananas cut up in cookies and cream ice cream, man. It's fucking delicious, man. I gotta get some of my damn self. And we got to get a snack tonight because you're going to be really intrigued about today's show. And when you have topics like a plea for common sense, right? Things are going to get rough tonight. It's going to go down here tonight. It's going to go down in Colorland because no one brings it to you like the College Genesis, the chief host of the Voice of the College Nation radio show. Nothing more, nothing less. People make too much out of me, man. Call it this, call that. Like, I'm just a friggin' oh wow, we got a health nut here. I don't eat after 6:30. Good for you, bro. Good. My G, are you still? Some people say to eat they're like 600 pounds and whatnot. I was doing that. That's a little Mr. Hussein or Mrs. Hussein. I guess that's doing good for you. You must weigh like 600 pounds. Those skinny people, real skinny people, man, they eat whatever they want to eat. You ever see people like that, man? They eat any time of the day. They friggin' eat how much they want to eat, and they're still bony skinny. It's only fat people that gotta obey these rules about don't eat up to 6 o'clock and whatnot. You want to eat probably. I think you add 300 pounds to that. Yeah. So 185. Are you like 4'3"? 185. Are you 4'5" or something like that? So. Well, yeah, he must be part of the food police. The food police. That's another thing. You got everything. You got the Umar Johnson with the dick police. You got other people with the food police. Telling you what to eat, whatever like that. It's like nobody wants to have any fun. I pull out a friggin' cigar and whatnot. Ooh, no, Kala, that's not good for you. The smoke police, like goddamn, you can't do anything nowadays. I want to go to the casino on the weekend. Oh, but gambling is a vice, Kala. He who gambles, they always get a he who. I say I'll give you a he who. How about he haw? He who gambles today must pay later. Whatever kind of probably like that. I'm like, leave me the fuck alone. If I want to go and blow $100 on a fucking casino and have a good time, have fun, so what? Let me do it. Let me have a cigar. Let me go to the casino once in a while. Let me have my freaking ribeye steak and whatnot, with some sweet bread, a baked potato, whatnot, and broccoli. And I get the A1 steak sauce on it and whatnot. Let me have that every once in a while. I don't ask for much out of life. I mean, don't I sacrifice every night for you people? Don't I do that every night? I give you the knowledge that you're not getting anyplace else or whatnot. So you come here and you get this knowledge and everything like that. And all I ask is leave me the hell alone with what I do. God damn. I want to smoke a cigar. Yee, Collar. Man, it's bad for your lungs, Collar. Don't eat no steak, Collar, man. It's cholesterol in it, Collar. Blah, blah, blah. Collar, man, you don't want to get fat again and gain weight again. No, I'm eating in moderation, but I like to enjoy myself. That's one of the few pleasures I got, man, is eating in a nice restaurant. I'm a restaurant connoisseur, I like eating in nice restaurants and going out and whatnot, and just socializing and stuff like that, having a good time, having a couple of drinks and whatnot. And, sometimes, what do you do when you're an older guy? You just like going to place, little people, stuff that, that people, I always say young people, right? They're prime in their life and everything. They're always unhappy and bored. I am just so happy to get up in the morning and, just friggin' go to my office. The fact that I got a business, whatever like that. I was like, I guess I made it. I made it in America. I made it. I'm an American success story, and everything like that. So, like I said, I want to link up with people that are more people like me. I want to link up with people, anybody, black, white, whatever. Like, I don't care like that. But I really want to link up with more educated, professional black people, how I was not being emotional, dinosaur. That lady pissed me off, PB Bob. That lady pissed me off. And the bottom line is this. There's people, I'm sick and tired of these people, they always hold me to the higher standard, right? Why is it? Look, I am not no ADOS FBA person, right? I am not. And I can't stand ADOS FBA. I had a new acronym for FBA. I forgot what it was, man. I said, I must be getting old, man. I must be getting dementia. Right? I had a good one. I should have wrote it down. I thought of it when I was in my car, one day. But anyway, I can't stand when people come here and lecture us about how we vote and what we should do, and then tell us if we don't do what they say do, we can say, she's an Ethiopian woman, tell us, well, you're not going to be allowed. I'm like, who the hell? Look, I'm going to be in Liberia in a few weeks, right? I'm going to be there as much as I can. My wife's there, whatever like that. My family's there, and my friends are there, my business is there, my organization's there, and everything like that. There's not a damn thing anybody can do about it. There's nothing you can do about it. Well, you say, look, I don't give a damn. I can say what I want about Africa. I can say what I'm the Africans, and not a damn person can do anything about it. How about that? What do you think? You're just going to walk around the world and Africa gets their heads? And I'm not trying to pick on Africa, but some people just need to know their place, some people just need to know their damn place, No, she's one of these boss chicks, Mari Shai, come here, they run their damn mouth or not. Like, look, like, nobody wants to hear what you guys say, If you were all that, your country was all that, you would not be in the United States. That's just the truth, right? If your country was what it said, you say it is, you would, like, people waving the Mexican flags, Viva Mexico, but they won't live there, People always repping their, that's like Negroes in the hood, right? They always repping, I'm from this block, I'm from this set. Why the fuck aren't you there? Why you enjoy ruining my peaceful tranquility in the suburbs, right? With your freaking ghetto ass nonsense. Why don't you go back to the ghetto? Hey, look, we'll make it comfortable for you, If you could be there with the rats and the roaches and the stank attitudes and whatnot, hey, go. We want to make you happy, If that's what makes you happy, we're gonna send you back to the ghetto, While you're dodging bullets, dodging bullets and everything like that. That's the life you want. Hey, more power to you. But I don't want that life, and I don't want people around me with that shit. As simple as that. That's what people understand something. And I mean to get off track, but people, black people, are getting tired. Really tired, right? Of this notion that because I'm black, same thing with Africans, right? Look, the immigration issue is not my fucking issue, That's not our issue. Just like the friggin' people talk about police brutality and all stuff like that in the hood, that's not my fucking issue. So like I said, I want to get with more black people that are friggin' normal. I mean, it's just everybody, why does it seem like everybody online got some sort of mental problem, man? It's like, oh yeah, man, I gotta get represented. Why? Because I'm dead broke. I'm dead broke, and I'm just like, I am dead broke, and I got to basically, I'm angry, I'm broke. I said, well, geez, I put this thing the other day. I saw the thing. I said to the Bomani, it's like it says, practice get the biggest consumer in America is the federal government. Federal government. Federal government spends 900 billion with a B a year on goods and services from the public. There's no excuse for you if you really study and say, what can I do to sell to the government? What can I do to get in a contract to the government? So I already know about mental health, but there's help for your mental health because I deal with that issue in a living. There's help for mental health issues, but you got to want to get it. The thing is, instead of getting the help that people need for mental illness, PB Bob, right? What people do is get on YouTube. They join groups like Tariq Nasheed, Umar Johnson. They follow people like Jane Calloway. You see what I'm coming from? Yeah, there's people that got mental illness, right? But social media has made it worse because you got a whole bunch of mentally ill people that are linking together, talking a bunch of nonsense to themselves. You got people, Negroes, black as the ace of spades, talking about their friggin' copper-colored Indians, Mental illness is something else, and I want to solve mental illness in Black America, social isolation. Yeah, I think that people need to be isolated more, to tell you the truth. I think people, when people are isolated and they get together with a bunch of morons and everything, think like they do, mental illness. People, look, When you believe crazy shit like that, like I tell this story all the time. There was this guy that I used to work with. I remember, I never forget, I worked with him at this restaurant called Daryl's Steakhouse, right? Now, we were all in our 20s, right? This dude was like one of them dudes. He was like really good looking, say brother, brown skin brother. He had an afro and whatnot, wasn't too bright, but he was on line cook. And this dude was like, at the time, that was back, he was like 48. That's old, right? But anyway, check us out. Check us out. Years later, right? I was in the contract with my dad, right? I saw this nigga, right? He looked like he completely, mind had completely gone. And he said, I said, hey, what's up, man? I saw him in Lowe's, right? He was getting some stuff. He was going to do some contracting work. And I said, hey, I used to work with you. Remember? He goes, oh, yeah, man. I remember you when I was in high school. I said, I looked at this nigga like, nigga, I was not in high school with you. When I worked with you, I was like 25. You was like 48, And this nigga actually, he's always basically lie about his age, right? He'd always say he was our age. He was 48. We knew his age, right? But he's always say he was like 28 or 29. He would like subtract like 20 years from his life, right? So when people start believing stuff like that, that especially be careful about people who lie about their age. Now, 1 or 2 years, okay, I'll pass because a 33-year-old and 36-year-old is good. However, a friend of mine last night told me, he's 63, told me I'm still a kid. He said, you don't know shit. You think you know? So I said, I think I do. He said, no, no, no. He goes, those next 6 years, 6, 7 years, when you're in your 60s, you're going to learn a lot. You're going to be a lot, so it's not the same thing, you're going to learn a lot. Every year, you realize that every year, 2 years ago, I was sharp 2 years ago, but I'm real sharp right now. Every year, as you get older, man, 1 year is a lot, right? So when you basically subtract years, right? That means you're subtracting things that the common sense that you had and everything. You're retarding yourself. So this guy looked completely retarded when I saw him. You know how these people retarded with their eyes look like they're cockeyed? One eye's going this way, one guy's going that way. And I was like, bruh, man, he looked really bad. That's because years this nigga just lying to himself. He actually started believing that he was like, he actually said, this nigga at the time I saw him, like, he must have been like 60. This dude was talking about free MC. That's not even funny. It's not even funny, bro. It's not even funny. This guy was saying he's like 19. This guy must have been every bit of 60. That means he completely erased like decades out of his life. That's what really happens. So when people on here telling me that they're like this For Righteous chick talking about she's a Native American, blah, blah, blah. She's indigenous American, that her ancestors didn't come through the translation. Well, she clearly sounds like a black mama from the projects and whatnot. So people said, Carly, we spoke of Cuban cigars and that age. You like, no, I do, dude. I basically spoke in moderate. I don't really drink. That's the difference. I don't drink. I don't really consume alcohol for the most part. So I can smoke once in a while. I don't smoke. I don't drink alcohol. Alcohol ages you. Alcohol ages you. I have no gray hair. I have no wrinkles or gray hair. But smoking, I don't think smoking really harms you. Just so it gets in your clothes once in a while. But I don't drink alcohol. That's why people tell me, like a friend yesterday told me, God damn, he forgot how old I was. I said, yeah, man, I'm 57 years old, right? What you call it? Shame on you, Mary. You like having sex on the beach. How dare you, Mary? You shocked me, Mary. Anyway, I'm just kidding. Anyway, he was like, man, I keep forgetting that how old you are. You look like you're in your friggin' early 40s. I said, yeah, I know I look young. And that's a really problem too, because when I go out, I am a man in my 50s, right? I like to be treated like a man in my 50s, right? When I'm a man in my 30s, I was treated like a guy. Now I'm a man, I like being called a man. I feel like being a distinguished man, an elder man. That's who I am right now. I know I'm just kidding with you, Mark. I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying. I know what you're coming at. I like being a man. Man's man. I am not a boy. I'm not a young man. I'm not a kid. Some people want to be kids forever, man. They want to be young boys forever. I'm not that. I want to be a man's man. An elder. Like a father figure. That's what I want to be. I want to be like that. So tonight we're talking about a plea for common sense. Now, Confucius once wrote that philosophy of one century should be common sense in the next. What does that mean? That means that 100 years ago, Marcus Garvey, 100 years ago, actually 100 years ago, Marcus Garvey did a speech at Madison Square Garden, right? He said we're descendant of a suffering people who are determined not to suffer around. Why are we still arguing this? That we should be just doing what that was laid out for us 100 years ago. The philosophy of one century should be common sense in the next. We shouldn't have friggin' Pan African shows on YouTube. Like this should be all just common sense. There should be no college genesis. There should be no African movement, right? It should be common sense. If America has basically done all this stuff to us, we're not, and we basically understand we're a permanent minority group. There's a time to friggin' build a nation of our own on the ancestral kind. That's what ancestors thought 100 years ago, 200 years ago, even. And we're still arguing and debating people about a future African. Not saying today, but the future generation should have, because the future generation is only going to have what we laid down for them. And unlike other people, I'm one of those type of black people who think about the future. They've convinced you to hate yourself so much you don't even protect your bloodline and your posterity. You don't do that. So therefore, when they do find a black man who cares about his posterity and everything, it's everything. Look, everything that I've been through my whole entire life, the good times and the bad times, is summed up in what I do for as far as the colonization in my African movement. And so, therefore, I'm saying that it's time for us, the future generations, to go back to our own homeland and build a modern nation state, of our own on the African continent. Anything other than anything to talk about staying here in America and passing this misery on to the next generation. And if you want to know what I'm talking about, right? There was I just saw a brawl inside of a friggin' department. This is your future of your ADOS FBA movement. Let's watch this video, folks. This, this is your ADOS FBA, folks. It's your ADOS FBA, folks. This is a department store. This is any city in America. This is any city in America right now. Okay, is it showing up? Hold up, hold up. Is it showing up, folks? Oh, wait a minute. I don't know why Facebook doesn't show. I don't know why Facebook doesn't pop up. But interesting video, just a friggin' brawl that happened in chopping Negroes in there. The next thing you know, oh, he got a gun. The guns are in the middle of a friggin' mall, you know, in the middle of a damn mall. Guns are coming out 2025. We're not even 2 months into the year, and Negroes are acting up. It's just, look, it's insane. There's nothing good that's coming out of friggin' Black America. This is the future, People like Big Cheese left me with nothing to build upon, other than sitting here talking about whatever the frick he's talking about, his goofy shit, right? I'm determined to leave something for the next generation because I'm a real friggin' man, And the bottom line is the reason why this happened is because we hate ourselves so much. We don't like being here, and we don't like others. Just don't believe the FBA and ADOS lie that they love America. So he goes, the FBA flee, No, you guys basically, there's no FBA. That's in your own mind. It doesn't exist. Black people, FBA ADOS don't fucking exist because they don't friggin' go no place. It's an online thing only. The real world is black people shooting each other and killing each other and hating each other and disgusted by each other. So don't anybody get fooled by this ADOS FBA nonsense. These people aren't real. I wish I could show you that video. Maybe I could find it on YouTube, Thank you, Honey Flower. That's really sweet of you, The Colonization does exist right here. Colonization exists right here on YouTube. It exists right in Liberia. It lists every place. Pretty soon there is a freaking thing, Well, I didn't show you the video. The freaking video I was trying to show were all Negroes. And they were shooting, they were basically throwing hands. Next thing you know, somebody came with guns and they say, blip, 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 he got a gun. Blip, 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 the same thing. You're out there in a mall shopping and in a department store, and guns are coming out. This is 2025. That means Black America has completely failed. It's completely failed. Black America is a crime scene. It's a completely failed. The whole experiment of being black in America failed. Don't listen to people like Big Cheese because they're a bunch of clowns, Big Cheese is a big goofball, Black America failed. Black America is the most embarrassing thing on the fucking planet, So it is what it is, It is what it is. Let's see if I can find that video, Shootout in an apartment store. Negro, how would I name this? Negro shootout in apartments. No, I can't say that wouldn't come up. I put Negroes fighting and shooting in an apartment store. Let's see if I can put that up here. Let's see. Fight in department. Partner. All right, let's see if this pops up. Wait a minute, I think I got it. Hold up, I think it popped up. Store fight. I don't know if it's the same one. Let's see if this is it. I'm gonna play it first before I put the thing. All this is the same one I was looking at, but the other one I was looking at really bad. But I'll play this one anyway to get you an idea of the, This is your ADOS FBA people, folks. This is life in America, These are so-called people who can't be deported. Can I record this, son? Oh, look at the baby. Look at the baby. Look at a little one. Look at little nigga. Little nigga like, mommy, why you fighting? Look at this. Yo, see, look what I'm saying. You guys see the hippopotamus, the hippopotamus, it's a look, man, look, princess, I'm only talking about black people like myself, right? But unfortunately, I gotta share a community with this garbage. If it was up to me, these people will be out of here to the Afghanistan and re-education camps. We drug them, we do what the hell we can and whatnot. And the bottom line is they will comply, they will lose weight, and they'll be civilized. That's what the Afghanistan is all about. We're trying to rebuild, we're trying to turn Negroes into actual human beings, so it is what it is. This is probably Big Cheese. This is probably his sister and his kinfolk, and they're acting stupid, So it is what it is,
My God, this nigga young.
You see the baby crying, the little boy crying, the little 2-year-old boy crying. That's Big Cheese. That's the so-called ADOS FBA, ADOS FBA, the greatest people ever lived, whatnot. Wow. I can't go to a shopping mall without friggin' thing, not over ghetto hood rats. I sure hope not, Mari Shai. I'm starting to get the impression that majority of Negroes are ghetto hood rats, But the bottom line, I know ADOS FBA, 99% of them are ghetto hood rats, They got that ghetto hood rat mentality and everything like that. Yeah, it's true, GK. She should be a linebacker with the Kansas City Chiefs, Maybe they would have won, No, Africa is not ready for FBA. No, FBA civilization couldn't survive in Africa because it would die. It would literally die. Only a colonization civilization could probably survive. FBA civilization couldn't survive anything. This is FBA civilization right here. This is your FBA civilization, Yeah, well, whatever. Copper colored, ghetto ass Negroes, copper color. This is where I bet you anything. This is like Four Righteous in there. This one girl shaped like she's Four Righteous. It's probably Four Righteous and Miss Chantel in there fighting.
Hey, follow me on Twitter.
You said a nigga said follow me on Twitter, Oh man, this is just sad, man. It's sad. And normally, if you look in the wild, hippopotamus get along with each other, except for the males who fight for territory. When you never see female hippopotamuses going at it.
They tripping. I swear to God, oh God.
You just read over that baby. What's wrong with you?
Going to jail now.
Bitch, you know exactly where I stay.
And now they'll talk about, but instead of Baruti saying, Carl, this is ridiculous, for that, he wants to keep correcting me, Baruti, I got my life to fucking together. You understand that? I got my freaking life together, You should be basically taking your Ubuntu to this fucking crowd. Not me. I don't need your Ubuntu advice. You need to take your Ubuntu advice to the ghetto where it's needed. I'm sick and tired of people lecturing me and whatnot. And the people they should be lecturing are their constituents. So the bottom line is these people freaking. That's what it is. Well, I say my whole thing is, we need to build an Afghanistan because when people come over, all these women where they lost like 75 pounds or 80 pounds or whatnot, they'd be nice young ladies. Well, by the time we're done with them, Why? Because they'll be working in a sweatshop all day, earning their money and stuff like that, instead of sitting there getting fat on government assistance and all stuff like this, make them work, and get out there, pay taxes, and be productive members of our society, and then basically they'll choose wisely to get themselves a man so they can elevate their way of standing of living and stuff like that. The state is not going to be your zaddy. This is what the white man has done to people like Big Cheese and all these other people like that. I can't flee. Yeah, you can't. I know you can't flee because you're on fucking welfare. FBA. No, FBA is a mostly 90% fucking ghetto. 99% of FBA is a ghetto. African Americans are in the middle class. FBA is a ghetto. So it is what it is. FBA is the ghettoest ass black people in the world. Should I play more of this video? I'm getting tired of this, man. It's just really getting sick to my stomach. Let's see if any other videos up here. Just prove my point about the FBA. See, philosophy of one century should be common sense in the next. Why are we still going through it? This is so last century, Black people fighting in public acting a fucking fool, Philosophy of one century should be common sense in the next, It says women. Oh yeah, a ghetto fight at a McDonald's. Oh, what, should we see this shit? A ghetto fight at McDonald's. I don't even want to know if I want to see this shit. But let's watch it. McDonald's fights be getting ghetto as hell, man. But this is, like I said, a good portion of FBA life from when I'm in America. This is FBA life. These are people talking about, I ain't going nowhere. We don't flee.
I just want my money. Call the cops. I want my money back. Y'all fighting, bleed.
Yeah, well, it is what it is, folks. But this is just typical life and thing because we don't have fucking common sense. It is what it is. It is what it is. So the philosophy of one century could be common sense in the next. Like I said, I plea to everybody basically is for common sense, No, look, Brudy says, Kala, if you believe so-called African American savage devolved, no. African Americans, I would say a good majority of us are doing fine. You know, it's just that a large portion of Black America are messed up, and we basically are forced to live together, and people don't know how to make the distinction between real African Americans are probably one of the most civilized group of people on the freaking planet. Real African Americans, right? I know I'm one of them. You know, we care about stuff, we build stuff, we create, we do our thing when we got to do in life and everything like that. It's just niggas, you know. And the bottom line, every culture has niggas, right? Do you know the everything in philosophy, like Confucius, Taoism, is to deal with the freaking inner nigga that's in every last single culture, right? The Irish had niggas, right? The ancient Greeks had niggas, right? The ancient Romans had niggas, right? There's always a plan for the nigga in every culture. The ancient Chinese had niggas, right? But they always kept in check through laws, through policies, and through customs, and also like the philosophies. What do you think you have Confucius and all these other learning for? You calm the nigga down to people that savage a way of life through educating them, through giving them enlightenment, and then pointing them away to opportunity. See, our ancestors a long time ago knew 100 years ago, 100 years ago, that this was going to happen. If you left Black people here in America unchecked with nothing to do, you got to have a couple of people who think they're doing good, but on the whole, Black America is going to suffer greatly because there's no outlet for anger and frustration. There's no reward or punishment or whatever like that. That's why you can't listen to these ADOS FBA people because they don't have a clue. You're never going to have anything until Black people have a civilization of their own where it balances, where everything balances out a little bit, you know? Because as long as Black people use the excuse that they're a minority or they're oppressed in America, you know, they're going to act like this, you know? How am I projecting, Big Chief? I'm not that one acting like the fool when I go out. I act civilized when I go out, you know? So the bottom line is this: you people basically who don't want to fucking, you ghetto ass people like yourself, Big Cheese, who like this stuff. That's what you are. But like I said, shit. Anybody who basically, I'm like this. I live in a nice neighborhood, but unfortunately, you know, I can't call it a Black neighborhood. You know, that's the sad part about it is every last single Black, even the nice Black neighborhoods now are turning into ghettos. You know, that's what it is. You know, overwhelming. Just stuff. No, I'm doing great. You know, when the people who say FBA, this is what I hate is these FBA people. The real Black African Americans want nothing to do with no super FBA identity. They call themselves African Americans. They know their history. They're educated. You know, they don't come up with some fly by night term created by a fucking wannabe pimp that came out of nowhere online talking about I'm an FBA now. Tariq Nasheed is a former fucking pimp, and you call yourself FBA of something he created? That's what I'm talking about. The majority of Black people, 90% of them don't know who Tariq Nasheed is. They don't know what FBA is. So I hate when people try to steal our heritage. So in other words, 90% of Black people, FBA are doing well. You're talking about me. I'm not a fucking FBA. So don't go conclude me into your bullshit, you know? People think they're going to take ownership of the fucking my success and whatnot. All of us decent Black people who fucking live with that ghetto-ass trash called FBA, you know? FBA just fucking nothing but, yeah, FBA is cooning. You know, when did friggin' Black people start embracing the American flag and stuff like that, you know? When did that happen, you know? When did that basically talk about, when did Black people start embracing the American flag and talk about, we're here in our country, we got it popping, you know? Fucking Tariq is a fucking plan, you fucking fools, you know? Said, which we call Brody asked me goofy questions, you know. I don't know if I want to answer it. Colin, why do you get mad at my hood culture question in relation to the future Afghanistan? Look, the bottom line is this: people come over, but the bottom line is my goal is if you don't have the things that enable the hood culture is white supremacy. You know, I don't have an issue with the American flag. What I have an issue with is who's holding the American flag and what does it mean. It all depends on who's holding it. Now, when Will Rogers holds the American flag, that's something different to me. And let's say David Duke holding in America. It all depends on what white man's holding the American flag. You know, I have nothing but respect for the flag of the republic, right? But when individuals weaponize that, right? If you're basically saying that this flag is me, it was one time this flag stood against me, you know, black people lynched and people waved the American flag, you know, if that's what America stands for, I'm sorry, I got to stand against it. But if you say America is a republic that's inclusive, whatever like that, hey, I'm all for it, you know. But if you say America is something just for white people and white history and everything like that, you know, no, I don't like the black national anthem because it's not militant enough. You know, that's a sissy anthem, you know. You know. That's a sissy back there. I tell you what, real Donald Trump, you know, if we start building our Afghanistan, and we basically are able to do things like get our fair share of the American economy, like we got Negroes out there who watched the Super Bowl last night. Only thing I want to ask is, where's the black goddamn ownership? You know, where's the black ownership? You know, none. There is no black ownership. So when people start singing the national anthem, absent ownership and power, I'm sorry, I got a problem with that. You know, I have a real problem with that. I have a real problem with white men walking away with everything and we walk away with nothing. We talk about singing the American. No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I can't do that. You know, if we're going to be Americans, like you say, not look, I'm all for black people being part of America, you know, you know, you know what I'm saying? Look, bottom line is this, you know, yeah, root to Mark were kind of explicit, you know, I think basically it's because people come up here and make it. So that's why I'm monitoring everything people say on this channel. No more cussing, anything like that. Look, the whole thing is this. I am sick and tired of playing games with white America. I'll just be honest with yourself, you know? You guys walk away with everything and then tell me I got to be proud. No, I'm sorry. America basically is not in the cards for black people. Maybe it's not, you know? So we got to do something else. Now we're on the same page. Anytime basically when somebody talk about everything is great and we just watch the football, the highest grossing thing in history, right? And how much of the ownership is freaking how much of the ownership he said Trumpomania is running wild. That's good for that's good for Donald Trump. That's good for white America, you know. But all I'm saying is, where's our ownership in this shit? You know, without us, there'll be no NFL. You know, so that's what it is. That's what I'm coming at. That's my price, and I'm all for black people being MAGA and everything like that. But what I want to tell my MAGA people, my flag saluting MAGA people, right? You better start producing some tangible results. Or I'll turn on the black MAGA. You know, right now, say, hey, look, man, if you guys are all for Trump, whatever like that, you're feeling Donald Trump, whatever, hey, go for it. You know. But you know, but the whole thing is, if you are a friggin' person that basically is sitting back or living off crumbs, and you ain't benefiting from the system, I got a problem with that. I'm sorry, you know. So the bottom line, I ain't fleeing nothing. I want to support the black MAGA people in America that believe in America or not, but just some of us want a nation at home, you know. So I look. I am never telling any black person, you know. That said, we're African Americans who gain your sister. You gotta go, bro. You'll never be an American. You'll never be African American. An African American is a descendant of the transatlantic slave trade. The original African story is descendants of the transatlantic slave trade. You know, that's it. Nigerian American, a Ghanaian American, that's two different things. You come from a country like that. The African American is a descendant of the transatlantic slave trade. Now, resent Africans trying to act like they're going to come here and replace us. Nobody calls you African American. We say the African American and whatnot. It's the descendant of the people who built Black America or call African Americans us, not immigrants, not people who came over on the butt. That's why you guys are getting deported. You know, nobody wants you here. You know, be honest with you, Ban Bull. Nope, Ban Bull. Nobody wants you here. You know. Nobody wants your unhygienic ways, your filthy third world ways here. Bringing down this civilization. Nobody wants you here. Just be honest with yourself. So, but the bottom line, I don't care how many FBAs, whatever the fuck. That's what I said. I can't have a conversation with somebody who uses the term FBA. Because they're not talking about any of us. Not talking about anything real. FBA is a freaking online cult. So it's not even freaking there. Who is the FBA? What the fuck is the FBA? Foundational Black America. Yeah. So, yeah, Mari Shai, we've been calling ourselves African Americans since the 1700s. So people are, oh, African American. No, you're a freaking immigrant, interloper and whatnot with no history. Came here because you couldn't make it in your own country. Yeah. That's why I do agree with you, Big Cheese. Yeah, they need to go back to Africa and fix their own countries. They do. They should because they are just wasting time here in America. Wasting time. They should go back to Africa. The Mexicans should go back to Mexico. The Iranians should go back there. Haitians should go back to Haiti. Everybody else should go back to where they came from and just fix their countries and problem solved. I don't know, Principally. All I know is 90% of black people, 99% of black people are not on social media. All the stuff you hear, Principally, is just social media babble. ADOS, FBA, copper color, indigenous, all this stupid stuff is mental illness, appropriate social media. But philosophy of one century should be common sense in the neck. No, look, what you call it, that's social media. That's why they have an outlet. They get online, what you call it, So they get online, basically just talking this nonsense and they say it over and over. It makes you think a lot of black people think like that. No, not even 1% of black people think like that. ADOS FBA, so not even 1%. I don't believe. I don't think it made a percentage point yet. Most black people first refer to themselves as African American. That's a symbol of the transatlantic slave trade. We're the African story of America, and we're the American story with an African story. We're Americans with an African story, or we're Africans with an American story. However you want to put it, If you don't have an American story, how can you be an African American, babool? You don't have no American story. You came here. You didn't build anything here. You didn't contribute to this country. Name me one thing African immigrants contribute to this country. Nothing. Not a damn thing. The African story of America is the transatlantic slave trade. The people who fought Jim Crow and despite all that produced all the black races, inventions, science, everything like that. We're the achievers of the black race, Make no mistake. So it is what it is. The plea for common sense. We are basically like this. So yeah, I'm a comedian. I know it. I'm a comedian. One thing I got to work on is like Dollar Bill's telling me, Colin. See, Dollar Bill. I like Dollar Bill because he tells me like it is, right? He stands up to me and tells me like it is. He goes, Colin, you got to work on your issue with big girls. Maybe I should. I got to work on my big. That's the only thing I'm lacking, man. My love. I gotta get I love big girls when I, But I don't know what it is. I gotta stop acting because these are people, these are sisters. We gotta treat them right, So I'm working on it, folks. I ain't perfect. I gotta work on it, My freaking my relationship with the big girls. Watch out for the big girl. Watch out for the big girl. Watch out for the big house music song, Mari Shai, we're gonna get you skinny on the tour, We're gonna you and I are gonna go for morning jogs. How about that? We're gonna do some morning jumping jacks, jog, on the beach. How about that, Mari? You know, Mr. Kai says, step in the right direction, Colin. I ain't saying it's okay to go out and date him, but I tell you what, man, you could chill with a big girl, You can go out there, hit the buffet house, man. Y'all be eating it up, man, or just you guys do things like make brownies or bake cookies together or stuff like that, or be a connoisseur of different types of ice cream. Things you can do with a big girl, you know. So it is what it is. Watch out for the big girl. Watch out for the big girl. So we're just basically having fun tonight. And I wish Dollar Bill would come on because he told me he's coming on tonight, man. He's fronting on me, man. He has a video, man. His latest video. His latest video of the Afghanistan and I appreciate Dollar Bill, what he's doing to contribute to the Afghanistan. Hopefully, we're gonna get it so we're uploading these stuff to the website and stuff like that, so we have one place where people can watch all our videos, everything like that. This movement is growing, folks. This movement is growing. The bottom line is this: anybody tells you it's not possible, they're lying to you. This movement is growing. Basically, it's like this. My whole thing is once we present our case to the world, right? I think I can make the case for an Afghanistan. And basically, I'm doing the right thing by going to the African continent first, right, if possible, and say, hey, look, we want to basically. We are going to basically build a nation state. Where would I be a place to start? Because eventually, this territory, we're going to flood our people and occupy a territory and build it and one day declare independence. So where could this territory be? Then we find a suitable place. As simple as that. We plant our flag and then we go to work. We start by, look, the Jewish people started to seize the Palestine by simply bum rushing the coast and just setting up tent cities. They lived in tents and camps. Eventually, Tel Aviv became and Haifa became cities because they wanted the land. They said, man, a lot of people left middle class lives, comfortable lives in Europe. Why? Because the idea of they were going to be with their own people on their own land was just a dream. Was just a freaking dream, a vision that they bought into. So we're going to have the same vision and dream like our ancestors who settled in Liberia. And then somebody asked me, Mola asked me the other day, he said, Kyla, what if our ancestors just stuck with the coast in Liberia? Will we have a country? Yeah, probably, but there's only one thing, right? We had to take the hinterland, right? Because of the French. Had it not been for the French and the British encroaching on Liberian land, we wouldn't probably need the hinterland. I mean, the hinterland of Liberia could have became its own country like Elvis's people. I wouldn't even know who Elvis Morris was, I wouldn't even know who Elvis Morris was, if it had. But instead, we did the stupid thing of incorporating these freaking savages into this republic and whatnot, and look what happened. Dumb thing in history. So we know never to do that again. Never do that again. That's why I fully support Paul Kagame. So tell Paul Kagame, don't be like our stupid ancestors who let off these people. Keep your foot on these people's neck in the Congo. Keep doing it. Mari Price said, I was 200 pounds. Good. That's a good girl, Mari. Keep going. Keep going with your weight loss, sister. You're gonna make somebody a beautiful wife one day, when not, So yeah, I would feel fine for Elvis, shut up, I would shoot you, So imagine that, man. Imagine if the Liberia was only on the coastline, Man, that would be oh my God, we'd have a country right now. We'd freaking have a country right now. God damn, but nope. We had to be greedy. We had to take over these people's friggin' lands in the hinterland. And then the dumbest thing was we put them in the friggin' military. We gave these people guns. I mean, Lord have mercy. It's just like I think the African American is cursed with stupidity. I think we are. I think we're just cursed with stupidity. We gave these people fucking guns. After you friggin' take their land, after you friggin' mistreat them, you gave them a hut tax, took their resources, and then you put guns in their hands. What do you think they were going to do? Oh, that mercy. They was looking for an opportunity. They found one with the so-called rice riot, instigated a riot, and then they used that excuse to freaking wage war, you know? And to be honest with you, man, if I was them, I would have done the same damn thing. If somebody's gonna be stupid enough to build a country and you can't secure it, you know, you have every right to be having. I told my American Liberian friends that I said, you guys were stupid, you know. We thought that you thought fucking wrong, you know. You thought fucking wrong. MP said, Collie, you. It's funny. I try to be, you know. So Obama says, perhaps admiration, cherishing American flag is good for pan Caucasian citizens, not for you and your people, for African. I don't look. Bruti. Let me tell you something, right? This is a hypocrisy of the. This is why people hate Pan Africanists, right? And you're not doing me any favor, right? I'm in the United States. You're in the United States, right? There is nothing wrong with saying, you know something? I'm here. I just want to be American. That's it. I don't give a fuck about Africa like that. I have no problem with that. If black people look, everybody think, look, I have friends that are MAGA people who are pro-American, they're American flag saluting motherfuckers, you know, whatever. They know how I feel, you know. You know, they don't have to. My problem with people like Big Cheese. Now, if he doesn't believe that, why does he care what I do? You know. So, in other words, Big Cheese is insecure. That's why I know he's lying. He doesn't love America, and he's insecure about his place in America. Right. That's why he attacks me, because he knows I'm confident that of what I'm talking about. Right. So he's like, oh, if you were Big Cheese, if you were freaking confident that America is what you say it is, you wouldn't even care what I say. You know. You know, I'm not the be all end all. You know, I always said the night I would Principe. If you guys will listen for once in a while, take the wax out your ears, clean your fucking ears out. I've always said the native Liberians were mistreated. You know, they're unfairly mistreated. You know, I said that many times. You know, because I put myself in there. Always put yourself in somebody else's shoes. Yeah, they were mistreated, right? But at the same time, you know, I like I said, I don't know. You know. I don't know. You know, the whole thing is, you know, they took over the country and they destroyed it. You know, they were not capable of governing. They didn't understand the idea of what they inherited. You inherited a republic, it wasn't a village. They ran the country like a freaking village, and it all collapsed into chaos. Right? In order for a republic to work, right, you have to have the rule of law. You can't have a rule by decree. You can't have a dictatorship. You can't have tribal council making decisions of life and death and whatnot. Samuel Doe brought his tribal chiefs in there, and they started picking out people to execute and mass graves and whatnot. Pretty soon, you don't not longer have a republic. You have a repression regime, and the republic will dissolve eventually. You know, simple as that. But the reason why the so-called American Liberians lasted for 130 years, and despite a little skirmishes here and there, for the most part, built a republic because they were civilized. You know, the native Liberians lasted for 8 years, and the whole country fell into chaos. You know, because they were not civilized. That being said, you know, it's like this. Now we basically say, you know, something we would not have a country, but the whole thing is they were simply the majority. You know, and the majority was convinced that the Congo people had to go. You know, as simple as that. You know, and it's majority rule. As simple as that. You know, so the American Liberians should have basically did one thing. You know, they didn't do it. You know, and then another thing people don't understand. So a lot of American Liberians felt threatened by. They were also the biggest threat. American Liberians, as I'm looking at a thing is that they felt threatened by black people coming from the diaspora. That's what the biggest threat was. It wasn't even native because they thought they could rule over natives forever. You know, they really was threatened by Garveyites and people from the West coming there. You know, so they did everything they could to keep them out of Liberia because they thought they were going to basically get the natives to be obedient, compliant, and whatnot, and they could live in this paradise of them ruling over natives. You know. And so that's what happened in Liberia, you know. So that they paid for in history, you know. They paid for in history. Is this dollar bill?
Yes, this is the Ubuntu King.
Oh, Bootu. Shout out to Baruti.
Yeah, he left me a message tonight. Wasn't very flattering, but
Oh yeah.
he's still my brother.
And somebody look, I got an infraction said we found content age restriction because it violated graphic violence. Well, I didn't say nothing violent in the show,
What happened now?
It says view action, take action. Let's see. I just got a fraction on the show. It says take a look. It says, oh, I was playing a video.
Oh.
I was playing that video. I
Mm.
was playing that video of people fight. I said, this is your FBA when they were fighting. That's what it was. The video. Yeah. I should have played. You mean tell me you don't only let us play videos? That's for educational purposes.
You gotta say fair, fair usage.
And I didn't think I had to say because I thought it was just music. I had to say that,
We can take it off. Just take it down.
That's what I am. I'm gonna just after the show, I'll just erase that part.
You was playing the ratchet.
Go ahead.
You were playing the ratchet, folks.
Yeah, it's something else. Rudy says, Colin, perhaps your admiration and cherishing America. I am not admiration of the American flag. What's he, Rudy? We twist everything. I'm saying I have no problem with some black people having it. I'm fair. Oh no, I'm ready to make peace with those black people because they said, look, we fought in every war. I'm in America. I feel like I'm in America. I got no problem with that, right? All I'm saying is you should not have a problem with what I'm saying. But when people start saying that just because I say I'm an African nationalist, I'm a black African nationalist, you got a problem with that. But guess what? You see Serena Williams doing the Crip Walk at the Super Bowl, but that's okay. You can do the Crip Walk. You can have a big concert for Big Meech. That's okay. For College Genesis, being a black African nationalist who wants an African and the College Nation, whatnot, just want to rebuild our culture and build a modern civilization. I'm the fucking devil,
Shame
That's
on you, Kala.
What?
Shame on you for wanting to be free.
How dare you, Kala? How dare you? Big Cheese like, look, man, I don't buy that nonsense. I play video. Look, black people, look, the bottom line is you can't even go. I won't even go to malls with black people. It used to be a time I used to be able to go to Milton Circle Mall, Norfolk, whatnot. Now I can't do that shit. I can't even go to no malls without shit popping off and whatnot. Guns coming out, whatnot. It's like, dude, Black America that I grew up in is gone. It's gone. So what is there left? What is there left in America? And people like Big Cheese want to sit there and act like nothing's going. No, I am tired. I'm tired of black people in America in denial about the shit that's going on. We have a problem in America, right? We have a health problem. We have a mental problem. We have a violence problem. We have every kind of problem in Black America that no one has any intention of. Look at the last election. It seems that there's billions of dollars to solve everybody else's problems, but nobody invested in our thing because we have 45 million people. We have no political power. Think about the dollar bill. We have absolutely no political power. The Congressional Black Caucus comes in and talks to the new head of talk about her main priority is freaking the state of illegal immigration in America. Congressional Black Caucus. I thought that was supposed to be for us. Didn't that what they say? Nope. They build it as an organization for Black America. Why they
tell you how bipolar black people are. Now, I have nothing against Mexican people, but Mexican people in California were just openly killing black people, firebombing their homes because they were in the majority. I didn't hear any black people get on from the state of California, get out here and talk about that on the election.
You have Mexican American death squad killing black people in the police force. About they hate black. One guy said, "Do you love black people?" And the guy couldn't say it. He goes, "What's your feeling with black people?" He just sat there for like 5 minutes. Sir, we asked you a question. It was a deputy sheriff. He goes, "What do you think about black people?" He was like, you ever see that video?
No, I didn't see.
Hatred was so freaking deep.
I'm not surprised by some,
He said, "The guy, aren't you Hispanic?" Yeah, but what are you problem black people? The guy's like, in other words, they basically Mexicans are trying to protect the white man's civilization. They hate themselves, but they really think we should have no place here.
Yeah. So they get online. It's amazing to me, right? that they've got a campaign to tell black people that we should be out here, getting upset because they're getting sent back home. It's amazing to me. And what black things are they interested in doing? I didn't see a bunch of them, and even in the Black Lives Matters, I saw these radical white people out there, right? But I didn't see any large contingent of Latino people out there, okay, talking about rights for black people in America. So why do we feel that you remember the days, man, that even back in Sanford and Son, we always wanted to pull a Latino or Hispanic with us at every show we had. We had to
Yeah,
bring
we
one.
had to, so we had to, yeah, Julio
Yeah.
and for someone that, we always got to pull them in everything we do, because we want solidarity with these so-called brown people. Get the fuck out of
When
here,
they made their deals with Telmundo, when they made their deals with Banco Popular,
Univision, all that stuff
all
like
of that
that,
stuff, where was the deals for black people?
nothing,
Nothing,
nothing.
right? So now all of these fugazi people want us to participate when they know they're just as racist as the crackers are.
I dare anybody to fucking call in this show and tell me. I dare a Mexican to call in the show and tell me I'm wrong when I say I don't give a flying fuck about you, the people. Donald Trump can do whatever the hell he wants to do. That's it. And so,
You saw on the Kazarian show today, they let this Latino guy who comes on, who came on here once, just sit down and dictate to them what he thinks black people should or should not do.
yeah, okay.
It's like borderline ridiculous and stupid. But that's how people get down. They think they have us brainwashed into the nonsense that we're
You know
supposed
what
to
I
fight
think I think
everybody.
it really is that it's particularly like with like I think I blame black people for that because we let them feel we always put it out there that they're Latina women. We gotta stop. Black men gotta stop fetishizing other men's women.
P Diddy, like that P Diddy shit.
Oh
With that
yeah,
old funky Jennifer Lopez,
with J Lo and all that. And so we have to stop
Anthony
fetishizing.
Davis,
Yeah.
hundreds of millions of dollars. He marries a Dominican woman
Who's
who's
this?
Anthony Davis, the one
Who's
that
that?
plays for the Los Angeles Lakers.
I don't even know who
Well,
he
he
is.
just got traded to the Dallas Mavericks.
Right.
This guy makes $52 million a year, and all he could get was to go and get a Latino woman who was a waitress or something like that. He's another Kobe Bryant.
The bottom line is this, bro. We have to basically we have to get to the. That's why I said dating black women is key until
But they mad at you because you got an African, and that mad. They don't stop them from praising Kobe Bryant, right?
Exactly.
Who married a Mexican. That was okay, but you, Collagenesis, you're somehow there's something wrong with you because you married an African woman.
Nobody likes me. Nobody gonna support me because why? Because I'm real.
There it is.
If I was fake, if I was fake and out here gaining money, people support that because they know it ain't going nowhere. That's why people support Umar because they know he's a clown, a buffoon. They don't look. People are Negroes are terrified of a real black nationalist movement like this one. When they listen to me talk and whatnot, they can't get up here and debate me. No one can get up here and debate me and refute what I'm saying. So basically, they're hoping I fall off, whatever like that, or have a chain. And that's not gonna happen. They say, "Damn, he's on here every night." Person stuff. The bottom line, even though they say like this. This idea that I'm talking about is something that's in every. I know this is in every black person's soul. What would it be like to have a nation of our own? What if we left America? Somewhere along the line, that's been in your mind. I know it, right? But the bottom line has been buried there, right? By integration and stuff like this. Free, and we say, yeah, facts. I know it's facts. I know my people. All I'm doing is bringing out what was already there. It's always in black people born there. What would we like to have a nation of our own? What are we doing this for? It's what you call.
They just hate the fact that you want to be free, and so when black people want to be free, there's obviously something wrong with you. You
Yeah.
must be crazy, man. And the fact that the fact that you got a business and you're making money, you should be chasing white women.
I
Right?
know, they hate that shit. They hate that fact that. And I
You should
easily
be
could.
chasing white
If
women.
I easily could, but I'm like this. I'm committed to this movement. I'm committed to black women, the black family, and stuff like that. I'm committed to this shit. And so
And they don't
therefore,
understand why. So that makes you the problem. You got the FBA people in here. All of these
the
folks.
internet. I bet you Big Cheese is married to a white woman. He says Mexican chicas. Yo, check this out. I know he's probably with a Mexican woman.
They like the listen. I'm fully aware and I believe that this FBA situation is really for swirlers.
It is. It is.
ADOS is for LGBT communities.
Yep.
All of these
All these
weird
weirdos.
Negroes.
All these weirdos.
Only the weird need to apply. These are
Yeah,
weird
weirdos.
old Negroes.
FBA, a bunch of weirdos, man. I hate when they say 60% of FBA collar are middle class. Dude, don't include me in your weirdo shit,
Yeah.
Do not call me FBA. I'm not with that weirdo cult shit, I'm African American, Black American, if you want. I'm proud Black America. Black America made me and built me and whatnot, and I owe everything to my Black America. I pledge allegiance to Black America.
There you go.
I pledge.
They can't take it, but that's all right. It's okay. It'll be all right. I see Elvis is over there the other day.
Yeah, he's up there.
Free me, Dark Migo.
He's mad you got him blocked, man. I can't look, Elvis. This is the way it works. Right? If one of my moderators and my co-hosts block you, but I cannot do a thing, you have to talk to them.
But you know what it
because you
is,
got to
man?
establish protocol.
I tried so hard. This cat did everything to disrespect me, talk around me, and I even, I tried so hard. I said, you know what, man, I'm gonna try to, be friendly to this dude, man. And every time I did it, man, he just made me regret it more and more and more. Because it's like even his whole thing, true African. Like, listen, if we could be anything we wanted to be honest with yourself. Why would we want to be African? We
exactly. Let me answer Mr. Kat's thing. He says the FBI has both good and bad. I want to know what the good points are. I already covered. Like I said, what I did was me, Dollar Bill, we arrested their talking points because they do take legitimate talking points. You ever see people that take legitimate talking points like then they push a bunch of bullshit with it? Look,
of course,
the idea that African Americans, Black people should be proud of who they are, whatever like that. I get
kills
that,
them.
but the idea that you have a right to hate people because other Black people because they're not like you, or you basically persecute somebody because they were born in Jamaica, they like this. That's stupid. I don't agree with that.
Just stand on your own square and be who you are. You don't have to get down with the white man's xenophobia because you know that he hates us all.
Yeah, he does. So
you're going to join that. You're going to join the crowd, and for a few trinkets that you're never even going to get. That's the whole thing. That's the whole thing. You're not getting anything. And so once you realize that you sold your soul for nothing, absolutely nothing, and then how do you feel?
Yeah.
When history looks at you, what are they going to say? Damn, these are the biggest damn coons, of the 21st century.
When you hear Tariq talk about, we got to pop it here in America. You were like 7 years ago, this nigga's telling us how America's racist. Remember that?
Yeah. He's popping because he ain't working. He got a bunch of niggas just like him and Umar Johnson are twins. They're twins.
Yeah, they live off people's ignorance and whatnot,
They don't work. They don't have no job other than getting online. One tries to sell you some bullshit hope, and the other one sells you bullshit hate.
Yeah. So that's what it is. So if a lot of people buy into that, but I really noticed that when you look at Umar's crowd, the crowd, I don't like to put people down, but it's not the most enlightened people, Like I told you today, man, I want to start getting together with people who are Black people who are educated, who are educated, who can pull something together. I put a thing. I should have sent you an email. It's in mine. It's about
Yeah, I'm ready to retire soon, man. If I want to try to get one more year in, man. Then I'm just gonna reveal my name and everything, because people who know me. They, some know me, with my pseudonym. Other people know my professional name, my government joint, and
right.
then I'll retire, and then the suckers can say whatever they want to say, because
Well,
the
check this
money's in the
out.
bank.
Check this out. I was showing this Minds thing where you can get government. There's a fast guide. I'm gonna order it. Fast guide to getting government contracting. That's something we need to study. The government purchases is the biggest purchaser in the world. Federal
Yep.
government. They purchase $900 billion a year worth of goods and services, and they give you examples of what you could do. Goods and services from the federal government.
Give me a minute while you talking. I'm gonna try to key something
Right.
up, so I'm gonna be on mute. Keep talking.
Goods and services. Yeah. Yeah, so goods and services in the government. That's the thing.
Got to get our share, man. We got to get our piece of the
Look, I
pie.
said like everyone watched the Super Bowl yesterday. All I'm thinking of is like, do we even own 5% of the NFL? No. So like the real Donald Trump in here tonight was saying, Colin, we got a problem with America. Look, the bottom line, when that American flag, when we basically own more of Wall Street, the shipping. I thought about something the other day. Remember a few years ago when we had an oil spill in the Gulf, right?
Oh yeah, the
Remember
old Gulf of
you had
Mexico.
those rednecks down there crying because their way of life, so-called life. I felt a certain type of Obama went down there and was like, "Oh yeah, blah blah blah." We'll clean this up for you and people still complain. You ain't taking fast enough. Our way of life is the crayfish, whatever, like all that stuff like that, and the Gulf, the fishing industry right there. I said to myself, these are people that historically kept us out of those lucrative industries. Fish hauling. And so, how much money is made in fish catching, because you need banks and everything to
Oh yeah,
finance it. Like black people never really got into that, but the marinas and everything are controlled by white men, from the ones in Maine, right? In Maine, with the lobsters and like that, all white
yep.
men. So I'm saying to myself, almost every facet of America shows me is dominated to like 99% by white people. So tell me what I need to be proud of, as far as
Mhm.
America, when they control everything, they even have the nerve to control black music, I'm like, God
Oh
damn.
yeah.
What do we have? And this is a question you have to basically ask yourself when people start with to when you have to start asking yourself, reading Brewery's comment, when you start asking yourself when people say, okay, we're American, are we really? Are we really? Granted, we got some billionaires here and whatnot, but the bottom line, we got some rich black people here and whatnot. But the bottom line, that's not enough. In a nation state of mind, the wealth is basically transfer where you're part of something, you're part of something, I would like to have an Afghanistan. I would like to have one of our businessmen in America, Afghanistan, own like half of the NFL, NBA. We're gonna still be trying to get what it's ours out of America, no matter where we go. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Oh yeah. I want to see if I can play this for you guys. I still have some stuff in my studio. I haven't let everything go yet, but I want to just play this. So you'll only be able to see these things right now until I release them. Okay, on College
Yeah,
Genesis show.
I still want you to create that group in
Oh
the
yeah, I
Ning
got to
site
do that. I'm
and
definitely gonna.
upload all your videos to there.
Yeah, I got a 40 videos or something like that, but I'm still
Yeah,
got.
upload them all. It's
I
easy to
got
upload.
still things
All you do is
in the pipe.
embed it. You do the embedded, and then you can make regular description and stuff like that. And I would share it through the Ning site and whatnot, because you can share it, pull it out on Twitter, which we call WhatsApp, Facebook, whatever, LinkedIn, whatever like that.
Oh
You want
yeah,
to
no
send it,
problem. So let me see if I can share this. Can you see my studio?
Yeah.
Let me see if it'll work. So you see that right there, man, from my brother Baruti. I love his Ubuntu stuff, man, but it only going to work in the Afghanistan, nowhere else.
Yeah.
So here we go. Let me pull it back. Let me try if I can play this. See if this works out. Right.
I've been thinking about our roots.
Can you hear it, guys?
You're here.
Can you see it?
Yep.
All right, here we go.
Our culture, and where we're headed. Y'all know sometimes it takes seeing something extraordinary to remind us of what we're capable of. Well, let me tell you, I've just come across something that's lit a fire in my soul. It's about an African-American engineer who's designed something incredible in Ghana, and it's got me thinking about how we can reboot our Ubuntu culture. Listen, this engineer, he's not just building houses, he's creating a whole new way of living. We're talking about a 200-acre property in Ghana that's all about sustainable living. Fresh water, fish farming, animal husbandry, it's all there. It's like he's taken the best of our past and merged it with the technology of our future. This is some small-scale experiment, y'all. This is a full-on revolution in how we live. Y'all know, when I heard about this, I couldn't help but think about how this is exactly what we need. Now let me tell you about Kayla's vision of Afrikstan. It's like this engineer's project, but on a whole other level. Afrikstan isn't just about sustainable living. It's about rebooting our entire Ubuntu culture. It's about bringing back that sense of community, that connection to the land, that respect for our environment that's been a part of our heritage for centuries. This isn't just a dream, folks. This is a roadmap to our future. We gotta understand, Afrikstan isn't just a concept, it's a blueprint for our future. It's about creating spaces where we can live in harmony with nature, where we can grow our own food, generate our own power, and build our own communities. Y'all, we've got to talk about why this matters. This isn't just about building eco-friendly houses, it's about reclaiming our identity. It's about saying, we remember who we are and we're going to live that truth. Sustainable living isn't just good for the environment, it's good for our souls. It connects us to the land, to each other, to our ancestors. It's about rebuilding the bridges that have been broken over time. Think about it. Fresh water systems that respect and preserve our resources, fish farming that provides food without depleting our oceans, animal husbandry that works with nature, not against it. This is the wisdom our ancestors had, and it's the future we need to embrace. It's about creating a life that's not just sustainable for the planet, but sustainable for our culture, our communities, our very identities. Listen, we've got a choice to make. We can keep on the path we're on, or we can take a leap towards a future that honors our past and secures our tomorrow. Afrikstan, sustainable living, Ubuntu culture, these aren't just buzzwords. They're a call to action. It's time for us to stand up, to reclaim our heritage, and to build a future that we can be proud of. The blueprint is there. The vision is clear. Now it's up to us to make it happen. Are you ready? Because I sure am. Let's do this, y'all. Let's create the future we deserve.
Oh yes, that's what I'm talking about, folks. That's what I'm talking about. You know, that's what I'm talking about. That's basically a vision and everything like that. We're talking about, you know.
Man, it's
So
possible.
call it the over the top dude. You're making more radical than has to be. What do you talk about? Go to the look. All these. Why are you telling me go to these useless organizations, the AU? And I'll say if I go there, I'm legitimizing them. You know, I'm not going to legitimize ECOWAS and the AU. I don't believe in them. I think they're a joke. You know, so why am I going to sit there and legit? I'm not one of these African American. By the way, did you see Dr. Khan? She was a freaking complete buffoon.
No,
She
I didn't
brought
see her recently.
African Americans to Burkina Faso.
Mm.
And she, one of my guys, the BAO, was supposed to be on that group. I don't know if he's in there now, but I think he's back in the States. Mike Akins and whatnot, you know.
Okay.
He didn't want to listen to me. Went to Tanzania, but it probably took him for all his money, whatnot, you know.
Got him back broke now. After they fleeced
back
him
in Chicago doing what he was doing, you know. But my whole thing is, man, look, Dr. Arcana, what gets me is, if after there was supposed to be so many rich Nigerians, this is what we always say, rich Africans. Why did they always gotta bring us into this shit? You know, we never get what we want. Look, I always say like this. If you're gonna listen to me, I'm saying like this. The only thing I want to talk about is in Africa. You know, I don't care about Burkina Faso. Got a good leader. I wish them a lot of luck. I think they're doing really well. I saw this.
Oh yeah, I'm proud of that young brother, man.
Yo, they're building state-of-the-art highways and railway systems and whatnot. You know, give everybody.
Oh yeah.
Yo, they're really doing it, and I'm proud of that country. But that's the bottom line. That's for Burkina Fasans. I'm not a Burkina Fasan, you know. I'm saying I can't be a competing faucet. You know, I'm an African American. You know,
You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna wait till all the FBAs get their 2-year notice, man, on their Section 8. Then they're gonna want to come down to
oh yeah, you know what I'm saying, yo, all y'all FBAs in Section 8, man. What are y'all gonna do, man? Trump saying, yo, man, that's what that is. He said, y'all eating that government cheese,
That's
yeah,
what
y'all eating
happens,
that government
man.
cheese sitting there, we gotta get rid of y'all, man. Y'all gotta get out there and work. People are mad,
In New
boy.
York, man, landlords don't even want to take them no more because they're
Yeah, I know,
so
because
destructive.
it's just a burden, man. It's a freaking
I
burden.
had something before, man, and let me tell you, man, it was the
I
worst
I thought about
situation.
getting into a renting houses outside. Somebody told me, this one white guy told me, he said, no, you don't want to do that, bro.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't like I didn't. The best money I made was just from individuals. One Jamaican dude, man, he paid me good money, and then I had a African American dude with his wife, but he was lying, sneaking the washing machine in the crib,
Yeah.
and then tried to, oh no, I didn't do that, blah, 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 blah. So I said, you know what, I just paid him back his
I'm about to
thing
get into real.
and
My
got rid
brother,
of him.
my brother and his daughter got a real estate company, and they're on their second property, flipping a second property. They go good. I might get into it this summer. Flip a property with them and want to get my feet wet. I used to flip properties back in the '90s.
Okay.
You
Yeah,
know.
man. I used to do a lot of renting, man. Even when I was like 15, when we got our first property was it was, a duplex upstairs, downstairs. But I felt like when I got married, I brought my family in on the first floor, and having the whole family in one house was more prosperous than anything we could do when it came to renting,
Hmm.
because people always had a problem. They always had a reason why they couldn't pay their rent on time.
Yeah,
I
I
had
hate
to
that
throw
shit.
people out, or you get 3 people and they come back later in the night. It's 15 of them living in your place, man. And they destroy your place down. They run up your water bill. They
Yeah.
break up your stuff. It just, it became counterproductive.
People think real estate is easy. It's not.
It's not easy. And I did it for years, man, from a young dude, like 15. I cut my teeth in that, man. And I was like, you know what? I had, I have I got 2 white friends. I got a Jewish friend that I have from, we taught together. And I have another dude that I went to school with. He's a white Christian guy. He's having some issues, but he's a real nice brother, man. Except he always trying to get me to become a Christian. Do you know Jesus and all that? I was like, oh man, you know, what
Let me answer Chuko. He says
Chuku. When we put him up there, let me put him up there. Let me put my brother Chuku.
Chuko.
Chooks, we
Chuko's
call
another
him.
Elvis.
Chooks, we call him. I like Chooks, man.
Chuko says, Colin, why do you think the Black American nation state and that will be a utopia, racial unity, no tribalism? Well, what Black America, our culture is not tribalistic. That's just one thing. We're not tribalistic because tribalism is something that a luxury. Tribalism is a very primitive state of mind. It's prime.
Slavery took care of that.
Slavery,
Slavery
slavery,
eliminated
yeah,
tribalism.
slavery took care of that freaking tribalism.
That
That
was
shit
it. We didn't.
disappeared real quick, man.
That's
Real
it.
quick.
To the point. We didn't have time to be tribalists. We realized that it was
We had a
us
common
against
enemy,
them, and we had no choice. So everybody had to bond together, move together, marry each other, and try to. We're really a miracle, man. If people really think about
Yeah,
who we are as a people, right?
that's
I hear
why.
them.
That's why,
We're a
bro.
miracle.
Let me say this. That's why I still tell anybody the Afghanistan is for the Maafa people, right? But I still think it'll be safer if we were at least 75% of the population.
Yeah, you know what it is, man. I don't want to go into the history because I'm gonna get these people. All I will say is there's a reason that Marcus Garvey came to America and he got it popping here.
Yeah, because Jamaicans laughed at him one night. He came to
It's a
America.
reason,
He lit the fire. He said, "I finally found my people."
you
Right there.
know.
He did the
There's a
first thing
reason.
he said he was terrified. He said he was nervous. He got up there and said what he had to say. And when people stood up and whatnot, said, "Yeah," they called him Messiah. And Marcus Garvey whatnot. Liz said Marcus Garvey's trash. She got to get deleted for that. You know,
Who's that? Which one is that?
Lizzo.
Oh yeah, she works for the other chick, man. What's her name? You know, Mama Chantel.
George, her Chantel's gotten.
Oh yeah, that
Oh
she's a
Lord, man.
Chantellian.
Oh
She's a
Lord.
Chantellian.
The poor righteous. I know they're all. I think conspiracy and whatnot. You know.
I don't know.
Chantel.
You know what it is? I think poor right. I was listening to the sister, and I just think she's just a deprived person. And she
She
probably
said
went
she
through.
hates black people, man. She don't like being
Yeah, I
around black.
believe her. I believe that she probably wasn't attractive or whatever the case may be, and never got. She's somewhat intelligent, and so
She had
maybe
a lot of
people.
hard times in life. She never get a
Yeah,
break.
maybe people just gave her a hard time. Let's see what your boy got to say. Mabomba, mabomba, booma.
Probably took me every time he shunned contact about it. But I don't shun contact. It's called ad lib, man. Ad lib. You so long with it, Rudy. You know, I get to the point. You express support for you. I
My
never
brother
said I
Chuko.
suppress. Look, I've never said I suppress support for you. I said I have no problem when people do. You know, I don't. You know,
Because
because
we had a civil rights. We all marched together.
yeah,
We didn't
that's what we said
care.
we wanted. You
We
know, we
we
said
we
we wanted.
fought.
I
Yep,
look. I'm
okay.
where my people are. Right. My people said the America said well, that's what Email said. This is what y'all really want. Yeah, we want to be part of whatever America was. Black people wanted to be a part of it. You know,
We did sit-ins. We did shut-ins.
we want
We
to be
had
part of
we
the civilization. You know,
we were race people, and we all got together because you know what? You know why, Chuku? Because we understood something that nobody else did. That we were all black people,
right?
and black trumped everything else. Black trumps
Why
everything,
do you think? Hold on. Why do you think we
everything
have
else.
black people that are Christians and Muslims get along and live together as a people? The
Okay.
Muslims aren't some people. The Hebrews and Christians, they're not some alien people. They're still part of the black community. You know.
Yep. Yeah, black is a see. That's why. See, that's what you continental Africans
They don't
don't
understand.
understand. You don't understand the blackness, baby. You got to feel the
That
blackness.
checks out Chukwa. When we have the African, that's how the laws, the customs, the culture is going to be based on. You know.
The blackness, baby.
And so the bottom line says we're gonna have the majority of people thinking like that. Everything you see is gonna be based on that. And say, True goes to be on there. Why can my white friends have a holiday over here because it's a black state? You know, why can't they have citizenship because it's a black state? And let me talk about what's going on in South Africa, which is bullshit. You know,
Oh, look at this guy, Chuku. Check him out. Check out. I like the what you say, Chuku? Or was it? Oh, that's Kane. Here's Chuku. This is a utopian vision that has captured our mind. See see the whole thing
no, it's
is
reality, bro.
the reality is that you want to be able to wake up in the morning and understand who you are, where you're going, and what you want to do. And see if you can see your vision clear. See, you got to understand. See, you're not full American, right? Because you don't understand that they took you off to Africa and Africanized you, and you were enamored by this Eboism, thing your dad was, and I'm happy for you, man.
Because
You
they
you,
want to get out of what he was. Is,
you want to escape from
he
your
don't want any
mother's
conflict.
reality,
Let me tell you
and
something. He's like Ross Moise, right? True quote. He doesn't want no conflict with white America. That's what it's all about, right? So he chooses Igbo side because there's no real conflict with white America.
yeah,
You know,
there you go. So
that's all it is.
and so in reality is when people say to you, you're not a real N, what they're really trying to articulate is you're not a real black man. You know,
So he
you
goes to
you
his Igbo side to
you can
escape.
but it's all ceremonial. It's all I want to be an exotic Negro. You
Yeah,
know, that's it does it, with this Igbo sign, and he's got his picture up there and it's illuminated. And so you have a false sense of reality because the Igbos are suffering, right? They're the most suffering group, okay, in Africa, and you're part of Africa. And so what you want to do is you want to come here and make yourself feel superior. You have nothing to talk about in Igbo land. You
I
have
know.
nothing to contribute. Most of you guys are just pathetic, man, to be honest with you.
Yeah,
Most of you, and not you're not
Mike
pathetic
Wale.
because you're African. You're pathetic because You have no other life to talk about other than African Americans. We disturb you so much that you won't go back to your homeland and make it what you needed to make it. So you would rather be an exotic Negro in the white man's world than to confront the problems that you have the ability to
Now
go and confront
there's
and
one
solve.
thing there's one thing going on right now is you got a man in the White House who don't give a shit about you, who make it
Yeah.
clear you're not welcome here. They don't like that. That's why on Dynasty Show today, this Ethiopian chick attacking Dynasty and all
Yeah, I
this.
saw her. She called him a passport, bro, right?
Say also like this. So my whole thing is I'm like this. We're just saying, there's nothing to see here, whatever like that. She goes, why is it? Because some black people basically, not even so much as that. Some black people are just so fed up with the political situation. They either sat home or gave Donald Trump their vote,
There you go.
just to break the monotony of what's going on. So we can't basically have people catering to immigrants but not on our vote, like so I'm voting for DACA. I'm voting to be replaced or not, It had this one brother tell me, man, I went down to the construction site, man. I hadn't worked in years. I was
Here go
doing
my man Chuku. He says that dollar bill. Hold on, where is? Hold on, let me get him, because I don't want him to think that I'm not addressing his stuff. Dollar bill does nothing but project his insecurities outward. This is a defense mechanism to project your fragile. My identity is not fragile. I'm an African American, bro. I am the African American. We've got over 50,000 patents. We took.
We're the
Listen,
African story in America,
I just want you to encapsulate this inside of your brain. We came here with nothing, no African identity. We had nothing, but not even clothes to put on our bodies, and yet and
Check
still,
this out. Just look at this slide. Okay, Mexico own more business in America. Do you want me to play a top 20 black businesses in America? And then somebody can show me a top 20 Mexican business. It's not even a comparison.
But ask this question. Let's say you were right? Mexico is the southern part of the United States, okay, where Texas was annexed to them, California. So you would think, right, that they're close proximity to
you would think
America.
they'd be thriving. They're
They
thriving.
would be the most thriving group.
California is
in
one of the
America.
richest regions on the planet, right?
Come on.
And Mexico, that part of Baja California, is one of the poorest. How the hell that happened?
They weren't slaves in this country. See, this is the whole thing. See, I used to get angry. I don't get angry anymore because I just want people to see the hypocrisy. Let me explain it to you once again. My identity is not fragile. I don't want to be Igbo man. I don't want to be anything else other than an African American. I'm not ashamed of slavery. My people have only probably been out of slavery less than 200 years. And we've got the biggest billionaire in the world. We got two of them. Okay. And we've got more than that. There's another brother.
We produced the first black billionaire.
We produced the first, and this is from slavery. Right?
And
we didn't walk
in
around.
1986.
We didn't walk around with a little Igbo tag on us. And we didn't have a daddy telling us you're not like your mama's people. You're better than us, but yet you got to come here and use us to get what you need. Because if you were so great, you would have stayed in Nigeria.
I know.
So you think that I'm projecting what you are doing is projecting your fragile identity, because you know that, and I know, when we know that in all of the civilized people in the world, the Europeans, the Asians, okay, and then the Africans, we're on the last list. But yet and still, we have 90% of the natural resources that make the rest of the world go around. So you really honestly and truthfully think that I'm insecure? See, we beat the white man. We fought the white man, okay, for our freedom. We did it in blood. We didn't come here kissing ass and trying to get a visa and marrying crackers. We fought the white man on soil. We left blood and bones on soil. We fought. You don't understand that. That's what you knew, Negroes. You knew FBAs don't understand. Our people fought in every war. We liberated the Jews from Auschwitz. We liberated the French. That's why the Statue of Liberty wasn't for white people coming across Ellis Island.
Yeah,
The
so black
Statue of
people.
Liberty was for black people. It's a
But
black girl.
America, it was basically a tribute to America for ending slavery.
You don't understand that, bro. And you never will. You never will understand. You still trying to run away from parts of Nigeria because you want to fantasize that Nigeria is not a real country. Well, if it isn't, who's to blame? Who's to blame? You have been independent, so-called, since 1960 or 1961, and yet and still, you're still a beggar nation, and you're still running around worried about what America's gonna do, and you're sitting on all this gold and diamonds, uranium, all of the stuff that everyone needs. You're sitting on it. And I'm projecting a fragile identity. Your identity is fragile, not mine. I've seen what my people can do when they were left alone. They built towns.
Mitchell says Africa stagnant. There's a lot of tribal. We don't have no tribal.
We have no tribalness. It's stupid.
Yeah, I guess he means gang fights. Gangs are not Black African American culture, bro. That's ghetto street culture and whatnot. That's not new. It's criminal culture. That's not African American. That's why I hate when people.
Actually, it's American culture because America, the story of America is the story of gangs. You see, you don't know that. See that this is when I listen to people like Mike Omawale. Let me just give you guys a little preference. They're white people who have been for 400 years, just like black people. They're white people who came here as indentured servants, slaves. And they're white. And how do you know? We call them, and I didn't notice initially, Kala, but if you travel the United States, especially on the eastern part of the United States, you're going to find people all the way from upstate down to South Carolina, from one part to the other. They all sound alike, do they not? They got that country talk and draw. You know why? They're the same people. And I used to think when I was a kid that they were saying, those were crackers. People used to call them crackers. But I didn't know later that cracker is a culture. There's a cracker cow. The word cracker, describes an Irish people. Okay, they speak Cockney. They have this drawl. This is who they are. They're crackers, right? And you can look it up, or I'll look it up for you. Okay, listen, Chuku, we are not upset about slavery. You're the one that's upset. You've got a slave caste of Igbos inside of your community. Do you think we care if we were slaves? We were slaves. We went from slavery to owning damn near everything, to inventing every damn thing. We're not upset about it, brother. We're proud. We hold that in high esteem. We took something from nothing and made it. Do you understand what it takes, the intestinal fortitude it takes to do that in a country where it's legal for 150 years to terrorize you and hang you and kill you and nobody's going to jail? Do you know it? See, you don't have that kind of nuts, Chuku. Because if you had that kind of nuts, you be in your country right now instead of running around here, spending your nights and your evenings worried about African Americans. I think it's you who want to come back home, Chuku. You want to be, because you know that bullshit your daddy told you was a lie. It was all bullshit. You motherfuckers weren't better, because if you were better, you would have been doing better. You'd have been doing better than any black people on the planet. You had more black people in one concentrated area than any other black people, in the world. What did you do with it? What did you do with it? There was a time in the 1970s where the naira was worth more than the dollar. What did you do with the wealth? You had slavery, you sold the people, your own Igbo people, you sold Igbo people. And don't say you didn't, because there's an Igbo landing right here in America. You sold Igbo people, Chukwo, here to America. But what good did it do you? Tell me.
Let me answer a couple of questions. Dustbro said, Colin, what do you think about South Africans not wanting to let the white farmers come to America? Do you think it was all? Look, the bottom line is this. There's this group in South Africa called AfriForum, right? I've been battling with these dudes for years, right? And they're basically made up of white Boers, racists. They put out, ever since they formed right around the time of Mandela was in office, they formed just to put out propaganda against the black majority government. And it started with this whole idea of white farmers being killed and whatnot. And they try to make it, but a lot of white people said, no, these farming killings had nothing to do with race. They were just opportunities of crime. But they went around the world talking about there's a genocide of white farmers and blah, 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 and everything like that. And evidently Donald Trump bought it, Elon, they bought it, white farmer. Truth is, there's no white farmers being persecuted like that. They're usually people, land disputes and everything like that. But
propaganda.
But the problem is these people are basically ruling South Africa through proxy. Like they basically successfully, because they were terrified when Mugabe allowed his soldiers to take over that land. They said this happens in South Africa, so they went on this whole thing of getting support, in the West for their so-called cause, And so these guys rung around, and also I had a battle with them. This is what I learned a long time. Let me tell you something. What I learned, right? They basically said the number one threat to them was the radicalization of Africans by African Americans. So therefore, we had this one group, a Facebook group called Afroland, right? Afroland. It was really good, right? Talking. Then the whites were like saying, no. And then you had some black Uncle Toms from Africa talking about, well, I see whites as our fellow South Africans and all stuff like that. It had that. Then black people like, no, white people are this, blah, blah, blah. And then people start, all this information has gone back to now the policy towards Africa is this. They came to the conclusion after AfriForum and over the last 15 years is saying that, okay, what are we going to do about China and Africa, right? Why is China winning against us in Africa? They said the white Americans said, yeah, Africa, I have a good time. Go to Kenya, I spent on a safari and whatnot. They said, but what's the problem going on now? They said the radicalization and the connection of Black America, right, influenced through social media, Africa. So they said they have to counter that by basically having Africans and African Americans fight with each other online. And that right around that time, that's when people like Afro Dumbass shows up and all these other people, and they deliberately stoke anti-Black American. That's what basically birthed the FBA ADOS movement. Was this because I think could have been that initially this was done by white people pretending to be Black, saying things about Black people in America, ghetto, and blah, 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 blah. We don't want them coming to Africa, bringing the ghetto here. I think really that was actually white people doing that shit, saying that shit, pretending to be Africans. I remember this one time, bro, there was a real fat 400-pound white guy in this forum called Topics, right? And he was pretending to be a freaking Gambian girl, saying, well, I'm a Gambian girl, and I'm just I don't like Black American men. Then comes somebody found out that this is motherfucking dude like a 400-pound white guy, pretending like he's a Gambian girl. I mean, it was just the stuff they were doing, man. It was like basically trying to, and Black people see that shit, and they're like, oh, F you bitch. When I went about your black, it was just ugly back and forth. Well, my father told me that the African Americans are crack on welfare and they leave baby mamas and whatnot. I was a white guy pretending to be an African girl. It's so hilarious, man, And the dude got found out, man. I said, yo, man, that dude's a 400-pound. Like, I see his profile. It just investigated. It's like a 400-pound white guy sitting in his mama's basement, talking shit,
And they robbed up somebody like Chuku.
Yeah. Well, the bottom line is this: when they basically do that, right? What happens is people get radical, like, "Oh man, that's what Africans think about us." But you just gotta be
Yeah.
smarter,
They
you know.
hate us. These African Americans, they hate us. They're gonna be white people when they come home. They come back here, they're gonna be the new white people. All this
But
nonsense.
the whole thing is, well, Africans basically were there was a lot because of things like World
Leprechaun.
Star and hip
Uh,
hop and whatnot. You know, Africans were getting social media created a different image of. I remember something before social media. The image of Africa guy was Ebony magazine, shows like the Cosby Show, Fresh Prince, Sanford Son. Those are the images, you know, of basketball players and whatnot. You know, and then in movies and whatnot. You know, there's social media, and all they're saying is the gang violence. You know, the world star hip hop shit.
hold on one second, Marie. Mary Shy, we're sorry that we're making you upset. We're not trying to make you upset, but there's some things that men got to fight out. And I know, sister, that can make you feel upset because you're a person who believes in unity. And there's nothing wrong with unity, but we got to call some of these people out, because if we don't call these people out, then we're remiss in having people think this. We have to fight against them, and we have to fight against the FBA people at the same time. So it's not us, it's people who don't want to see the development of Africa. People don't want to see Africa free. They don't want to see Africans free. These people are the status quo. They want to be exotic Negroes in America. And you have to understand, they would prefer to have people try to kill themselves to get to America than for them to build up their countries. They don't realize that there are thousands of people who are saving around for lotteries, who are not trying to build up. I see Asians building up their countries, building up their infrastructure, building up their culture, prepared, to survive for the next 200 or 300 years. And then I see brilliant African people on inner tubes trying to get to the Canary Islands and trying to
That's
get to
sad.
Europe.
That's sad.
It's sad, man. It's sad when all we
And
think we
I'm
can
not
do
gonna
is
sit
that.
here and be like, "Oh, everything all right." No, it's not all right. Just like I started to show up with showing the crime in Black America. No, we have the whole thing is the whole entire Black race, right, has never recovered from slavery and whatever we went through. You know, we're still suffering the effects of slavery and what happened to us in this country. What this hey, anytime basically you could be in a friggin' McDonald's, and next thing you know, somebody look at somebody the wrong way, and next thing you know, fists are flying and guns are coming. There's something wrong, you know.
You see, and the thing is, Marie, these people, right? The African FBA people would rather sling insults on each other and talk about each other and kill each other and do the servitude of white domination for them. They don't care. The white people are just laying back and laughing. And they say, let these Negroes kill each other. When they kill each other in America, we can get them out and gentrify their communities. When they kill each other in Africa, we can swoop down. We've already genocide one people, with millions of people. We'll just go, Northern Africa is already taken, by the Arabs. We'll just go and take Africa one country at a time, so Black people have nothing. And they don't understand that.
Let me true quote. He said Afro slavery is a bland fact of history for most Africans. Yeah, because they're not. The whole thing is because Africans don't have a friggin' education worldview. They basically feel that okay, slavery happened to those people, right? Not us. They understand just slavery affected everybody because it basically gave Afro Europeans that sense of superiority. That's why they carved up the continent. You know.
They don't understand that.
Yeah, that's it. So the reason why Nigeria was carved up is because you allowed slavery. You know, that's one of the reasons why
I
they
see
said.
so many little children on this platform, right? And not just this platform, Kazarian platform. It's a shame to see grown men act like little babies.
I know.
You're upset about what? What exactly are you upset about? You don't want a vision for the future. So what do you want to do? You want to keep things status quo. You think staying in America and hoping that white people somehow, some way are going to say, you Negroes have been so good to us. You
Hey,
gave us
you
a
know what gets me
culture.
a dollar bill?
Uh-huh.
I said like this. I could even see if we was like in the late '80s. To me, the late '80s, early '90s was the best time of my life. That time period was the best time of my life, man. I mean, everything was perfect. Then somehow the mid '90s things has changed. The
Uh-huh.
late '80s, early '90s, a beautiful time. That's what I was coming of age, everything like that. It seemed like we had. I remember we would go see movies like Harlem Nights, whatnot. Spike Lee's "Do the Right Thing" was out. Remember
Mm-hmm.
that?
Yeah.
Robert Townsend's Partners in Crime. Remember that?
Yes.
Remember them time period? Bismarck's, Vapors, whatnot. We had Big Daddy Kane. Those are beautiful time periods. We had the Fresh Prince show and the Cosby Show. We had all these things. We had Eddie Murphy's movies out, whatnot. We had all these things. A beautiful time period, right? Now, I remember we used to go to Anthony Wayne. Have you been to Anthony Wayne Park before?
Is that in Queens?
No, upstate New York, right? It's
No, no,
upstate New
no.
York, right? It's right there, almost near Bear Mountain, right? I remember going there and seeing all these black families and whatnot at church picnics and family reunions and whatnot. It was just a beautiful place. You ever went to Tarrytown, New York?
Oh yeah, Tarrytown.
Remember
Yeah,
the
I've been to
big fish
Tarrytown many
fries and
times.
watermelon stuff like that? Garbage.
I
I
used
used
to
to,
go to a place upstate where the brother had his own little spot upstate, Peg Leg Bates. I don't know if you ever heard of Peg. He was a guy who was a performer who had one leg, but he had a bunch of property upstate, and people would come from all over to go to his recreational park, and he would
I
dance
probably
and
went there. I probably
perform.
went there. I probably went there.
Yeah, so that was one of the
You know what I'm
things
saying?
that
So
I
we used to
did.
go to places doing like that, seeing all those black families out there and whatnot. Remember Flushing Meadow Park in Queens?
Yes. Oh yeah.
All these times are beautiful times. I remember. That's why when I say the Afghanistan, what I want to do is recreate and give to a next generation the beautiful life childhood I had. Going down south for the summer. Remember those days?
Oh
Going
yeah.
down south and spending with your kinfolk, your cousins, and your kinfolk in the south and whatnot.
I
We
loved
used
it,
to have a
man.
beautiful life in America, right? But now, or now, I go to the same South or not, Elizabeth City, North Carolina. Now they say that's a murder capital. I'm like, what the hell happened? So
Wow.
everything. Look. I'm gonna tell you right now. Everything was taken from me. Right. Everything that I loved and knew about Black America was taken from me. So I don't resent when people try to say, "Oh, everything's all good and whatnot." No, it's not.
Well, they don't know the America that you know.
Yeah, but no, but this guy Big Cheese older than me. He's older than us. This guy
Yeah,
has.
he's older than us. I don't know. Did he?
Yeah,
Did
he said that. He said he
he
was
cam
around.
up? Did he
This guy's in
cam
his
up?
70s. This guy, he said he's in his
I don't
70s,
believe him. I
whatever.
don't believe. I think people just say
No,
crap.
I think he is. But he's probably old dudes that's still out there chasing Mexican women out in California. You know.
I don't believe some of
And
these
so
guys.
now, how are you basically old enough to be Tariq Nasheed's father, and you're
Following
following a
TikTok.
fucking dude calling himself FBA?
Yeah, that's why I don't believe these people, man. I think they lying, man.
No, I think that probably. But he says, yeah, he was around during the civil rights movement. So
Yeah, I don't believe that.
So
People.
basically, he probably is. Some people in that studio. You got people out there that are that freaking far gone. So like Mr. Cat said, those days when they entered segregation for the crack epidemic. People overestimate the crack epidemic. I just think what happened was because of the presence of crack and the condoning of people making money and stuff like that to break down the community. That's what happened. We went to sin. Black people went into sin. In other words, basically, we used to be a moral, upright people. Crack came in, and when I see you seeing a sister that was one used to be my babysitter when she used to go to church, be a church girl, and I seen decent black women that used to be church girls, sing on the choir, out there strung up on crack. That did something to me. You know what I'm
Of
saying?
course.
That did something to me. And I'm talking about decent women selling their bodies to get a hit of crack. That did something, and it angers me right now when I think about it. And so therefore, I said to myself, the community. I said, how did that happen? I said, now what kind of place We'll let it happen. I said only America, right? Like we had the AIDS epidemic, the crack epidemic, the gang. Now we have a gun epidemic, So it seems to me that nothing, as far as us trying to preserve a civilization, a black civilization, is ever going to work inside the white man's country. A white man's heaven is what?
Black man's hell.
It's a black man's hell. Let me say it again. A white man's heaven. So anytime you find yourself in heaven in a white man's hell, you find yourself in heaven in a white man's hell. Two things don't work. If this is a white man's heaven, this is naturally our hell.
They don't understand.
I don't believe this. Those FBA people talk about we got it popping over here. I'm American. No, you're a fucking fool. I'll deal with America. While I'm here, I'm making money. Hey, look, I'm grateful for God what I got, right? But I still this is a black man's hell. This is not my heaven, And I don't tell me about wait to the afterlife for my heaven. I want my heaven here on earth, in this life, That's what they do with black people. They say, "Oh, the white man tell you, I know you're out here suffering and sweat and dying, whatever, but you're gonna get your just reward when you get up in the sky,
Yeah, the by and by, right?
In the by and by, I'm sick of the by and by, So there people gonna say Big Cheese ain't commenting, because he feels stupid if he goes, guess what I just said, You can't call yourself.
I don't believe he's real, man. I'm being honest. Some of these folks,
Big Cheese might be a white guy,
Yeah, I don't believe some of these guys.
It's nobody say utopian. We're gonna have our fucking problems, but this shit right here is ridiculous, right?
Can I show one more thing here for the night? Let me see. Let me if I get my stream right here. Let me get my share my screen. I wanted to show. Let me see if it's here.
Chupo says usually does this. Well, sure, white people are creating utopias. What is Italy for the Italian? Utopia, What is French for the Frenchman? Utopia. What is British for the Englishman? Utopia.
What is the white man trying to do here in America? Create utopia for white men. What is Australia? He's an idiot, man. I try to do. Oh, you see unlimited right there?
I see. Yeah.
All right, let me see if it'll come up. So I didn't really want to release these yet, but let me see. Let me know if you can hear it.
I see it, but I don't hear it.
There's some drama going on. Hold on. I wanted to adjust the analytics because I didn't really release this one yet. But give me a minute. It'll be a premiere for the color nation. Hold on. Okay, let me go back. Okay, unlimited. Okay, hold on. I want the T-Man. Okay, hold on 1 second. All right, I played that for you. I played African Identity. Did I play that for you? The African Identity?
I don't know. I don't think
okay,
so.
All right. Let me try to get the other one boom up, and let me play this one for you.
African guys have the school chuko about slavery.
You've started your business and it's time to register for a trademark, but where do you begin? Introducing Trademark Engine, a low-cost alternative to high legal fees. Trademark Engine is an online legal document filing service that makes the trademark registration process efficient, understandable, and affordable in 3 easy steps. All while providing peace of mind that your documents are filed in the correct way, so you can focus on running your business.
All right, skip this joint right here. How the hell did that happen? Hold on a second. How did that happen?
They both did partial practice, showed steady progress, but still not ready.
Oh, goodness. How did that happen? Hold on a second.
Not yet.
All right, hold on. I don't know how that happened. Hold on, let me see.
Meantime, go ahead, DK.
Go ahead, DK. Do your thing, bro.
So, what do you think about the situation in South Africa, Kala?
What specific are you talking about?
The resettlement program.
Trump, the bottom line is, I think Trump, he was on a roll until he did this shit. He was misled by a bunch of people who were bluffing. The white South Africans were bluffing, and white South Africans they're not being persecuted, right? They're not moving to America. Look, they got it good in Africa, you know. Even if they lost a lot of their land, they still got enough. You know how much land they own, you know. So even if they basically was like, okay, if I get taken down to 50 acres, I still got 50 acres of land that I know I got an easy labor support apply, you know. South African whites live off of black labor, you know. Without black labor, that
Exactly.
symbiosis of black labor and extreme poverty, there would be nothing, you know.
You
You
know,
think they could come to America and farm and out that climate and weather and whatnot, and have what they have? No. They tried in Australia, they tried in other places, they failed, you know.
and the problem with Trump is he's been hijacked by Elon Musk,
Yeah, he
uh,
let this bullshit, you
Peter
know, that's
Thiel,
what cost him.
Peter Thiel, who also lived in South Africa and Namibia when it was Southwest Africa, and David Sachs, who was born in South Africa. He's been hijacked by people who grew up in the apartheid system. So we'll see
Yeah,
how
and the
things
bottom
go.
line is that Trump, I think he means well. It's like, okay, these people are persecuted because he buys that shit like they're being persecuted. And so he offered them to come up here and whatnot. But the whole thing is he's been misled, you know, by people who are got nefarious reasons. These people, Elon Musk, all these people, they really hate the fact that they can't do nothing about the fact that South African blacks are the majority, you know? And the bottom line, they can't do nothing about the fact that, you know, in other words, basically, if the Afrikaners really felt like that, they should have went to war, you know, and settled like that. They didn't do that, so basically, they knew they would have been slaughtered, you know. So they basically use an international opinion because they basically over exaggerate the crime in South Africa, and just basically every time you hear negativity about South Africa and everything like that, also they were the ones stoking the xenophobia against Zimbabweans, you know. You know, those stoking it against black. They like seeing black. And the thing they're really terrified of African Americans coming there, because in Cape Town, there's a lot of African Americans who are buying houses and property because they figure like this. This is what they figured. They said, "Oh, they want to price housing out of African reach, black reach in Cape Town." And what's happening is the black people realtors are trying to get African, like my brother Mark Blanton, are getting black people from America who could buy these houses and whatnot easily, you know, and like this, you know, so it's gonna be interesting. You got large numbers of African Americans who are moving to South Africa, and the bottom line, the worldwide whites are gonna be humiliated by the fact that okay, you said that you were being persecuted. Now their whole argument is done. Now Cyril Ramaphosa can go ahead and confiscate the land. To tell you the truth, because white people, their bluff was called. You know, Donald Trump offered them to come to America. And they said no. See, the whole thing is that when you claim asylum, you have to have a real and imminent proof of imminent persecution. You know what I'm saying? And so you have to be in real danger. The fact that they're dragging their feet and what I told you that was a false claim. So in other words, South African whites were making false claims all these years, and that's what we were saying all the time. Whites, a lot of people saying that whites aren't being persecuted in South Africa. It's still a privilege of being white in South Africa, you know. So it is going to be interesting in the future. You know, how does Trump come out of this? I have no idea because he just made, you know, he was on a roll, right? But I think he made a mistake with this one. You know, he should have waited for at least a year and he did his research. Just said, listen to Elon Musk and these Afroforum people at face value. He should have done his research, you know. And that's what happens when you basically don't come into Pan African spaces and you don't know what's going on a continent, you know. Let's say basically if we used to have like people like Lozy come on here and stuff like that. And so I don't know what happened to these guys, you know, but if we basically had a bigger platforms and stuff like that where we were engaged in the African continent, then somebody could listen and say, well, what's going on? Well, like this. But what happens is white people got their own thing that they only listen to. White people don't bother listening to black media or alternative media. It's black. You know, they'll believe the white people's side. Afroforum is a complete rag of a blog. It's a lie. They're racist, when they're white supremacists and whatnot. And I told this one guy in Afroforum, he says, yeah, Carl, we're going to come to Liberia and get land. I say, yeah, with my dead body, you will, you know? And he was like, yeah, see, you black racists in America are preventing us from getting land in Liberia and Angola. I said, yeah, stay the fuck out of Africa. you know. And so basically, Afroform is just nothing but a bunch of bitter ex-colonialists and racists, you know, who do everything they can just to basically paint the picture that if it wasn't for them, wasn't for so-called white farmers, Africa would starve. That's a lie, you know.
Yeah.
So,
And the situation in Zimbabwe, what happened in Zimbabwe has been totally misconstrued.
the white people are
Mugabe,
actually the ones
he
farming.
wasn't really
The
a
white
Pan
people own the land. The black people are the ones doing the management, the work, everything like that. All white people do is own the land, sit there and sip
Exactly.
champagne, you know,
Yeah.
and wear their khakis. You know, whites are fucking annoying, you know. I'm just so glad, like I said, we build in Afghanistan. We don't have to worry about the. They say, well, wait, look, if a white person shows up there tomorrow, I want to be a farmer, he'll get shot, you know. Simple as that. You know, he'll be shot, you know, shot on sight, you know.
I see on YouTube a lot of black people going to South Africa now, so that's a good thing.
Yeah, it's a good thing. But the bottom line, I still don't think the black South African get it because there's still a lot of. I just don't understand the African mind. You know, they don't see the bigger fucking picture. You know, they're still rumbling about Black Americans taking over and all this. Well, do you want us? I said all the time, do you want us or you want white people? That's the choice they have. You know, where they say they call colonizer, right? I said, well, okay, would you rather be colonized by me or the white man? You know. Take your pick.
That's why I support Paul Kagame. I'd rather him take over
Yeah,
Goma.
I love Paul Kagame. You know, I hope he takes over the Congo and whatnot. You know, I hope he puts the friggin' leadership in the Congo on trial, find them guilty and hang them. You know, and do re-education camps or whatnot, retraining the whole entire continent. Let's lock that whole Congo up down. You know, so they didn't bring black people from all over the world to help manage and administer and build the Congo, right? They said, well, I don't care. The Congo basically has been like that for 500 years. It don't deserve any democracy for the next 100 years. You know, it needs to be administered, you know, under trusteeship. That's what I believe, you know. So, working with the behest of Western. No. See, that's another thing. These fake Pan Africans put out there. Paul Kagame working at behest. That's a lie. Paul Kagame works mostly with China, you know. And also, let's Dalby, you gonna put your video up?
Give me a minute, man. I'm letting you brothers talk for a minute. Do your thing.
I'm gonna play a video.
Yeah, do your thing. I'm just queuing on stuff here.
Arguing with a freaking a Western journalist, and you tell me, Ja. That's what I'm saying. I come here to educate people on that because I know people are freaking misled. You know.
Was it the video where they're getting the mercenaries, the white mercenaries, out of there?
Yeah. They got white mercenaries there hired by the government of Congo. You know, but Paul Kagame would have brought white mercenaries, they would all hell be loose. You know.
You have 120 million people. How does a country of 10 million people take your territory?
Because the bottom line, because they're disorganized, you know. And I tell you what, the real reason why in the Congo is this: Eastern Congo is full of ex-Rwandan soldiers and rebels, right? They're there with the warlord. Warlords are the ones that control that region, you know. They're there. They're there controlling that region, you know. And so, therefore, Paul Kagame knows that he has to fucking keep them off balance by basically waging war and supporting M23. And unfortunately, M22 is also in conflict with the government. You know, that's unfortunate. But the bottom line is Paul Kagame knows he got to keep pressing because you know there's actual rebels inside of Rwanda.
Yeah.
There's rebel groups inside of Rwanda, you know, but they're linked with the rebels in the eastern region. So all he's going to try to cut them off from the rebels inside of Rwanda. That's all. That country, if Rwanda loses, man, that place can go up and he could lose the whole country. So he's doing whatever he got to do, you know, to survive, and I support him 100%. Paul,
Thank you.
versus. Okay, pop right up. Paul Kagame versus journalists. Pop right up. Okay.
My thing is, if you have kids working in mines, your society's already failed. It's over.
Hold up, bro.
You've always considered.
Okay.
The real life man portrayed.
Let's look at.
Oh, God damn it. Hold up.
The real life.
Right. You've always consistently refused.
Okay. What would you say, DK, before I play the video?
Oh, I said when you have in your country, if you have kids working in mines, your society has already failed.
That's what I'm saying. Yep. That's how it is, man. That's why I have no respect for the Congo. You know? Let's see. Let's watch Paul Kagame. Tell me if you look by listening to this, you believe he went for the West. The West keep pushing this fake ass democracy.
This criticism on human rights, on a democracy that's not exactly a democracy, always saying this comes from the West or Western media or Western organization. Don't they have a point at all?
Wouldn't I have a point if I criticize the Western democracy?
Sure.
Yeah. So what is the problem? If democracy is not going to be perfect anywhere at all, as we have seen, as we always see, we see that, you know. What I don't like is just the hypocrisy. You are so deep in your own mess about democracy, and then you think you have authority to come and make criticisms about others and even want that to have a consequence on them. It's just hypocrisy. And am I supposed to accept that?
Well, as a last question, you were elected in 2000, so 22 years in power. The next election is scheduled in 2024. You haven't said whether you would run, but do you consider running or?
Well, I will consider running for another 20 years.
Really?
I have no problem with that.
Really?
Yes. But
This means the president.
You're talking about elections.
Yes.
Again, this is the contradiction and the hypocrisy I'm talking about.
Well, there could be limit on the mandates, right?
Elections are about people choosing, isn't it?
Right. When they're free and fair, yes.
And that's yes, okay. But you haven't at least of all the criticisms you have had, nobody has said the elections have not been free or fair. But we have had it in other places that people don't even talk about, including even people who complain about us. So don't you have, right now as we speak, we are having cases in the developed world about elections.
Right.
You remember not so long ago, there is a case going on somewhere in a very advanced democracy about
the United States, yes.
Somebody who wants to carry. So this is, I think people have to decide what they want to do for themselves. You see, you have problems of your own that somebody should be questioning, and then you want to, be the one to dictate what I should be doing. At the same time, even with the contradiction, because if you are talking about elections, and the election is about people choosing.
Yes, sir, but there could be.
You are saying if it is free and fair, but that has not been the accusation. The accusation is different. Even the one you started, you are not talking about how free or not free the elections are. You are talking about just having to choose so many times. I think that this is different.
Right, but people could say, I'm not going to be president for life. There should be limits.
Which people are you talking about?
Well, you have debates in many African countries about 2 terms. I mean, we've had it, you're having it in Senegal, in Ivory Coast and others, because they say a person after a while in power should leave and maybe...
That's fine. That's fine. I have no problem with that. But people can also say a different thing. So which one are you supposed to accept? People can say that, yes, and I would accept it. But if they said the other one also, I would accept it. So what is the issue here? Anyway, why would anyone be so concerned about our own situation, which the people of Rwanda seem to be happy about, that is working for them, but somebody says, no, that should not happen in Rwanda. We haven't been questioning what is happening elsewhere. As I said, if you criticize me, I criticize you, because there are things somebody is doing that are not right, even against me, and then he comes around and starts blaming me for what I'm doing that is working for me. For me, I'm just even basing on simple logic.
Now that guy basically is how Western journalists attack him. Now, does that seem like he's working for the West? You know, no, it's not. So all these online trolls, these fake Pan-Africanists. Let me tell you something about fake Pan-Africanists, right? They're Europeans, Chinese, and everything who actually love Pan-Africanism, right? Because Pan-Africanism means if they can get the right puppets in place, they got access to the whole entire continent, right? You could let your guard down. For example, I'm going to give you an example of what I'm talking about. About 10 years ago or so, there was ECOWAS wanted to create this trade zone in West Africa, right? And then what happened at the last minute, and a currency, right? A currency, right? Called the ECHO or whatever like that. Nigeria said no. Nigeria looked at his books and looked at everything and said, we will stand to lose, right? And then the Ghanaian government at the time was like saying they want to take Nigeria to the British Hague for disrupting the commerce. So Nigeria is a sovereign republic. It has every right to look at its own interests. They said the reason why is because a lot of goods that would be so-called African were not African at all. There'd be freaking Vietnamese rice. There'd be stuff coming from Malaysia, stuff coming from France, packaged and they give the Africans as a face of it, right, to penetrate the Nigerian big market. And Nigeria said, no, you ain't gonna flood us with your garbage from francophone countries and whatnot, and ruin us in some name of so-called Pan-Africanism, So another thing is Pan-Africanism also allows white South Africans access to the whole entire African continent. So what type of Pan-Africanist are you? Are you a Kuna Matata, Kumbaya Pan-Africanist? Or you are about Black African infrastructure Pan-Africanist? See? College Genesis is about the Black African infrastructure Pan-Africanist, I am not trying to build a cracker stand. I'm not trying to build a China stand.
I like that, the cracker stand.
I'm building an African stand. Do you get it now, Baruti? Do you understand where Kyle's coming from? The Bible says, render unto Caesar that which is Caesar's. As far as Donald Trump is Caesar, right? I render unto him what is his. America is his.
There you go.
And
he
so
fought for it. He conquered it.
Right.
The Latins call it veni, veni, vici. I came, I saw, and I conquered. Veni, veni, vici. For those of y'all who know where Jay-Z got that from. Veni, veni, vici. I came, I saw, and I conquered. I'm going to present my thing as a segue.
African guys, I didn't hear that, but I did hear Nigerian YouTube channel that he lied about graduating. Yeah, it's about
Carla, you like shutting off and on. I don't know if the internet is because of the snowstorm. It's just janky all the way around. Can you hear me? Because sometimes I can't hear you. Can you hear me? Carla?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. All right, let me go back to my limited potential. Oh, can you see the full thing on here?
See,
sound like you're lagging a little. Yeah. You can hear me now? And let them put that in the chat. Okay. And if they can see what I have, unlimited potential. You see a little girl right there in the outfit? Hello? Carla, I can't hear you.
Are we frozen?
I don't know, but I can hear you now. Let me stop sharing for a minute. Let me stop sharing. Yeah, it seemed like we're frozen. Because when I'm talking, I can see my voice vibrating. If you can see us in the chat, could you please put a 1 up if you can see us? Let me try to add Jonathan Miller to the stage. Jonathan, can you hear us?
You're not frozen, this caller.
Oh, it's Kala. Oh, okay, so he's gonna go out and come back in. What's up, my brother?
What up, bro? How you doing?
I'm good. I'm all right. Okay, I'm going to present my screen, and you let me know if you can see me. You can see what I got up here. Okay. Can you see the young lady up there?
Yeah, I see.
All right. Let me know if you can hear her when I pull her thing up.
Hey there. I'm Zuri, and I never thought I'd end up here.
Yeah, I hear.
School. When I first arrived, I felt like a fish out of water. Everything was so different. The founders, they came from all over. America, the Caribbean, Brazil. Each face told a story of heritage and hope.
After 400 years of bondage, segregation, and marginalization, we decided that a new African had to be developed. A new Afrikstani.
At first, I didn't get it. I mean, what did their history have to do with me? Our days were packed with STEM classes, art projects, and this thing called Ubuntu martial arts. It was overwhelming. I couldn't help but wonder, what did all this have to do with me? The older kids, they were training for military, police, and intelligence work. It felt like we were preparing for something. But what? Days turned into weeks, weeks into months, and slowly something started to change. In our science lab, we weren't just learning formulas, we were solving real African problems. Our art wasn't just for show, it was telling our stories, our history. We learned about great African civilizations, innovations that changed the world. Ubuntu martial arts. It wasn't just about fighting, it was about unity, about strength in community. We learned to move as one, to support each other, to be strong together. And then there were the history lessons. Man, those hit hard. Learning about the struggles our people faced, the battles they fought. Not just physical battles, but battles for dignity, for identity, for a future. Slowly, I started to feel it. This wasn't just a school, it was a movement. We weren't just students, we were the seeds of change. And then it hit me, like a ton of bricks. I wasn't just a student anymore, I was part of something bigger. Something that could change the future of Africa. All those classes, all those trainings, they were pieces of a puzzle that, when put together, showed a new Africa. A strong Africa. An Africa that could stand tall on the world stage. Now, when I look in the mirror, I don't just see Zuri. I see a new Afrikstani, ready to take on the world. Armed with knowledge in STEM, creativity in arts, and purpose in my heart. This is more than an education, it's a revolution. And it starts with us. We're not just learning, we're becoming the leaders, the innovators, the protectors that Africa needs. And I know we're in this together. We're the new Afrikstani, ready to write the next chapter in Africa's story. So what do you say? Are you ready to join us?
All right,
I like it. Beautiful. Beautiful.
So when he asked us about identity, we're forming the identity. We're taking everything that is good from Africa, everything in our past and our experiences in the Americas, in the Caribbean, in South America. We're taking all of the good things, the innovations that we learned, and the
That's
things
Baruti.
that
Baruti thinks the only thing we need to do is just drop everything we learned and start off by listening to some primitive tribe in the jungle. No, it don't work like that, Baruti. You know.
And so Ubuntu can work, but it can't work in an area that's not under our control, where we have a banking system, where we have an educational system that can produce the kind of African that we need for the 21st century, right? And so our children are going to train. They're going to know physical fitness. They're going to know about, survival, intelligence. They're going to be polyglots. They're going to be able to speak many different languages. And you'll know an Afristani, because an Afristani is going to be a superior African. Brother Dave, what's up, man?
What's good, brother Dollar Bill? What's good, panel? What's good, Jonathan?
What's
What's
up?
good,
What's
brother
up?
Collar? What's up? How y'all doing this evening, man? The plea for common sense. We need more common sense, not just in the black community, but in the world.
Absolutely.
Like a lot of people lack common sense and critical, just critical thinking over, looking over things twice, 2 or 3 times. But
Somebody asked me a question the other day about should we put certain African American things inside of a museum? And the answer is absolutely. Absolutely. We're going to put that Ray and Pookie stuff right in the museum where it belongs. We're going to put that distrust.
Yeah, make it history. Just make it history.
And make it history. And we're going to learn from the mistakes that we made. We're not going to allow certain things to happen.
Like I said, I don't see anything else. I don't see anything else that was better than anything I've heard in years,
Oh, yeah.
Brother Dave, what's going on, man?
How you doing, Colin, man? Good evening, man. How you doing, man? We need more common sense in the world, man. I don't know what's going on. People going crazy in the world, man.
Yeah, look
too crazy.
Quoting Confucius by Baruti. I'm gonna get rain for quoting Confucius.
Oh, here go Chuku. I love to hear this, Chuku. Can you envision any conflicts arising in Afghanistan related to nepotism, classism? You know what? I'm glad you said that, Chuku. And you know what? It's like you and I on the same vibe, right? I've got another video coming out. If you stay tuned, not tonight, maybe not tonight, but I've got another video coming on.
Yeah, the way the Chinese learned from the opium, Chinese said that they have to re-educate millions of people.
Yeah,
it was
people
so
have to be re-educated.
And like I said, I'm gonna quote Confucius. I'm gonna get in trouble with Baruti for this, right?
Yeah.
Confucius says that the philosophy of one century should be just common sense in the next.
Man, Kyle, you're gonna have to go to another area in the house.
Yeah, you like fade in, fading out. You got one.
What's going on, bro, Dave?
But Kyle, was there any what did Chuku just say? Was there any problems between America and
all the
Liberia?
stuff that we're doing now, we should be just doing. This should be as common sense. When we talk about the African.
Yeah, it's hard.
Did you hear my question?
No, say that again, brother.
Were there any clashes between America and Liberians when they were in power?
Let Kala answer that.
No.
All right, then. There shouldn't be an Afghanistan either.
See, the problem is, like, and I'll give you a little preview. Most things, okay, in a lot of societies are kind of top heavy. You know, they go from the elite class, and you know how they say, you know, shit trickles downhill. They go from the elite class down to the serf. It's basically feudalism. And so what I projected it was that we flip that particular pyramid and make it an inverted pyramid. So people want to, you know, I believe and I
Yeah.
could is that if you promote people from the bottom up to the top and they learn
What,
everything
Jonathan?
from cleaning to menial work, and you give them an opportunity to learn and you promote them on the basis of their performance, not on the basis of nepotism like it's done
I
in
don't know what's
Africa
going on.
today.
Maybe because of the weather here.
Yeah, probably. You know, so I can hear you now,
No,
but you can't
no.
hear me.
They had
Huh?
one clash, right? That was EJ Roy, right? Now EJ Roy, no, no, no. Now let me tell you why. Let me tell you why. Okay. Now the only chicks are only
Can't hear you, Carla. Cannot hear you, bro. Can you hear him, guys? I don't know if it's me or what. Can you hear me? Put a
Can you
one in
hear
the
me?
thing.
Put a one in the thing. Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you. I can hear you. I can hear you.
Could you hear Carla?
Did you hear Colin?
I see two collars up
I
here.
see two Collins.
okay. Hold up.
Collar two time.
Colin 2 times.
Chuku said it's a 60
Yeah,
second
hold up.
lag.
60-second lag.
All right. Speak, Collar. African goddess, I'm not going to, that's why you saw the Swahili school. We're not going to try to see adults can go as far as they want to learn. In fact, you can re-educate adults if they have the mind to be re-educated. Or some people, also, if you see, like in Africa, there's several jobs in Africa that people see as menial and less than human by Africans. If you celebrate these jobs, these low-level jobs, and the people celebrate each other, then people wouldn't have a problem doing these jobs. Some want to stay in those jobs. Some don't choose to be educated. But those people who do, and their offspring should be given first priority. I don't seem like I heard myself talking. I don't
Sorry,
know.
that was me because I got my cell phone. I'm logging in my cell phone. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, yeah. Okay, I'm on. I'm on two devices. That's two. Two collars is like one's my cell phone, one's to me.
Okay,
So
as long
my
as you
cell
got one
phone now,
talking
you
and the
know.
other one's silent. So so what I was saying is if you have
Yeah, I got one
a
muted.
society where people are not looked down upon because they're cleaners or they work doing manual labor, and you provide, but as long as they know that their children would have the opportunity to rise to the next station, that if they feel that they want to rise to the next station, that they would be given every opportunity to do so, then you're not going to have a disgruntled people, because people want to work. Africans want to work, right? People want who are not comfort corrupted by the pimp game in America, and our people won't be comfort corrupted. They're going to work. There's not going to be something for people who don't work. Unless you're disabled, unless you're an elderly individual and you're unable to work, you're going to work. You understand?
Exactly.
So when Chukwu says that the human mind is not a blank state, the idea the human mind has inherent structure. We have structure, Chukwu. We've got a definite structure from the bottom up. And because of that, people are going to see something that they've never seen in Africa and in America. True opportunity. They have the opportunity to rise from a lowly position of being a street sweeper to being a manager or to being an owner of a business. They have every opportunity. You have to put in place every opportunity for people to rise to their next station. That doesn't happen in America because of racism. It doesn't happen, unless you got a family-run organization. And it doesn't happen in Africa because of your tribal affiliation or your class. We're going to eliminate that, right? We're going to eliminate that. So those people, there's plenty of manual work to get done in a nation. There are people who have to, take care of the waste. There are people who have to sweep the streets. There are people who have to clean up behind other people. All of those things. But within that, there should be a built-in opportunity for you to arise from one station to the next. And if you choose that you've gone as far as you can go, no one's going to denigrate you and look down on you, okay? Because you might be working that to sacrifice for your children to do better in the next generation. That's all. There's nothing wrong with that. That's what real citizenship is all about.
This should be all common sense right now. We shouldn't even have this conversation.
Right?
This will be common sense. It should be common sense,
But in Africa, they look down on people. This is why the service industry.
They do. They look down on. Look, let me tell you, one of the biggest impediments to Liberia is the fact that for the most part, it's getting better. Last time I was there, is the fact that they had a hard time getting people to smile. And the rest they had to bring people to train them. You don't just have an attitude when somebody comes up to you. Your customer service. And customer service in Africa, I guess they don't understand. You're there to serve a person. When you're supposed to smile if you don't mean it, whatnot. But in Africa, and they said they had a real problem in Candasia because people were the staff would just at one time when it first opened, they didn't understand about customers. Then they could talk to customers any kind of way and blah blah. You know what I'm saying? You don't talk to people like that. And so because basically a lot of times they say because people think serving somebody is demeaning. And we in this country right here,
and in Europe.
Well, I got a question, I'll call it. Do they sit in chairs at the grocery stores in Liberia?
What do you mean?
Like in Nigeria, when you go to either ShopRite or just go to any grocery store that I've seen so far, they're sitting in chairs.
Well,
Scanning shit
sometimes,
slower than a motherfucker.
sometimes you do. Sometimes it's standing there, standing there. Usually young girls working cashiers, and they got the freaking white Asian person standing right over top of them, making sure every nickel and dime is accounted for. I'm
Whipping that ass, right?
You know that one place right there in Syncor. What's it called? The Hub. Dave, you been there?
Yeah, I know the Hub.
Is it still open? Because they look like they were going out of business last time I was there.
It's still open.
But that pizza place right next to it is nice. I like that, man.
See, people don't understand that pride.
Nice. Yeah.
This is something that we lost in this community. This is something we used to have in this community. We had pride, even when we didn't have no money and we had one pair of pants and one shirt. You would see that one pair of pants clean. You would see that one shirt just pressed, right? Okay, you would see a guy with his hair cut, with a smile on his face, because entrepreneurship, okay, is what makes money. Do you know in certain countries, people are being, in European countries, people take customer service, they can make more money getting tips in a customer service situation than they can in professional jobs. See, we have to educate people to the culture, and they don't understand that. I told you I had a cousin that came from the rural South to New York City with 3 fingers missing on his hand. And he was able to sell peanuts because he was getting his peanuts directly from his family. He, was in Life magazine. His name is Peanut Alex. He was a millionaire back in the 70s. He learned how to become a millionaire just selling because he did something. He didn't have to deal with the companies. He didn't have to buy from the white companies that had all of the black people and white people in slavery. They would make them, give them advances, then they have to pay it back. They would put absorbent amounts of money on top of it. Then they would, only give you a certain amount of supply. See, this is what I'm talking about. This type of entrepreneurship. Black people, white people tried their best to characterize us as watermelon eaters, but everyone knew.
We used to be dominate the water. We turned it into an industry.
Of course.
Not a business. They tried to clown us out of it. They clowned us out of the watermelon thing. We used to, so they took it over, because they made us feel stigmatized. Oh, you watermelon eating nigga and whatnot. Even chickens. We used to be masters of raising chickens and whatnot. So they stigmatized us to drive us out of it. Now Colonel Sanders come along,
Oh, of course. So let me tell you, I got a cure for tribalism that you wouldn't believe. You know what I would you know how the National Basketball Association has teams like like the Brooklyn Nets and the New York Knicks and the Seattle Seahawks. Those people who are suffering from tribalism, I had them playing soccer and basketball, and black people be owning leagues and concessions, while the Ebos and the houses, play basketball with one another. You understand? And so, though the type of things that people would do in terms of trying to kill each other, they'll be in leagues making more money than they ever made before in their lives. And we'll be endorsing them, and they'll have endorsements, not from Nike, but from our own sneaker that's produced, right there in the Afghanistan, by our own food that's produced right there in the Afghanistan, right? We can own, operate, and produce everything that we need to become self-sufficient and independent. You can't go and do this in an African country because they've already cut deals, with white people. They've already cut deals with Chinese people.
The Lebanese.
They've already cut deal with the Lebanese. And they're not going to let you out of these deals.
We need a blank canvas. That's all.
Yes.
What do you think? Maybe we should start taking sides in all of these conflicts instead of being Ubuntu.
Me personally, like.
I mean, we literally take a side in the situation with Rwanda. Why not just do that down the road?
Thing is this, right? When I go to Liberia next year, right, I'm going to lay it down. I'm gonna do a proper proclamation of the Africs there, right? I'm gonna draw it up, right? Get everybody agree on it, right? And just say, this is what we proclaim, right? Even before David Hill wants to do a constitution, now we got to make a proclamation first, and then basically say, get this, say, yay and nay. This is what we believe in. This is what we all say. So anybody that wants to be part of this, just sign or be a signature to it. There should be electronic signature to it. Do you believe the African it's like, color change where they send you a questionnaire, do you want to be part of it? Yeah. Then we gather about friggin' once we gather like a few 100,000 to 1 million signatures on that thing, now it's time to say to potential partners, okay, we're ready to start making moves to the international community and say, we plan on making this happen, and then once we choose a host territory, we're gonna do reconnaissance missions and stuff like that. The proclamation's already been made. We kind of a mandate from Black America for a proclamation of the African, and then we can pursue territory, And if somebody goes against it, you're in conflict with Black America. Simple as that.
See, Chuku is saying that humans do operate as we're not lone wolves. I already told you, Kyle already told you, the children of the Ma'afa, the children of the African Holocaust. And so No, you're wrong. Most humans are not tribalistic. Most humans are nationalistic. Most humans, okay, except for Africa, Europeans, Asians,
They
are
all evolved
all
into nations.
they're all evolved into nations. The French used to be the Francs.
And they used to be the Lombards, the Calvins, the
Yes,
Gauls, all these other people, you know?
they're no longer those people. They're the French. Most people have evolved, okay, into nationalism. They realize this is the whole thing with Paul Kagame. People are angry with him because he's not following the tribal crap. He says that they're all Rwandans. They're a nation. And just his idea as a nation for the last 20 years has made them, okay, one of the cleanest, least corrupt places on the continent. So what we're saying is not unusual. He made his Afristan in Rwanda. His Afristan for his people, right? Both of the tribes, he's saying we're not recognizing tribes. We are a nation of people. And then he rolled up his sleeve and he did the work. It's just that simple. And he's done a beautiful job. But all of these like
Nation
Elvis
building
dudes,
is not easy, you know?
no, it isn't. But see, all of these Elvis type dudes, the true African,
Yo, he need to take the Congo immediately.
Exactly. Take it, because the crackers have been exploiting the Congo, okay, for hundreds of years. And what have they gotten out of it? Nothing. Nothing. The people live in squalor. They live in squalor with this tribal shit you want to hold on to. It just don't work in a civilized world. It works for ceremonial issues only. That's what it works for. If there's some wisdom contained in some of those things, some philosophy and opinions, that's beautiful. But in a world where people want to progress and get off of silly conflicts, they have to have a nation and a national identity, Chuku.
Yeah, but by the way, the people in like particular Nigeria don't want to do that because what they do is try to outproduce numbers. You know, it's called rule by fiat. You know, if I got enough people, it's not people a pluralistic society. Well, we're talking about African pluralism. Right? I mean, people who are Maafa, we have to, even though we're pluralistic, we all got to have something in common. That we're all descendants of the transatlantic slave trade. That's the like Jamaicans, Canadians, Afro Mexicans, Caribbeans, all these people, African Americans, Brazilians. That's what we have. That's the new people. You know, then basically we build this new nation. It'll be diverse, and then until like 80% of the population is that Maafans, then another 10% could be friggin' people from UK, the rest of Africa, and even non-blacks. You know, but so long as we're like 85% of the population, I'm good. You know, because we know we're going to control the naming of the road. And it's very important. When you fly into America, you fly into what? Reagan International Airport. There's a reason
My
why I
thing
said
just came out. It just came out. Dollar Bill's Ubuntu Warrior Premier. The Afristan Ubuntu rebuilds a nation.
what we say. What came out?
My premier, my let me see. I'm gonna put myself on pause for a minute.
It premiered where?
On you
on YouTube?
on YouTube. Yeah, hold on.
Okay. But they had to do something to it before they premiered it.
Yeah, what I did was when I downloaded it, I wanted it to like premiere because I got so much. I got so much material. I think I got it right now over. I still got like maybe 6 to 10 stuff that I haven't shown, and I already got about 50 videos on my website.
Yeah, I need you to upload those to the Ning site.
Yeah,
You know?
so I got to get all this together.
If you want me to create the group, I'll create the group for you. You know.
Okay, that'll be good because I'm gonna let me go. Let me get, y'all guys keep talking. Let me see. And go, Elvis, I love to hear you right there where you are from the Peanut Gallery. I love you there. Because this would have been a whole different conversation if you were here tonight, man.
You can't. No one can refute what we're saying now. We already laid out a well organized plan. We make the proclamation. First of all, we got to be on the same page. We make a proclamation, and basically, I'll make it electronic, like a survey, each signature, like that. As soon as we get like we just like say we'll set a goal of 1 million signatures one night. Once we have 1 million signatures one night, we take that and run with it. You know, we got 1 million signatures saying they want an Afghanistan. You know, and then basically we say we'll estimate that we represent at least half the black population in America. Blah blah blah. We'll just say these things when let them try to disprove it. And it's time for us like that. But we definitely need something to say that people are behind what we're doing. You know, once that happens, it's gonna happen because I'm gonna keep pursuing this until somebody
It's gonna
tells me
happen
that.
because you know why? See, everything is self-actualization. And see, there's a lot of things that people have not accomplished because their mind doesn't allow them to perceive it. That's why they say, if you can perceive and you believe, you can achieve. And so people are not thinking. You see, the thing is, we've brought into this thing, this Christianity, that makes us believe that somehow, some way, that white people are going to share power with us, that they're going to find out, you know what, these guys are good guys. You know, some of these FBI cats, you know, they want to hold on to their little white women and stuff like that. And so they want to believe that white people are just, they have a good conscience somewhere, somehow. They're going to just say, you know what, man, give these people some money, man. They deserve. And you know what? I wouldn't want it because even if these folks were trying to give me money, I know they're going to work an angle. I know they're trying to find a way. You know, we're going to give you money this week, but we're going to put you in jail next week. We're going to find
Check
some
this out.
way
They
to hurt you.
understand something, Dollar Bill, right? What the reason why I came up with the Africa we can't ask because we wanted a movement basically where we white people really have no power in this. You know, and when the reparations movement requires white people to get everything else, DEI, that's white people. They say, "Oh, Trump taking DEI." What we're doing right now, they can't touch. You know, because the only people, like I said, that the only variable is two groups of black people: the Africans on the continent and African Americans, right? So my odds are whatever I throw, if I'm only dealing with black people, I got like a 90% chance of success. You know?
Chuku finally said something that made sense. Chuku, I know I'm getting to you, brother. I know I'm going to get you, man. And soon you'll be able, you'll be ready. Individuals live as members of a nation which fundamentally shapes their identities and behavior. Absolutely. And so what you understand is, okay, Chuku, and I know you are learned, man. You didn't, taking your psychology courses in college. You realize that all behavior is what? All of this behavior is learned, right? People learn whether it's positive or negative behavior, they learn it. They either learn it at home or they learn it from people in the community. This is what people learn. And so when I used the Swahili school, right, I told you two things. One is to create a new type of African with a new identity, thus a new behavior. And the other one was to integrate other Africans from the bottom up who would do the menial tasks that are needed to be done in a society, that they would get upward mobility. You are shaping behavior. You see, people don't realize, and this is something that Dr. Amos said a long time ago. People blame thugs and thuggism, but do you know that behavior was a learned behavior? It's a learned behavior in society by young men who are aggressive, like white men who are aggressive, right? But it's okay when white men are aggressive. When young black men want family, they want friends, they want they want achievement, and they don't have the rites of passage like a young Igbo boy has, and like maybe your father put you through in Africa. They've got all this pent up energy and testosterone, but there's no outlet. So I said, when you put together an education, it must have physicality. It cannot be a feminist thing where you're feminizing the males, and the women have to be able to take care of themselves also. How do you do that? You teach them a martial art. You make it a way of life, right? And you enrich those things not in Japanese stuff but in Ubuntu, right? And you steep those in African traditions and African culture. We might even borrow something from you, from your Igbo people, that if we find that will unite us and not divide us. So you said the right thing, Chuku. You are absolutely correct. You have to shape the identities. Shaping the identities shapes the mentality. Because I learned from Dr. Amos Wilson that manhood is an artificial thing. What do you mean artificial? It's artificial because it is shaped by the society, the norms, of a society tells us what a man is, tells us what a female is, tells us what the roles are. So when I tell people, right, put things in a museum, it's not because they're no use. What happens in museums? There are people who are studying in museums. There are people who are learning about culture and the significance of culture and the preservation of culture in museums. They're not just things up on the wall. These white people have put African stuff in their museums to study so they can learn the power, of these things. They understand that. They have no culture. The culture in America came from us. They'd had no culture in America. They were European peasants for the most part, except for the people who came on Plymouth Rock. They were peasants. You give them too much and you up them too much. They take their Fendi and their stuff from Akan symbols. But you don't never say it's the African symbols. Oh no, you want the Louis. You understand? That's when you're not. That's like Carter G. Woodson said, when you're a miseducated Negro. You have education, but your education, you have a master's degree, but yet you haven't mastered anything. You have a doctorate, but you're not a doctor over anything. You can't heal anything. How is it? It's because of the ideas that you've been taught that manifest inside of your mind. White people have been using this in America for so long. They've been using black people and brown people, to enrich them. They've been playing the rigged game. And it's not because they were super intelligent. It's because they had the numbers to do it. They had the numbers to hide, unintelligence and stupidity, right? When you have the space to do it, and they had cultures to this day that are living in the backwoods of Appalachia. Why? So what we know is we know that these people who have least education, who have least opportunity, you have to plan for them, to become part. They're the true believers. They're the ones who are going to be the achievers because they're going to, if you come from the floor and you sleeping on a couch, man, you've come a long way. If you go from the couch and you sleeping in a king size bed, now you're talking. If you come from a 1-bedroom apartment with 15 people, and now you live in a high rise and your children go to school for free and get an Afro-Stani education, and they're going to help you in your old age, now you're cooking. That's why people love America, right? You love America because you want to come here and make money. A lot of African Americans don't understand. Well, if they was popping in America, boy, why wouldn't they be popping? They come here to make some money. but they get lost. They get caught in the trap. They get caught in the matrix. And then they start to think, I don't want to go back home and help my people anymore. All they do is beg me. They don't know what I got to go through when I'm in America. Am I wrong, Jonathan? Can you hear me? And where he is in Nigeria, everybody's dying to come to America. Why is that? They think
I hear you, Dollar Bill. There's only one problem.
Talk to me, brother.
There's one person that did go back to Nigeria and decide that he wanted to help his people and kind of be like Kyla, be on some succession shit.
Yes.
And they've been keeping him in jail since 2021. Today he had a court hearing.
Wow.
It was expected that maybe he'll get released since they've been demanding his release, and the old wicked witch judge decided to keep him in. That's the leader of the current Biafra movement. Chukwu should be in Nigeria right now trying to get out, but he over there in America, you know what I'm saying? You know that.
He's in America because his mom's an American. His father recognized that and realized it, and they wrote it for all they can. And now now he's living around white people, and he spends his little time in the evenings trying to talk about Negroes and slavery.
Yeah. Chukwu be talking like he want Biafra, but bro, you want Biafra, you ain't gonna get Biafra from America, bro.
He don't want no damn Biafra.
Yeah, you gotta go to, join the Eastern Star Network or something, become a militant.
Chuko probably got a African wife at home and a white cracker hoe on the side. He ain't fooling nobody, bro. Chuku ain't fooling me, man. Chuko talks all that stuff, and we know it's BS. We know what it truly is, bro. You can't fool us, man.
Come on home, Chukwu.
He ain't never
We
coming
need
home.
you.
He ain't
We
coming
need
home.
you for the war, Chukwu.
Listen, I don't even think Chuko is even going to be accepted. Those Igbos, they probably don't even recognize him as a full Igbo. He know that. They probably call him the blacks, the way he talks and the way he acts. What do they call white people over there in Nigeria? They got a name for him?
I think they're just white people. I ain't never heard no special name for them. In the other places, they be like Muzungu and shit like that.
Yeah,
I ain't heard no special name for white people yet.
I know, Chuku, you send remittances to help your people.
Nah, I ain't good enough, bro. You got to be on the ground, being
all
trained with the weapons, and you got to be putting your foot down.
You know that's all guilt, right? That's all you doing there. You send money, okay, to ease your conscience, man, while you live it up in America, bro. You know how many Africans that told me the same thing? They don't want to go back. That's why they send remittances. It started out as trying to help them people, and then it ended up just being, you know what? I'm just easing my conscience because I dread. Every time I talk to a Nigerian, they tell me how much they dread going back home. I be like, when you gonna go home?
They hate it. They ain't going back home.
Isn't that crazy? I thought it was like crazy to me. I'll be like, when you going back home? They look at me like this dumb American. He just don't know. He just don't know. He really don't know. When I go to Africa, I have to pay everybody. When I walk through the door, everybody I must pay. I have to pay everybody. Okay? My brother, my sister, everyone is looking to me. You are in the place of gold. There is gold in the streets. Right? You just go there for the holiday, oh. Yeah, that's all you go, oh. You go for the holiday, oh. That is it. You know what? They have a name for you, oh, who just comes for the holiday. Or you go to ease your conscience.
Liberia, they call Decembers.
Oh, they call it December. Oh. Yes, brother. I understand. You have to clear your conscience. You live here in America and you feel that your brother must give them a little gift, a little remittances to keep them going. Yes, oh, yes. To make you feel better, there's an old African proverb. It simply says, if you give a man something to eat, i.e., a remittance, he will eat for the day. But if you give him an opportunity to give him a fishing pole so he can fish and he'll eat every day, that is an African proverb. Right? I shouldn't talk like this. So Chantel is gonna have this. She's gonna swear I'm a Nigerian. Chantel's going, I told you, dollar bill saying the first generation. I'm a first generation New Yorker, Stupel. Okay, not a first generation, okay, Caribbean, not a first generation African from the continent. I'm a first generation. Kala and I, our parents were born in the South. That makes us first generation. Damn, bro. Where she live in Louisiana? Do they have books? Shit. God damn, she's ignorant. You know? Unbelievable. Oh, somebody says Oyinbo. Oyinbo. Okay, in Nigeria. Oh, yeah, okay. Oyinbo. Is that what they call you, Chuku? Prince of P is trying to troll tonight. Why you trolling, Prince of P? Why you not up here, man? You in the background, man, saying all kind of snaggle-laggle, man. What's happening with you, man?
Yeah, Prince, bring your Ubuntu ass up here.
He's not an Ubuntu man.
Yeah, he is.
No, he's not.
All of this division. We could not have this division. Nigga, we gonna have division. Get over it.
I was I was in a cab today with a Haitian dude, and I'm listening to him. This dude was playing his he got his phone out right while he's driving, and he's playing like some. The first thing he started talking about was trying to get his child support back from his baby mama, who got 2 kids by him. You know? Oh man. What did Chuku say? The transition for you to leave an Afriscan full time will be difficult. Yes, it will be. It will be difficult for me, Chuku. But you know what? Let me put that up there, Chuku. This is not about me. I'm glad you say that so you can understand.
We never said it was about us, you know.
This is not about me. This is not about Kala. This is about our people. Do you see? Listen, I know you know the Bible a little bit, right? Did you see Moses never went to the promised land, but yet he was the giver of the law? He never made it past Jordan. He did not make it. The Most High said that he did some things. He said that he was supposed to speak to the rock, okay, to get water, and that the people would see the miracle that the rock would burst and give them water. But he didn't want to wait, so he took a rod and he smoked the rock. He hit the rock and then the water came out. So the people didn't have faith in God, they had faith in man. And so if I never make it to the Afristan, it doesn't matter. If my children or my children's children go there and they end up being there, then that's the great thing that we have done. We have provided for the next. We're not selfish Negroes like Ross Moyes would think we are, and we just gonna sit up and go, "Oh well, we made a little money today. Hell with everybody else." No, we're not those type Negroes who turn around and, "Oh, I'm gonna feel good today. I'll just give people a few dollars, and they'll be able to spend the money in the market, and I can pump my chest out. I'm helping my people." You're not helping your people. You're handicapping them.
You know, dollar bill is crazy that you're talking about the remittance. It's like it's another form of welfare system.
Yes,
it's another welfare system form, and it doesn't help.
It's sad because what you do is get Negroes with a set of entitlements who think that they're entitled to the work that you do. Sound like America, don't it? You want to become the social service agency of your family. Instead of giving them an opportunity to build a business, you go there and build a business and tell everybody you have to get off their behinds and work. There's a reason why even African Americans lose wealth in 3 generations. I work with rich white people. I've watched them. They send their kids out and let them live off the money. They can live in the house, though. You can live in a mansion, but you got it. What you get from me is the money that you make from my company. And I'm not giving you a top position. I'm sitting you right in there with the Negroes, right there where I was, right in the mail room. Okay, they sat in the mailroom, and after they accomplished certain things from the bottom up, that's how I got the bottom up idea. So I seen it work with rich people who own corporations in America. They don't give their children top. See, black people in America, they give their kids top positions, and then they don't know how to handle it, and they screw it up.
Yep.
White people don't do that. White people go out and make sure their children work for everything that they get. And then when they give them something, they can maintain it. They know what it's all about. That's the bottom up approach. I've seen it happen. It didn't come for me to, like it just came to me in a dream. I said, damn, that's how white people stay rich. They make their kids work. And we'll tell them, I'll cut you off. If you don't do what I say, how I say it, I'm not giving you shit.
Remember that TV show Falcon Crest?
Yes.
I remember that one time that with Lorenzo Lamas, I thought it was that basically said he went to a family business where I thought I'd run this place. The foreman said, "No, according to this son, you work for me." He thought he was no, your parent told me you're my employee. You gotta get to work. You work for me. He said, "I thought I run this place." No. No, they put him in a. He said, "Why am I working just a regular job? Because we're gonna teach you so you're spoiled."
Yep.
That's how rich people do. Or they want to teach you how to respect money, or you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So that's how it works.
They're putting them to work because they understand. And I've worked with rich kids. I've worked with people that own engineering firms. I've even worked one time mailing envelopes with one of the Rockefeller heirs as a young
I used
kid.
to work at my father's company. Before I worked out with rich white kids on the weekends, putting my mails on envelopes and stuff like that.
Yeah. I work. You ever remember this white family that used to do all these tours to Italy, the Perillos?
Yeah, I remember them. Yeah, Joe Perillo. Tours to
Yeah,
Italy.
Joe.
I remember that. Yeah.
Well, I used to go to school. I went to college with his daughter, Linda Perillo.
Right.
And back then, in the late 80s, they were worth over $100 million just then. So God knows how much they're worth now. And
I
this
was
chick
about that. Why can't we get Bomani making that sort of money? These guys are making. I remember to see a commercial every day. Perillo.
You know why? Black people, I'm just going to say it. I hope nobody get mad when I say this. Black people are, if they work together, think about this. I just want to run this down, and I hope it's not going to make anybody upset. So you got some people that have, I won't say names, that have their own company and have been running their company doing tours back and forth to Africa. If they were to get together, they could provide an even cheaper price and have the market where they have a chokehold on the market, and they could make less money per person, but they could provide more services and get more people out. See, black people don't think a lot like this. They don't think, well, you know what? You got X amount of people a year. What if we got together and instead of us taking 100 people or 200 people to Africa a year, if we combine forces and make an organization, we could take 2,000 people to Africa a year. And we can do it for half the price. And we can project that 2,000 next year to 4,000. That 4,000 to 8,000. So we're talking about exponentially. And see, we don't think like that. So when black people get into an idea, they think about that one idea. You know, I want to be the person, the bottle washer. I want to do all this. But as you've seen and you're learning in your business, the more people that you put on, the less hard you got to work, right? Because you get a piece out of everything everybody else works, right? So how much can you produce as yourself? You can't outproduce 20 people or 30 people who are working for you, even if you're getting a smaller piece than if you sold the whole policy yourself. We don't think like that. We always want to be the HNIC. We want to be the head Negro in charge. And because we feel if we character assassinate you, we can usurp you and get what you got. That's all we think about.
Yep.
But you know what? What if you work together and you pull your resources together? Maybe the places that you can go, you might be able to own them yourselves and provide accommodations where people can get it for half price because you own the accommodations.
Yeah.
Maybe you can control everything that happens because it's your place. That you got so many people coming in and out that you don't have to worry about customer service because you've trained the people and now you've got a workforce and your food is coming directly from the local producers.
Yep.
And so, do you know that's why Chipotle beats a lot of other places? All of their food is fresh because they deal with farms, so it's fresh and direct. That's how they beat everybody. They can produce all of their stuff in a fast food way, but they can do it with fresh ingredients because they're all located near places where they get their food on a daily basis. Right? People have to change their paradigm, their way they think. You see, the old African way, the old Pan-African way, it don't work. It didn't work. If it worked, it would have worked out already.
Exactly.
So what you're saying is a new thing. How can you do that, Carla? What about the conflicts, Carla? We think about conflicts before they happen. We anticipate conflicts. We anticipate all of these things that are going to happen.
Exactly.
You understand? And you plan accordingly for what you anticipate. Oh man, I don't know how you're going to do that, man. I don't know. I don't know. People are crowdfunding, making millions of dollars and putting it together. I never thought about that, man. I never thought about that. Yes, you have never. You keep looking for the poor righteous teachers walking around. I know Barudi's gonna kill me in a dashiki, just spewing shit and saying nothing. You know, have this idea that romanticizes Africa. Somehow this great chief is gonna come down and you're gonna bow to him and give him schnapps and he's gonna make you an African. He's gonna give you a name and wave his magic wand upon your head.
I could imagine that, right? I had that chief say, "Welcome, Barudi, Kuna Matata."
Ooh, you can get me in trouble about.
I don't want to laugh about choke, man. I'm eating the cookie and motherfucking choke.
Man, I know he's angry as hell. You're gonna get me in trouble, man. Let's see what the brother Chuku got to say. As long as people prefer the company of biological relatives, see, that's the issue, bro. That's the issue. Let me tell you a little something about America, Chuku. In the 1950s, America thought exactly the way you thought, but then when they found other people going to the moon, they had to recalibrate. They were walking around, being around their friends and other so-called white people, riding their muscle cars. And when they checked into the world, they said, oh, shoot, here we are working on engines and stuff, and people are flying to the moon. They had to change. You see, America had to recalibrate itself. It had to change in order to survive. And see, that's what you got to understand, Chuku. You talk about people living with their relatives and all of that stuff. If your relatives cannot produce, then what good are they?
I'm telling you, man. Like I said, this is a lot of people in my family. I love them, but they're way over there. You know.
Come on, be honest with yourself. You got a bunch of people who just counting on you to work, 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 and they're doing nothing but sitting on their behind in tropical weather, and all you are to them is a come up. That's what it is.
Check this out. Check this out. He said, Prince said, "Where's the Africa?" That's the point. We're not
We had a nation.
country.
We
Because
need
you know
a
why? They
nation.
methodically. Tell me what you think about this, Dollar Bill. They
Yes.
methodically, like this guy Kraft and all the recruited people like Meek Mills and Jay-Z. See, we built these people up like Jay-Z and all that. So all people have to do, corporate America has to do is, if you want to get in trouble with the black people, you call Jay-Z. You know.
There you go. Functional Negroes.
Yeah, so the bottom line, so they basically, he'll come up there with this black album and all stuff like that, you know, as to throw us off, right? But we know Jay-Z is like, when he promoted Tom Ford, Jay-Z is about, I'm from New York. I know these type of niggas, you know?
Yeah, Principe. Nothing wrong with AS loving on their own tribe. And Dollar's problem is the respect for other African people. No, I do respect them. That's why I'm putting them in the museum. I'm preserving their history and their culture for people to look at and admire in its appropriate place, the museum. I'm giving them respect. I didn't say burn them down, throw them away, trample on them. I didn't say bury them. I said no, put them in the museum because I'm sure they have something that they can teach us. But it's certainly not going to be about the Afristan. They can't teach us about the
Says
Afristan.
most black people don't want a nation. No, most black people, look at March, where I disagree is most black people have never been shown the vision by educating people. If black people had like Dollar Bill and I, what we want to do is start recruiting and tell a brain trust, you know, of this, right? If nationwide you start seeing this conversation happen on college campuses, talk radio, talk shows, this idea of an Afghanistan, everybody come up with their own idea, what they vision for. I just put out my idea. Or Dollar Bill puts out my vision, right? Which I'm grateful for, but somebody might have a slightly different thing or add to it.
There you go.
Now, so I'm all for anybody basically saying, you know, Colin, you know something, I thought about this, whatever like that. Because I got into CD AutoCAD years ago. And I used to be on these groups one night, but I was the only black person, man. Y'all was there with Asians and everybody else, nerds of fucking all different stripes, but no black people, right? I was the only one interested in sketch designs of cities. You see some of those things on the BAO. Dave, you saw it, no, it was Wise. The BAO Land Development Agency.
Yeah, I saw. It's a lot of agencies on the BALO.
Yeah, so the Land Development Agency was basically
like I see how you got everything set up. You got everything set up to where you got a network of people where you could talk to.
Yeah, and every you join
the
the group one night, start reaching out to group members one night. That means I could really build this.
And
then once we get on the ground, I'll build a base camp.
And off of that network, you can like that network of people, you can establish ministries or departments.
Oh yeah, all those agents, all those
networks
turn into institutions.
I saw the angle. I see the angle you was doing with the social media network, but a lot of people don't understand it. Like,
I'm gonna tell all those groups that we start are gonna be one day become agencies, like real aid with an office, everything. You know, that's the goal. You know, and then we could actually carry this out. So, like I said, we really put a lot of planning into this for years. You know,
people just don't understand. You know, it's that, like I said, in order for them to believe, they have to first perceive the perception. And if we had the perception and thought process, you know what, this is possible, man. And you know what, I never forget. My father used to take me on the train when I was a little boy, and we used to go all up and down South Bronx on our way to Harlem. You know, my pops always took me to Harlem. You know, Harlem was like Mecca for Black America. You know, we kind of like, no matter where we were.
We used to go to Refuge. Have you been to Refuge Temple?
Oh yeah, we found out
Bishop Bonner.
Yeah, I've
You
been
know he was planning on doing up until 1980 coup, he was planning to build a community in Liberia.
Wow.
Yeah, Bishop Bonner. Yeah, he said, I thought it was Ghana, but then I read it said my aunt told me, he said no, he had a mission in Liberia. I said, wow, I didn't know that. I thought it was Ghana. To tell you the truth, all these years. He said no. My aunt said no, and I looked it up. Yeah, it was Liberia.
Liberia.
So
So the
these
whole
people knew something
idea
back then.
is sad. See, this is what the guy was saying. That's why we say this is bigger than us. This is not about us. This is about the community. That's why I said, if Brother Jay can do something, let him do it. I'm not listen. Only person I don't trust to be able to do nothing, okay, is Elvis, because I really
Elvis
think
not one of us this far.
Elvis doesn't want to see. He's invested in the white world. He wants to be in the white world. And so he's not invested in change in his community to uplift them. He's like Chuku. They give a little bit of dollars, to ease their sensibility.
That guilt.
And it's nothing but guilt. It's a guilt reflection. I know I'm doing pretty good here. You guys aren't doing as well as me. So let me, here's some guilt money. I hope it's okay. That's all it is. So, you know what, Mary Shy? If we had an international, this is why we always have conflict with the continental African. If we had international ties, right, and we were able to build up our own and distributed network, that 1.4 would be 15.5. See, this is why I always say the danger of some of these continental Africans and these FBA cats is they don't want to be each other for the right reason. They want to hate each other, hate on each other. They want to kill each other. They want to cause division amongst each other, but they have no plan to help themselves here in America or in Africa. They still want to be up under the nuts of white people, and so white people can control them. And they're okay with that. See, there's some people who, you see, Noam Chomsky said that oppression is a dance. Somebody's got to lead and somebody's got to follow. And so you got these FBA, I call them FBIs before it slip. You got this FBAs, ADOS type people who cannot envision themselves out of just being a so-called specific class in America. They can't see that people in the world, I think I sent it to you, Colin. They got white people and Latino people, all they do is collect passports so they can leave whatever country or denounce whatever country they come from and maintain and hide their money in various banks and stuff like that. That's what they do. They go to these countries in the Caribbean and they pay $100,000. I sent it to you, Colin.
All right, I'm gonna look at it. I can't look at it. I'm on my phone now, so I can't look at it.
Don't look at it now, look at it later. They go and they buy dual citizenship. They collect these dual citizenships, and they have people who help them to collect these dual citizenships, and they build homes and houses. Some of them even allow them to change their identity. See, this is what I'm talking about. Yes. We have to be more sophisticated than we are. You see? And these countries, they do it so they can build up the infrastructure so they don't have to borrow money for the IMF. It's the Africans who don't see the understanding behind it.
But put the link in the chat room for Mari.
Okay, I remember. You got to show me how I did that again. I pressed.
It says invite. They give you an invite button on the bottom.
Yeah, invite. Yep.
You got to click it where it copies.
Copy. There you go. There it is. It's there.
Yeah, you got to paste it in the chat room.
Okay, hold on a second. I copy and then I paste it in the chat room. Okay, Command V. And there it is. Okay, that's cool. There we go. For my girl Mari. My beautiful sister. You know. Oh, here's Chuku. He feeling bad like we Chuku, we're not trying to, run nothing on you. I know you got your little village home in Nigeria.
I love picking on Chuko and Elvis. It's so fun, man.
Let me tell you something, Chuku. To be honest with you, man, I like you, brother. I give you, even though Baruti thinks I give you a lot of flack, I like you, Chuku. I really do. I prefer you over Elvis any day. I like you because I understand, there's nothing wrong with you being Igbo. I'm not jealous of you. I give you a hard time because I don't think sometimes you're African American enough. But it's fine with you, being an Igbo and doing your thing, bro. There's no hate, there's no jealousy, there's no envy in my approach, man. Do your thing, young brother. Do your thing. Yes. Go ahead, Colin. Greet our beautiful sister.
Okay, Mari Shy, what's going on? What's on your mind? You mad at me? Did I do something wrong?
Okay, hello.
She's mad at me. Hold on.
Hey, everyone. I'm sorry. No, I don't want to be mad at. I don't. Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. We here.
No, like I don't want to be mad at anyone, but like, okay, no, I never mind. I don't want to talk about it. I should even never came up here. It's
No,
okay.
go
I'm
ahead.
gonna drop back down.
Say what's
I'm
on your mind. Say what's on your mind.
No, no, it's okay. I'll probably message you about it, Kala, because I don't want to make a big deal out of this. But I'm just saying, like, we have like 1.4 trillions of dollars, and I just don't understand like all the stuff that we have been through as a people, and we're not even trying to come together to like, put our dollars together, like circulate the dollar in our community, like practice group economics and things like that. Like, I just don't understand.
I'll explain to you, right? Mari, you gotta say something, right? And this is I said, first of all, you gotta realize where we're at. And who runs this country is the white man, right? Okay. Now, people think that just let white people is going to let it. Do you really think they're going to let us have 1.4 trillion dollars or anything that we could have? You could do. Do you just like a political party? Do you think they're going to let us be the deciding vote in their elections every year as a political bloc? No. Look, the bottom line is this, Mari, right? Like I told earlier. I said I want to get black people into government contracting. Right, the federal government is the biggest consumer in the world. Right, they purchase $900 billion a year worth of goods and services in America. Right, can you imagine? Basically, we would get into that, and also we're supporting black-owned businesses and everything like that, which we are through apps and everything like that. Now, I'm saying the reason why that don't happen is this, Mari. When you turn on the radio, you live in Ohio, right?
Yes, I live in
Okay.
Ohio.
Now, do you listen to the radio, black radio at all?
Um, Not really, because like I don't really like the music of
All
today.
right.
I
See,
like old R&B.
that's exactly what I'm talking about. Now, does that music that's going into people's soul that controls people's subconscious? You understand? When something goes in your subconscious, it produces behavior that you automatically do things and whatnot. You not even know you're unconscious. What we call unconscious about doing it. If you're basically say and hearing in your mind every day, fuck, f that bitch, that nigga ain't shit. When not my baby, that ain't shit. Oh, my girl, all that negativity, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, right? Do you think that's the culture that people want to come together and build?
I mean, I understand that, Colin, and
No, just
and
see, but
and and, and
you gotta say something. That's what you're making a mistake, right? See, you're talking about from a conscious point of view. Most people do things, even myself, unconsciously, right? If something is going into your spirit and your soul, that's what you have. That's what your subliminal, your subconscious. If your subconscious is negative and whatnot, and disunified and self-hating, that's what you're gonna be. You could say, well, everybody once in a while go put on their dashiki and they get online and do the Black Power thing, whatnot. And then when they go out in the real world, they don't forgot about that because what you see, and also not only that, when you turn on the mainstream media, what do you see? Black people and white people dating and having a good time. So they don't really bother with this black stuff, whatnot. The white friends and the black friends are talking up, yakking it up, whatnot. All images that you're seeing all the time, right? In your subliminal, your subconscious is telling you that black unity, black nationalism is stupid, wrong, without you even knowing it. Now,
Well,
now
Carla, I mean,
if we were living in our own land, right? And every time you turn on the television, the billboard signs you see, the media advertising is basically you see in black family, black unity, black commerce, black religion, black everything like that. That's the way you're going to act. That's the way it is. So the answer to you, the riddle is the reason why we don't spend because we're in a country that the white man by design made it like that. He made it like that, and so therefore we try. Look, let me tell you something. I'm gonna let you talk. Years ago, I tell the story all the time. Years ago in Emporia, Virginia, this was about 2010, right? I'll never forget this as long as I live, Dollar Bill, right? There was this one building in the back streets of Emporia, right? Emporia used to be a black power haven in the South at one time, I heard, in the 50s and the 60s, in the 70s, right? I seen this one thing, this mural on this old abandoned warehouse. The warehouse was completely abandoned, Marishai, right? And it said Ujama Foods, whatever like that. And then and the building was completely abandoned, whatever like that. And it had a painting up there with black children carrying fruit baskets and everything like that. And I just sat there for like hours looking at that mural. And I said to myself, what happened? Then somebody told me, yeah, they had this cooperative in the 70s and it just died out. So no, we did make efforts to do that. And so I said to myself, then a year later, I went there, they tore the building down. I said, I want to see that because that was a reminder of what happened. I found out, I did my research, that a lot of these Ujamaa stuff that we did in the 70s was poorly managed, they were ill conceived and stuff like that. It sounded good. We got to have farming and black cooperative economics, and it all fell apart. You know, trust me, we've been doing this stuff, but like I said, I don't know if we're ever going to have anything in proximity of white people. I'm just going to tell you like that because people much rather go to Kroger, Food Lion, Harris Teeter, and everything like that than shop at a black grocery store. I'll just be honest with you, you know? And so that's what it is. As long as we're in America, Mari, and the bottom line, and you got Macy's, you got J.C. Penney's, and you got all these Forever 21 and all the stuff like this. Black people, look, another thing is this. I dare anybody to stand outside of like Walmart and chastise a black person. Oh, are you going to Walmart to spend a white man? What you going to white man? People will freaking throw hands. I'm dead serious. Negroes will jump you and throw hands on you. I remember one time, years ago, you remember one time they were having a protest outside of a weave shop that abused black women years ago or not? And these brothers were out there saying, sister, like that, and did some like skinny shit, right? Remember said, wait a minute here. With the power of Beyonce and whatnot, all things that's like skinny, she wouldn't have told these brothers off. Y'all need to get the hell out of here and whatnot. We could buy our weed with the hood. I was like, so, Mari Shai, I wasn't born last night. I wasn't born yesterday. I've seen it all. I got a PhD in Negroology. You know, the Negro is something else. We're like the ninth wonder of the world. You know, with the way, unless there's some cultural revolution, I think the African could spark a revolution. Other than that, just doing the same thing is not going to work because black people knows in the end the white man's going. That's what black people think. We've been so like, just like when Donald Trump won and whatnot. We're like people think so. I knew the white man was going to win. Black people say knew we shouldn't have freaking got so happy on Obama and Kamala and whatnot, and Biden and whatnot because Donald Trump's but yeah, he's back. He's back with a vengeance. So black people have used to, in Black America is used to living in absolute fear of the white man. That he's gonna come to power and stuff like that. He's never gonna. It's like the dragon that never can be slayed, or whatever like that. So black people just fall right back in line, and be good Negroes, go back to work. Everybody's basically like, yeah, man, I was a part of Black Lives Matter, but they're back coon shuffling at the job when they're talking about the game on the weekends, I know the Negro, I got a PhD in Negroology. I know Negroes, So the only thing that's going to really stop Black people, if you tell them, you know something, one day we're going to be completely severed from the white man in America. We don't want his dual citizenship. We're going to have an Afghanistan. So even if they don't go, they know future generations will. They'll act accordingly, Then they'll start pulling money because they know they got an alternative to America. Long as Black people don't have an alternative America, we feel like we just gotta make the best of it and give all our money to the white man. As simple as that. That's what it is. Now, what was you saying, sister?
I don't even remember. I don't even remember, but I just think it's like a shame. I don't know what else to say. I just think we're in a terrible situation.
Of
That's
course, we will tell you. You know when this situation started? It started around 1619. And then as soon as they look, the most thing is, soon as we cross the Atlantic in the Maafa, right? Even unlike other places like Jamaica, Brazil, where Black people had some in the Suriname, but Black people had some sort of revenge and was able to get some autonomy. Black people in America were completely defeated because we have a large white majority here. So the Black man in America, man, look, I don't. The only thing that could solve Black people is we have a revolution and we say we want out of America. That's it. Long as we're inside the borders of America, that's just the way it is. We just act accordingly. We just assume our status and go what we, in our role that was white man just said, all right, nigga. They throw us a basketball and a football. Y'all know what to do. Hey, niggas, get on the field. Throw you a football, have you run up and down the field, whatnot. Or you basically doing 360 slam dunks and whatnot. The bottom line, the white man got his role for it. Or you're rapping and doing what the hell you got to do to rap on stage and sing, whatever. So the bottom line is everybody, Negroes is doing what they have to do to survive in the white man's world, And those of us who don't have to do that a little bit, I feel a little grateful that I have to humiliate myself. But the bottom line is if you don't have that, the white man got a nice UPS job or FedEx job for you, The main thing is, long as the white man knows, as long as you ain't starving and you got work, you're good, Like I told the story about my Uncle Lake, right? My Uncle Lake helped founded Vaughn Products, right? The guy Vaughn's lived in the same apartment with him in the North Bronx, right? German immigrant, right? After World War II. My Uncle Lake, sorry, but instead of my Uncle Lake saying, okay, I want to share the business, you know what he said? My Uncle Lake said, I want a job, and I want my nephews to have a job. But that's what Black men thought about. They didn't think about ordering a corporation or stocks and getting the paperwork where you're interested in a company and whatnot. Uncle Lake helped finance him and took him around and everything like that. When he got a patent, and he helped him get his patent, and his experiment was so good in this industrial cleaning solution, right? He got a big $3 million contract, right? And he opened up a facility in Oakland, New Jersey. And he we told my Uncle Lake, you always have a job. And any one of your sons and nephews, I was supposed to work at Vaughn Products, but they ended up shutting down, and going to Tennessee. I was supposed to end up working there. I was supposed to be there right now. If they would stay in Jersey, I would be there right now. But that would be like we was promised jobs for life. But that's the Black man, in America. That's our story in America, right? The owner of the company and whatnot is a white man. Vaughnswell was a German immigrant, you know, but his story is he's a white man in America. My story is a Black man in America, right? We work for them. We got to rewrite our story in America, right? How to do that now? Do we have Black success here? Yeah, they're what we call the anomaly, the exception, whatever like that, like the Reginald Lewis. And so we always got exceptional Black people. White man allows for a few exceptional Black people, right? But if we had our own independent nation, we had literally millions of millionaires, and we literally have hundreds of billionaires. Every Black person would have a chance of life to rise to the top, you know, because there'll be nobody above him, you know. That's what the Afghanistan is all about. We want to see Black people reach their full potential, and this is not our full potential by no stretch of the imagination. So it is what it is. Yo. What say you, Dave?
Oh, I mean, we live in a white man world. We're just trying to survive, Kyler.
Yeah, no,
You know what I mean?
It's not a white man's world. It's a
I
white
know,
man's America.
but who wants to just survive? Like I'm like who wants to live that way? That's what I'm saying. Like I don't know. I don't want to just be here just to survive and be
No, neither
stressed
one of
out
us.
and stuff.
That's how most black people thinking, though. That's how most black people.
Marishai, look, I resign the fact that that's my fate, right? But what I am going to do is make sure that the next generation is going to have an alternative. That's why people understand why I'm serious about this. I know somebody like Chuko said, Colin and Doggo can't duplicate. Probably not. But I know for a fact that the matter is I'm going to help establish this land, right? And I know one day, 50, 30, 40 years from now, people are going to look back and say, I'm glad dollar bill established me because I'm in my own land, in my own university, we're chilling when I have a life over here. And I don't have to go, and they're going to be reminded about what we went through in America. And we're going to say, we're home free, you know? If we could do that, then my soul will rest in peace, you know? So I know it's done for me, but I am not going to sit back and let this go by if I don't have the job. I have the strength and the opportunity to make this happen and the mindset. So we're going to do this, you know? We're going to do this. We're going to keep carrying on with this mission, right? Because it's done. It's a done deal for me, you know, probably even for you. You're, you know, like that. But for the next generation, we can't think about ourselves. We got to think about future generations. And that's what the
Colin,
white people do.
but Colin, see, I don't think you want African American women in the Afristan because the way you be talking about African
Yo, look,
American
no,
women,
look.
you
Yo,
do
look,
not
look,
want
look,
us there.
Marshai, look, I be loving my sisters, man. I love them, you know. But the thing is, though, look, I'm like this, you know. This is all nations are formed by men, right? And I do believe that if an African American woman wants to come and be part of this and whatnot and everything, in other words, African American women got to choose us over the white man. I've had women tell me, right? Women tell me, when think of, I'm a young man, 22 years old, right? And I remember I was working with this one black woman, right? She was like in her 30s, and it was Faye, right? She was a nice body when that. She was like, we were working at a gas station together. And she said, point of fact, I would never work for a black man again, you know? I said, what's wrong with black? I'm a young man, don't know. I'm innocent. I didn't know it, nothing like this. She goes, oh no, this, that, and the other thing. The black, I'll never work for. She always works. She said, I'll just work for white men. You know, and I heard that. And then what you call you hear on even on talk shows over the years, Ricky Lake, the white man is this, the black woman elevating the white man, you know, and it's all this swirl and stuff, you know, white man. So in other words, so black women have basically white men have convinced black women to love them over and trust them over us, you know. So when we say we want to build in Africa, because in other words, it's a shame that we have to compete with the white man for the black woman. That's what which is really about, you know. So we have the Africans there. What we're doing, we're forcing women to make a choice. You know, if they want to come over, that's fine. But I'll be honest with you, there's gonna be other people coming there, Caribbean women.
But for me, Kyler, that comes from slavery.
Yeah, there's something that's deep down. Look,
What white people what the white man do is he elevates, you know, because he it's his system, so he elevates our women over us in his system. So
yeah,
yeah,
not only that,
it's
which is called
and we don't control the system. That's the you know what I mean. That's
yeah,
the yeah.
yeah. So white people know what they're doing. White man knows what he's doing, and so
You know
the
what
whole
happened to
thing
me,
is
Carla?
yeah. What's happening?
So I'm taking the kids one day to the Bronx Zoo. And so it's like during the week, like on a Monday, something like that. And I see a bunch of seated women out there with their children, you know, all garbed up in their Hasidic outfits. And next thing I see now is a beautiful black sister with some white dude. She done submitted herself to the Hasidim way of life, and she got two
Nothing shocks
mixed babies. She got two mixed babies, just the smiling, going, carrying on. And right then and there, I said, look at it. She would never submit herself to a brother. But she'll submit herself to a sect of religion of white people and their religion.
But dollar bill, most
Yes, my beloved.
most African American women are with black men. And matter of fact,
I don't think it's by choice though.
we date out. We date out the least. It's more, if anything, it's more black men that's dating out. But you guys always focus on African American women. You guys
Let's hear
always
what she got to
focus
say. I
on
want to
African
hear.
American women dating out when we're not even dating out that much.
I don't know how many they date, but whatever they do, it hurts.
I see it a lot. I see it a lot here in Virginia Beach. I see it a lot.
Oh, Virginia is a whole
lot of
different
black
animal.
women, white men. You know, I see it all the time. And now that Mershai, when I first moved down here, right, and in Virginia is something else. When I was living in New York, I didn't see that a lot. You know, white guys, we had understanding. Right, you stay away from our girls, we'll stay away from yours. That's the way when I was coming up. Right, we didn't mix, whatever like that. But I come down here in Virginia. I don't know what it is, right, in the South, where white guys basically had black girlfriends. Oh, I'll never forget. I'll tell you the story, Dollar Bill. I never forget as long as I live, right? Anyway, one time I was sitting at an Exxon gas station or grabbing shit, right? I was putting gas in my car, and this tall, skinny, dark skinned older sister, right? She had a little tiny mini skirt on. She was like, "Excuse me, sir, can I get a ride?" I said, "Sure, let me go pay for the gas," right? I come back outside, right? I said, "Go ahead and get in the car," right? I come back, right? There was a white guy with her hugged up together, kissing, and I'm sitting there as a driver driving to where they got to go.
You was driving Mr. and Mrs. Daisy?
The white guy was like, he was some redneck guy. He was like, "Yeah, what's up, brother, man? This is my old lady right here." When she called him daddy and whatnot. Yes, right, daddy. I'm sitting there I'm like, oh Lord.
BS they got you involved in, right?
Yeah, I said, wait, I had to drive them for around 4 miles. Yeah, take us over here, take us over here. I'm like, because I agreed to take him, right? But she had told me there was a guy, a white guy at that, man. I was like, oh man. So just being down here, man, just sold me so much, man. I said, sisters have no loyalty to brothers down here, man.
And it's like that in North Carolina too.
Girls, you know.
You go to North Carolina.
But see, that's not all African American women, because let me tell you something. I had a friend that I went to high school with, and let me tell you something. I stopped being her friend because she was the one that said, okay, she was dating a white guy. She said the reason why she dating a white guy because she don't want no dark skinned babies. I stopped being her friend because of that. Because first of all, like, why are you even saying anything like that? Like,
a lot of black women feel like that.
Like dark or brown.
I was told by a black woman.
I know so many black women that are happy to have a single mother as long as the baby's half white. I see it all the time. I see black girls walking around with had mixed babies and whatnot, and like dark skin with mixed babies and whatnot. And the father and the baby dad nowhere to be found. They try to hit him up with child support. She got what she wanted. Right? It was that mixed kid and whatnot. That's what she wanted.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I know plenty of them like that. And I'm not hating anybody. You see, and Tolliver, you're ridiculous. I don't have any hate. See, when we say anything, and see, I want you to see before I go in that 1:07 a.m. This is why y'all go, oh, Elvis is so cool. Look what he said at 1:07 a.m. Collar the simp. See what I'm saying?
I'm not a simp. I'm just a guy. I was a young guy. I was 23 years old, whatnot. I'm a young guy, got testosterone. A grown lady comes to me, tall like a model with long legs and whatnot. If you don't go for it, there's something wrong with you. Men do. Elvis said something. Men do stupid stuff to women. That's what it is. Women, if a man is not attracted to women like that, do stupid things, mistakes, there's something wrong with you. I question your sexuality. Everybody makes it. You just got to show it. Now, if I was in my 30s or 40s and basically, then you could say something. But I was 23 years old. You know what's on your mind at 23.
This cat, he gonna talk about simping, man. Come on, bro.
Elvis, the person who took up for Chantel, Missy Dime, and all these other people thought somebody was simping.
Now see, Carla. Now see, Carla. You just said on my mind as a
Oh
23.
no.
As,
Well,
no,
Mama call
no,
you a
no,
Negro
Carla.
now.
No, Carla. Let me finish, please.
No, that was dollar
You
bill. That was dollar bill. Go ahead, Murray.
Okay.
you just said what's on my mind at 23. Now you're expecting women to get married. Now you're expecting women to get married, but you just said at the age of 23, you know what's on my mind. So
Of
you
course,
most
but
men
it's up
that
to the
age.
women to show me something different. Say
No, but most men that age, it seems like they're not even ready to settle down. So how can black women get married at an early age when y'all not even ready to settle down at that
well, I
age?
would say like this. I would say, okay, that's a question. That's a good question to ask. Now, I look at the Japanese model, right? The Japanese model has like a 6 year age difference, right? They say the boy is 30 and the girl's 23. That's the age of a 23-year-old. I would say like this. If you're 23, your man should be about 31, 30, 31. You know?
Well, I
But the
use
problem,
I use in the Nation of Islam. Half your age plus
oh, I don't
7.
go by the half year.
Oh my
That's what the
God.
Nation of Islam. He said half your age plus 7. That's what the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said.
Oh, like, who can argue with that then? Half your age was 7. I could deal with that. But the whole thing, Marsha, the man has to be somewhat older. A lot of times, black girls, black women, they want to talk about. You know what I used to hate when black women. I'm not trying to bash African American women, Marsha. I don't want you to get me wrong, right? I was basically 30 years old. This little cute little girl named Latoya, right? She had this thing where I remember I just turned 30. I was subconscious about my age, right? And she was like 21, 22. She goes, well, you are kind of old. I go, I'm only 30, you know? And also she was like, and then she goes, she was cute though. She was real cute. She goes, oh, I went out with this guy the other day, right? And he said he was like his 30s, and I saw his driver's license. He was like in his 50s when I was like,
Oh
I go,
God.
she got off on dating older guys and that's what they call them old. And that was her thing. She like dating older guys. And I said, well, you are kind of old. And I'm only an innocent little 20-year-old. And I was like, I
Yeah,
wrote her a
right.
long letter one night. I said, because I'm so old for you and whatnot. And she starts wrote me back laughing and whatnot. Oh, that's so funny and whatnot. I said, well, since you're going to throw me out the bush because I'm an old man, let me just go get my retirement check and whatnot and check out. Have a nice life.
But
Wow.
but Carla, only 30%, around 30%, well, approximately, I'll say approximately 30% of African Americans are married. So if you're saying that, what about these 30 and 40-year olds men not even getting married? I mean, look at I'm sorry, and I'm
What
so
about
sorry
that,
to say.
Dave?
Well, wait a minute. No, please, can I say this? No, can I say this? Because I'm sorry, I have to say
I
this.
don't know,
Go
But
ahead, go
man.
but
ahead, Gar.
look
Go ahead,
at
Mari.
no. But I'm saying I have to say this. I'm sorry. Look at Dinus. I'm sorry. Look at Dinus.
Oh,
He is in his 40s and he is so cute and all this
oh
stuff.
Lord.
And
Oh
if you
Lord.
look at, he's not even freaking married. Now, what the hell is wrong with him? I'm just
Well,
saying.
well, well. My whole thing is
He seems like
Mari.
a decent guy. I'm just saying.
Mari, let me say this right. Uh, like I said, maybe it's all our faults and everything like that, but I say we live in a world where somehow or other the social order of Black America has been broken. It used to be very simple. Remember that Wu-Tang song, "Can It Be All So Simple?" Right?
Yeah.
Back in the days, right, it was very simple. Look, well, you know what's the scary, Marshai? When I was 21, right? I was 21. I read an Essence magazine article that literally terrified me. Really terrified me. It was basically saying it was talking about the new black woman, right? And it scared them. But Jesus, it said the new black woman is not pressured by marriage. She's going for a career. She's a strong sister that knows what she wants and everything like that. And I said to myself at 21, right? I said, okay, I expected, like, my parents were married at 20. I expected to be like, even be talking about it. Like, I expected, look, let me say this, Marshall, right? I expected that although I never had no intention to get married at 21, 22, 23, right? I always expected there to be women there that would be there. And then by the time I'm like 26, right? I noticed that most of the women had kids. My thing was I didn't want no woman, single mother with a kid. I said by the time I was 26, most women had children. And I said I didn't want to get involved with something going. Now I'm like, hey, look, I was stupid back then, but I turned down so many women because they had kids and whatnot, And so that's what another thing too. A lot of young men don't want to get with single mothers. They don't want to get single mothers, and also there's no really incentive for women to get married, right? Other than the fact that I do, when I see a young couple, right, I'm so proud of them. I see a young couple when I see them put the male pitching the carriage and the girls out there and they do a little thing and they got the apartment together. They made a life for themselves and everything. But if you have a state that tells the women that you could do it all by yourself and we'll support you and everything, what's going to happen? Marriage is done out of necessity, and what's happened is black women are victim of their own success. They're getting more certificates and degrees, stuff like that. So the need to get married is not there. Like
It's not
it's
there.
not there.
Like my daughter, like I said, listen, let's hear what your boy Obama said. Marie Shai, you accurately repeat that college really doesn't want so-called AA women in Afghanistan. I mentioned this on past shows.
Whatever.
As people keep talking and get cross-examined, the interviews surface.
Oh no, I want my African women there. But hold up, let me say this.
Can I answer this before you say that? Let me say this. It wasn't Kala, it was me. And so I'm going to take it wasn't you, Kala. And so people attribute it to you, but it was me. I said, Marie Shai, that I didn't think that most African American women would be willing to go to Africa and deal with all that heat, okay, and deal with, having a child and all that stuff. I don't think most women wouldn't do that. And I'm going to tell you why I said that. There's a sister who's got a show called I don't know if I get it right, please forgive me, an African American woman in Namibia. Have you ever
that's
seen
my
that
girl.
show?
Yeah, Kayla Sutton. That's my girl, Kayla Sutton.
Yes. So the reason I said that is that I follow her journey, and she married a
Namibian brother.
A Namibian brother. In fact, they're having their third or fourth child.
Yeah, she has 2 kids that I know about. But
Yeah, they're having. She's pregnant again.
Okay.
So I saw how she had to humble herself.
I saw it. Wasn't it a beautiful wedding she had?
Yes, and I think the only reason that she was even capable of doing that is because her father's African American and her mother was Caribbean. So she had spent some time in the Caribbean doing certain things. I don't see a lot of our women in America as they are with their hair, with their nails, with all of that stuff, would even be willing, okay, especially when they have their men's cycle and these women are still would be willing to go through all of the things, the inconveniences that it would take to live in an Afghanistan. Now, I'm sure there are a few women that would do it, but I believe on the large scale, they're just not going to do it because one, they never had to, right? See, one thing I learned about, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, okay? And I didn't say it, but I think Chris Rock said it quite easily. Men cannot go back when it comes down to their sexual encounters, and women can go back in terms of their comfort. See, a lot of these women are comfort corrupt in this society, and I see my own daughter. I know it's hard as hell trying to get her to even go on a trip to Africa, much less for her to want to go and live in Africa. Why? She's making so much money here in America. She's got so much power. She even shocked me. I was shocked that she got a boyfriend, right? And because she had never had a boyfriend ever come to the house before. So I'm just saying, those are the type of things that I look at my personal experience and I ask people, would you be willing to deal with that heat? Would you be willing, okay, to carry a baby on your back if you had to and go to the market? Would you be willing to take a shower outside? Would you be willing, okay, to use one of those plastic buckets, to use as a shower if need be, if the lights went off, if the water went off? Would you be willing to do all of those things? See, that woman, she did it. And I know for the majority, and you please correct me if I'm incorrect. Please, Marie Shine, educate me, school me. Okay. What do you think about what I just said?
I think what you said, a lot of it is true. Um, I can't speak for all Black women, like in America. I can't speak for all of them, but I think some of it would be true because, like, what type of country we grew up in. Like, I mean, like the lifestyles like we have, and stuff like that. But I could say one thing: I washed up with a bucket of water. I have done that before. I done it in Africa and I've done it here in America. When we sometimes we would let sometimes my mom couldn't pay the bill, and so sometimes we had to take a hot water and boil it on the stove and wash up in that. So I have done it before. I've done it in Africa and I've done it here. So I feel like for me, I only can speak for myself. I can't speak for other women. I feel like maybe I could do something like that if I learned and things like that. If I have, like, I just have to get used to things. But I'm not saying that we all can't do it, because we can, but it's just that some of us are not willing to do it. I'll say that.
And that's what I was saying. They're not willing to do it.
It is. Principe asked, he said, more Africa go to Black nations. The difference is, Principe, right? This is an Afghanistan, right? This is a right wing patriarchal culture. This will attract Black men. The Black women who go to African countries right now, right, is basically going there because they're going under the head. Like, look, our thing is when men come to the Afghanistan, they're coming under, women coming, they're under our care, under our protection and care and stuff like that, right? When you go to Africa, right now, because it's like the way African society is, right? You got one or two people in power, chief, whatever like that, or some big wig, and the Black women feel like, okay, I'm being catered to in Africa, like you see in Ghana. A lot of Black women are catered to. That's why they want to go there so much. It's passport granting. Yeah, but I'm saying, but so to be honest with you, right? African countries, the way they're set right now, until you build like an industrial society, Principe, where Black men got upper mobility and stuff like that, well to do, where they can write their own ticket and everything like that, are prosperous. Like the Asian guys that go from Asian countries are mostly men, because there's opportunity there. There's no opportunity like that in Africa. So, Principe, what would Black African Americans be going to in Africa? Like that. Black women are different. When you a woman, you can go to a country even if you don't have no money because somebody's gonna take care of you. Somebody's gonna feed you and everything like that. There's not, but men in Africa, if you can't feed yourself or whatever like that, you're in serious trouble because of the culture. They will. Africans will tell you. There's an old saying in Liberia: "No food for lazy men." And so Africans look down on people who can't, men who aren't strong. They admire men who have a lot of children, who have a lot of money, and a lot of wealth, and stuff like that. That's the culture it is. And so,
And oh, I'm
yeah,
sorry, Kala.
go
And
ahead.
also, Dollar Bill, I am not a materialistic person. Like, I keep my apartment simple. I don't have a lot of stuff, and it's for a reason, because I'm not a materialistic person. Because one day, you just never know when you'll lose all this stuff. I don't want to be attached to all these things because they don't really matter. That's what I'm saying. They don't really matter. I mean, I'm saying I could have different things. Like, I'm a
Mary, I
middle
wish
class.
more women like that.
I'm a middle class woman. Like, I make decent money, and I'm a middle class woman. I could have certain things, but I tend not to, because I don't want to be attached to these things. And it's not like I like nice things. It's not that I don't like nice things. I do like nice things, but it doesn't have to be Gucci. It doesn't have to be red bottoms. I could find something nice for like $40 or $30. It doesn't have to be in a thousand of dollars. That's what the thing I don't like about certain women. They want, I mean, and I'm not saying they could choose to have all those things, but I don't feel like it's necessary to buy all those things that cost in the thousands of dollars. I feel like that's wasted money when I can invest money in land
Well, let me ask
or
you a question,
farmland.
right? What do you do? Like Malcolm X said, he said, it's sicknesses. We had a status sickness, you know? You heard that before, Dollar Bill? It's a status. Black people, when you're
Yeah.
oppressed, whatever, where you're living, you come from poverty, you have a status thing. So the $1,000 purse is a status symbol, you know, that you got this. Look what I got, you know. You ever see, I look what I got, Negroes, you know, look what I got. I'd be like, you know, look, I'm just like, you know, I got way more money than they got, but they always want to show off what they have, you know. That's status, you know. And that comes with how to break black people from that. I don't. I think the Afghanistan would, you know, because everybody would be like, you know, even though you can have $1 million, you know, with Japan, you got people that got millions of dollars, and people who are street sweepers, they'll all be sitting down eating sushi in the same bar right side by side. You know, that's what happens when you have a culture. You know, people don't get status by material things. You know, that's what a nation will do for you. You know, bring that sense of family and unity beyond class and everything like that. You know, so I don't believe in class divisions and everything. Like I said, so like I said, I believe African Americans with women would come, right? If black men would basically built this thing and come, they would come. But I tell you this, you know, whether they could be the mothers of the nation and produce, I don't. That's another thing because a lot of times black African Americans aren't having children like the African women will, you know. And the other ones, they will have to compete with the other women and everything because our seed got to be carried by somebody, you know, and most likely will be other African women or black women, you know. But yeah, but African women are always gonna have a place in the Afghanistan. I know that, you know. But will they be the main producers? Like a lot of in Liberia, a lot of the men who came to Liberia married indigenous women, you know, because women couldn't even back then in the 1800s. Women felt a little comfortable in America, you know. If you live in a place like upstate New York and you got a piece of land upstate New York, Dollar Bill, and one night you probably took a shopping in the city and took the ferry in upstate New York. One night you got that comfortable life. Are you trying to go to Africa?
Nope. Remember what they said? It's easier for what was it for the rich man to go
The,
through the eye of a needle.
then a rich man the rich man to get into the kingdom of heaven. Then it's to get the eye of the needle. I'm looking up for you. It's like the eye of the, I can't even look up, man. Get my phone, man. It says it's a easy for about the eye of the hurricane, the eye of the hurricane, and a rich man to get in the kingdom of heaven. You know.
Yeah. So it's going to be hard. See, that's the reason. That's what I was saying. Let's hear what Baruti said. Baruti, get off the panel because you might expose the hypocritical thoughts of the male panel. They have negative views about AA ladies, but how much different are black males from black males from black women in the same environment? Wow, Broody, come on, bro.
No, man.
Come on, bro. Stop, man.
He played an African American woman card now.
Come on, bro. Listen,
something, man. You know?
I clearly stated what I stated, and I knew exactly why I stated it. And not only is it for, like Kala said, for African American women, there's a lot of African American men who are not willing, okay, to go to an Afghanistan, okay, and deal with the rigors. I said probably not for me at a person in my age. And that's why I said for someone who is younger, people like my son is 30 years old, he can do that type of situation, right? He can get out there and do it. And if I was him, I encourage him to do those type of things and do that in Africa. If I was younger, I would do it. Why not?
But you know what,
go ahead, sis.
You know, but I'm sorry to interrupt you, Dollar
It's
Bill.
okay, sis. No
but
problem.
I'm just saying one day we may have to live without, because you know what? You can lose all this stuff. people act like they will have this stuff forever. You never know. You can lose your job one day and things go really bad for you and you can lose all this stuff. That's what I'm saying. Don't get attached to it because it happened to my uncle. He had a really, really good job and he lost his house and everything and he got on hospice and things like that. Now he graduated from hospice. He's not on hospice anymore, but he lost a lot of that stuff. So it made me realize not all this stuff is really important. Like having all these expensive marriages. Not expensive marriages, like expensive weddings and stuff like that. Buying an expensive ring and all that stuff is not important. Like we need to start saving that money for things that we actually need, like land, like building businesses and stuff like that. But
When
people
you
just
finish, I'm
think,
gonna tell you how I feel about
How
some of
about
those
this?
things.
How about I would love the black conversation. Black people, if you want to say something, forget the land. Let's invest in municipal bonds and infrastructure bonds. That's what we need. You get a return on investment because of land. People buy land, but if you can't build infrastructure, you got nothing. You know. That me and mine was talking about that today. Everybody wants to purchase land in Africa, but nobody came together and basically said, "Look, we need to form municipalities where we could basically raise the taxes, to give the basics. Once you have the basics of everybody, you watch your population explode. If you can give people the basics, utilities, but basic stuff like that. That's what we need to be building on the continent. Infrastructure, and we could do that. That's what you can invest your money into. By basically floating our own treasury bills and stuff like that, on municipal bonds and stuff like that. That's what I would like the people to do. If black people
Okay,
get,
I want to
get that part.
respond when you get a chance. I don't mean to cut you off, Carla,
Go
but
ahead,
I want to
Doug.
respond to her.
Go ahead, bro.
All right, let me, and I'm going to say this, and so I want not just you to hear this, Mary Shaw, but other black sisters who might be listening, continental Africans, Caribbeans. Let me explain this. When you work a certain amount of time in your life, see, black men's, what we want is really comfort is not a big thing for us, especially when we're young and we're trying to build some opportunities. And see, I'm ready to walk out of a job. I got enough time now. If tomorrow I wanted to walk out, I'd probably make more money at home than I would being there. And that didn't come overnight. I've been working for a long time, almost 40, 30 some years. So I'm not in that position anymore, which I was young, where I could lose everything. I could sell everything and never have to work again. But and it's not, I feel grateful because it wasn't because of me, it's because of the people that I stood on their back and in their shoulders. But let me explain something to you. Let's talk about a man marrying you and giving you a ring. See, most of our sisters don't get married because they don't come out of a marrying culture. All right? So let me break down to you what the ring is about and what it's supposed to do for you. It's not really a materialistic thing at all. When a man buys you a ring for a symbol that he's going to give you to marry you, it should be very expensive. It should be at the very least, 5 or 6 months of his wage. Do you know why, Marie?
I don't know why dollar bill, but I really don't care for my ring to be
But
expensive.
let me tell you, I'm gonna hit you on game. It's from an old man to a young woman. The reason why you're supposed to have an expensive ring is not for you to be showing and flaunting and all that. The ring is actually an insurance policy. Did you know that if you've got a ring that could be 6 months of your money, if you ever go broke or something happens to your husband or something happens to you and you're in a financial situation and maybe you don't have credit, maybe your credit is because you haven't been able to pay your bills or the credit that it used to be, the better your diamond is, the better color, the better quality, the better the setting is your ability to go to a place, not just these little BS places, but to go to a place and pawn, not to sell it, but to pawn your ring to give you money that can take care of you and your family for 6 months to a year, and you pay little payments at a time. As long as you're able to keep up your payments, it's called collateral. See, a lot of us don't know that, right? A lot of Europeans who started the tradition with our African diamonds, they understood that. They understood that if something happened to their husband, okay, if something happened to his job or a circumstance or situation, that she had enough on her fingers to keep the family afloat. That's why it's not just because of material things. See, people know that because they pass these traditions down from child to child, and the women take their children and they explain to them marriage is a business. It's like a corporation, right? That's exactly what it is. It's a legal corporation. It's a legal entity until itself. So when you decide to marry a person and you don't know, you got to get insurance, you have to do all the things you can do, especially if you decide that you're going to bring a life into this world. You need insurance. You need to have a ring that can take care of you and use for collateral. These are all of the things that a man provides for a woman that he wants to betroth. That's all I want to say.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Well, thank you for letting me know that dollar bill. But I
You're
mean,
welcome.
I
Dollar bill,
I
good
come,
game.
Thank you, brother.
yeah. I mean, I come from a line of generations of marriages. The only person that really wasn't married in my family was my mom. My dad was married. My dad was married to my sister's mom. But the only those two, they just had to ruin it. My parents, they just had to ruin it. But all the generations after them, they were all married. They were
Right.
all married. So I so maybe that's why I wasn't taught that. Maybe I should have learned it from my grandmother.
Yeah,
But
I mean, it's not your fault. See, everybody's in here on the chatting line talking a lot of smack, and they don't know what I'm talking about. But I know what I'm talking about. You can have an insurance policy. If you can't pay the premium, you lose it. Am I wrong, Collar?
You're right, man. If you don't pay up first, they give you actually a 30-day grace period.
If
After that,
if you don't have credit, okay, if you don't have credit, you buy things 3 or 4 times over what you would have bought it for. So if you've got an expensive ring, nobody's being manipulated by diamond companies. This is something that people taught their people. You know, some women have used in certain communities. They've done that with their diamonds to help their man start a construction business or something like that and paid a little at a time. These people, I know what I'm talking about, man. See, I don't say things because I'm on the internet and I'm trying to impress people. Okay, because none of these people, except for Kala, maybe Kala, really know me. They don't even know my real name. So when I say this and I give the game, I'm giving it for free. Game's supposed to be what? It's supposed to be sold, not told. So when I give it to people, and I'm glad you appreciate it, I'm giving them to put them up on game because anything can happen to a man. In he could die. He could have a heart defect. Anything can happen, and you can't afford certain things. You have to have some type of security. See, marriage is about security. And people don't understand that in America, we are so romantic. We think it's all about love. Oh man, I'm just so smitten with him. Oh, I just love she. No, this is a freaking business.
and
And
not
y'all
that,
have to
because America
protect
has
it.
taken. It's like what was it like? What would we call the state? Remember how we used to have lotteries, dollar bill?
Yeah.
The state took it over. Remember that?
Yes.
Same thing with marriage right now. Instead of the state encouraging marriage right now, the state became the daddy, the husband. You know.
See, this cat Chuku, man, I love you, man, but see, you young and you dumb. If you have enough money in that ring, first of all, even if it gets stolen, you have insurance on the ring. See, I gotta hip these. Do you see these young folks? See, that's the problem with the internet. Y'all look up too much shit and don't
I
know
get what
shit.
you're saying, Dollar. I get what you're saying. It's a whole concept. It's a whole business.
Exactly. When I went to get married, I went to the Diamond District. And I didn't go there one time or just to look. I went several times. And I had to turn around and educate myself. There was no internet back in 1989. There was none of that. I had to go there and go amongst these Jewish people.
Remember movie Lords of Flatbush?
I don't remember, but I'm just telling you what I went through. I had to go down to the Diamond District and talk to these scenic people and all this. I had to learn about what a diamond's color was, what the clarity. Do you know when it was so long ago, when I purchased my diamond, I got it with a Tiffany setting with 18 karat gold. And in those days, gold wasn't worth that much. So they gave the gold to me free. I didn't even have to pay for the gold. Now gold is what, $3,000 an ounce? You understand what I'm saying? I didn't just go down there once. I went down there several times, and I made sure that I would come with my money every time I get paid, because I understood. See, I was lucky, but sometimes luck runs out. And if you're forced in a situation, you and your woman, you and your wife, you'll have to have that understanding with one another what this thing is about, especially when you're going to bring a life, because you're bringing an innocent life into this world. You understand? And like you say, you could lose everything. But if she got that ring on her finger and y'all know the right place to get the right price, okay, y'all can make it and y'all can survive. Okay, get that ring back and do some big things with it.
What Elvis said.
That's what it's about.
Diamonds are superficial. That comes from a culture.
Elvis is an idiot.
That was walking on diamonds, but didn't pick it up and appreciate it. You know.
Thank you,
was
African goddess. Thank you, African goddess. See, like I say, man, some of these young cats, they just don't know. They ain't never done nothing. They like you said, they walking on diamonds and they wouldn't even know what to do with it. Elvis is under the impression that people have to lie to him. He could be my son. You understand? Him and my daughter are the same age. I have nothing to prove to this cat. Okay? That's why he's where he's at today, out there on the thing. It's not superficial. It's not about the superficial. It's about the real. It's collateral. Let me tell you something. Do you know about this? I forgot the name of this guy who started the pet store. But during the Great Depression, I don't know if it's true, but they said that during the Great Depression, I forgot the name of this Jewish dude, came to America with bird seed in his clothes. He came here with the bird seed in his clothes, and he started a business to feed birds and start importing birds in New York City. And now his family is multi-billionaires just selling bird seed. People don't realize if you've got gold, I mean gold bars are too big to carry, or gold coins and they appreciate in value. Let's say the BRICS happens and money, which is a fiat currency, gets devalued. If you had diamonds or you had gold, you can go anywhere in the world and start all over again. You understand what I'm saying? See, that's why I know a lot of these dudes talking smack. They ain't never had nothing. All Elvis want to do is be a liberal up under crackers. The crackers know, but they'll never tell you. You never heard it nowhere before until I said it right here. They don't never be talking about it. Have anybody else heard about what what I was just talking about?
Nope.
You understand? So I lived it for real. I would never tell. A woman has to be firm in her convictions and say, if you want to marry me, I'm worth at least 6 months of what you make in a ring. That ain't superficial. What if you die tomorrow? And what does she have? See, marriage is about security of a woman. So these folks don't know what I'm talking about, man. You know, Mary,
Or
but
you pay for her dowry.
yeah, it's a form of dowry. The ring is a form of dowry, but it's not the dowry that goes to her father. It's the dowry that goes to her because she can stabilize in the event that he loses his job or loses his life. She can stabilize the whole household with that as collateral. It's a loan, a real pawn shop, not these little BS pawn shops, but a real pawn shop, okay, will lend her money against that ring.
Well, everything you say in Dollar Bill shows me that in order to rebuild black marriage again, we need to freaking have a new culture, a new place to practice this, And so we could do this stuff like that. I really do believe we're gonna get back to marriage, but it has to be based like Caleb Sutton, as you see in Namibia. You see,
Yes.
that's like a beautiful marriage she has. I told her that, and I said, look, it's a message to your husband. I said, tell your husband, we take care of our queen. You
There you
know,
go.
thank you, Carla. I said, you're getting one of our queens. A
Yep.
beautiful African American sister, as the Namibian brothers getting her. I said, yeah, you guys are happy. I said, you guys are all nothing but my blessings in your marriage. Everything. But the whole thing is, when she did that, she goes, I'm living. She goes, they could live in the city, but they lived in the rural areas around her husband's people.
There you
And they
go.
took to her and whatnot, but they got a nice house too. They got a nice house on their property and everything like that. And so she got his life is not easy. It's not maybe like going to parts of West Africa, but it's definitely not as like America. She had to do some work. Like what it reminds me of? It reminds me when I was living in the rural South. Back
Wow.
we had to wash our clothes by hand, clothes hanger. Remember them days, Dollar Bill? Have you ever did that? Like
No.
put your in the South, you never had to clean.
No, no. Now my mom used to always have one of those like those washboards in the house, even when we lived in the project. And sometimes,
You know, did you go down south when you was a kid?
from 6 years old to about 12,
Did you
I
ever
went to North Carolina.
used to hang out clothes on the high ends?
Yeah, we hanging out in the back, yeah.
Back,
But
yeah.
I never washed them. We put it in the washing machine.
And we had
And
this makeshift wash machine that was like 1930s. It was like it just makes a bunch of thing, and then you squeeze it, the roller that squeezes everything
oh
out.
yeah, I know what you're talking about. But I never had to, like I said, when I went to the South, man, a lot of things was a culture shock for me, and I really like to go every year because I was around my family, my cousins, and stuff. Because I'm kind of isolated here in New York, being a first generation. Okay, if she's listening, a first generation New Yorker, not a first generation Caribbean or a first generation but I got nothing against them, but a first generation New Yorker. All of my family, okay, the majority of on my father's side lived in the South. I had family that live out in Queens, but those are like my second or third cousins because those were my mother's cousins. Okay, and we were pretty tight. I got a cousin out there. She's a scientist for for HIV and AIDS, and she's doing pretty well. She actually lives not too far from Brighton Beach, where the Russians are out there. She's got a beautiful condo overlooking the water out on Brighton Beach, and she's been for many, many years. But she's my second cousin. She's my mother's first cousin. So I got family in Queens or some in Rockaway, and you know them, but you don't really know them. You know what I mean? You kind of like you know them, but you know they're your family. You only see them in funerals and some weddings.
Yeah,
You know,
beautiful.
but you don't really see them. And so these are things that our sisters. So I don't know what Baruti's talking about. I don't know what the hell he's talking about. I don't know what the hell Elvis is talking about, because if you have an investment, first of all, Elvis, investments are risk, right? That means they fluctuate according to the market. That's what they are. So, and There's certain investments that if you take them out during a time when the value is low, you'll never recoup it. But if you've got diamonds and gold, see that the Beers Company actually regulates the price of diamonds. Okay, buffoon? All right. They regulate. And now we know also that gold, okay, is on the high. I don't even know if it's been so high for so long. I don't think it's ever coming back down to a certain price. So those are things that are always going to be high because the people who regulate the prices of those particular commodities are not going to allow them to go low, especially during the time of BRICS and the uncertainty of what's going to happen with the tariffs in the United States. They're only going to get larger. Okay? So you think that's why me and this cat don't get along. You're talking to you just got in this thing. Okay? I've been doing this thing since 1989, and you running your mouth like you know something, but you don't know. Okay? You just got here to America when you was 10 years old. All right. And now you trying to tell me what you think you know. That's why I don't get along with cats like him, man.
Yep.
Okay?
Yeah.
You don't know Jack. Just say I don't know Jack and live with it. So you know what? I gotta learn certain things. Let me tell you something. When I meet people who are millionaires and billionaires, I'm not saying I'm any of that. When I meet those people, okay, I might have a list of stuff that I might want to say. But for the most part, I just want to shut up and take notes and listen to what they got to say because they know something I don't know. You know what I'm saying, Colin?
Yep, exactly. I had to do that today.
You know, they have some information and some knowledge that I want to acquire, especially if they've been to where I want to go and they've done, okay, what I want to do. I gotta tip my hat and say, I had a supervisor who is a multimillionaire. His father, okay, and the former governor of Virginia went to school together. They were best friends. What's the guy's name? Wilder. He was the
Doug Wilder.
Yeah, him and my former supervisor's father became best friends when they were children. And you know what? I'm going to tell you what he told his son. I learned this. He said by the time a man gets to be 40 years old, he should have at least $100,000 in cash. Now, this dude who I met, a dude from Queens, actually, Kala, this guy who I met, light-skinned brother, y'all probably would call him, like, Wilder was light-skinned. This dude was light-skinned from Virginia. His mother was dark-skinned, but he came out light-skinned with green eyes. And he used to work 2 city jobs. He was a school teacher in Long Island, and he was my supervisor as a caseworker. And he this is what he threw down on me. So in 2000, I don't know if it was 1996. I know the market collapsed in 2008, but so there was the collapse before that. And most of the houses in downtown Brooklyn were pretty cheap, like $190,000, $200,000. This man brought about 10 houses. Okay, put like $10,000 down on 10 houses, and one of those houses alone is worth $13 or $14 million. He was able to do it because he listened to his dad and he saved his money. Okay, and it was a time for him to strike. The market went down, okay, and the houses were losing value. And by the time they had already recouped in 2008, the funny thing is the houses didn't go down that much, right? And he still was a multi-millionaire many, many times on. I never forget his name was Reggie. I don't know if he's still alive. But shout out to my brother Reggie, my supervisor, who never was my best supervisor I ever had. I used to come into the office, and every day he used to tell me how he liked me and stuff. He would tell me jokes and talk to me about the market and about saving money and doing business. You know, I've been around some millionaires in my lifetime, you know, and I learned a lot from a lot of people, man. I've worked in. I don't think I'm the only African American guy I know that's worked in a bodega for Puerto Ricans, that's worked in a store for Jamaicans. Okay, opening up a record store. I've done a lot of things that a lot of African American dudes have never had the opportunity because I knew how to keep my mouth shut and I knew how to respect people and I listened to people who had ideas. I didn't just shoot off my mouth like Elvis. You know,
That's funny.
I learned from people.
That's good. But like I
So
said,
Dave,
the African project is going on. Look, I said all we need to basically we're doing the right thing, whatnot. You know, doing the right thing, and like I said, the buzz out there. It said the Bible says, "If any two of you shall agree on this earth," you know, two. You know, like I had the idea, and we had some other people in the other BAO, but you was telling me, what'd you tell me? The other group ain't doing shit, dollar
nope,
bill.
nope. See, you see, let me tell you one thing. African goddess, you know I love you and I respect whatever you say. But if you look at this dude right here, Elvis, he said cowards argue with themselves. See, this is what I'm saying. This is the idiot that I'm talking. He doesn't have a humble bone in his body. If he was a humble person, all right, guys, do you think he's humble? He wouldn't be spewing stuff. Why you talking? You talking? You still running your mouth. The result is you got banned, and you still running your mouth. That's why until you change your ways, you're gonna stay on timeout. Okay. So nobody asked me about what I'm gonna do with Elvis. Elvis is doing it to himself. The more he runs his mouth and puts himself in a situation, the more he's like a little child.
Can't be
Got to stay in
humble.
timeout.
The biggest, right? I want to understand something, right? How are we bigots? You know, when I'm not saying that I should. I said,
Biggest.
didn't you hear me? Other Prince of Eve said that I said the native Liberians were mistreated, and we shouldn't have took over their land and all stuff like that, and they, you know, like that we could have did things better when that. But Elvis basically saying, "Oh, colors, you know, are bad," but he just determined to pick a fight and come at the bottom line, Elvis, you're always gonna lose, man, because history's not on your side, bro. History's on our side, you know?
But can I ask you a question, Colin?
Yeah.
If let's say we were bigots, why you want to be up here with bigots?
That's what I'm saying.
Right? If you have so much disdain
But he doesn't
for
believe
us,
that.
why
That's
you want to be here, bro? Don't you have any other place to be?
that's a buzzword people use to silence it. That's what they call virtual signaling, you know?
There you go.
Yeah, virtual signaling. You know who was the master of that? Barack Obama. That's why he was a master virtual signal, right? Everybody see, but what people don't like about Trump is Trump just says what's on his mind, you know. And to me, between Barack Obama and Donald Trump's more of a genuine person because you can see we know who Trump is. After 8 years of Obama, do we feel like we know Obama? No.
Nope.
You know, we thought they had this picture perfect marriage. I knew there was always something wrong with that marriage, you know. But he presented this picture perfect guy, always smiling, and I always knew that when somebody's that smiling and says everything you want to hear, you know, it sound, you know, that's good when the person don't have power. But a person has real power, like a president, you know, you want to see his real side, you know.
There you go. You can see he's the same type of Elvis type dude. You know, got a fake, you know, he try to act like, oh, he's cool and everything, but he's really here to disrupt. But it's not going to happen, brother.
Yeah, so hold on, he said when we biggest come out, start mouthing off the Africans. What do we say against Africans?
And what are we? Swedish people?
Yeah, what do we? And like I tell you, check this out. Like I said,
You're the bigot.
we're the Africans of the transatlantic slave trade. We did not stop becoming Africans. We're still the same Africans 80-90% of our DNA is still African. We're still the same African, just that we just have a different culture, different way of doing things. So but the whole thing is as continental Africans, right? I think they really at this point in time, they basically if they're so used to us worshiping them. African person. Remember that back in the day, dollar bill?
Oh
Somebody
yeah.
just want to all in now because of social media. That has changed a little in Black America. I think we're freeing ourselves from a lot of stuff like that because we're like, okay, you're from Africa, we can't kick it, we can't, we can't. We're open to criticism and to Africans and everything that comes out of their mouth ain't gold. Gold ain't
What
dripping from
about
them.
Elon Musk? Where's his victory all for Elon Musk, who claims he's an African, okay, and talks about
Trying to help
Africans
his
in the worst way?
He tried to help his Boer people undermine the South African government. Where's the smoke for that? But Elvis has nothing to say about that. But he's talking about Paul Kagame, in South Africa. What about Elon Musk? What about all these other people? Afroforum. I tell you about the Afroforum, bro. I had battled with them years ago, man. I thought they were back then. They were recruiting Africans to go against us. I'll never forget that, man. They
Listen
were
to this. Chuku says Black Americans are Africans who see themselves through the white man. Did any of us say anything about the white man tonight?
Oh,
Do we come on here crying about the white man, what the white man is doing to us?
No.
Did we say we need the white man to give us reparations?
Nope. We don't need them.
Did we say we need the white man's name or the white man's land? We said we want a land of our own.
On a
right?
continent of our ancestors.
Did we ask the white people to give us any money to go there?
We ain't asking for shit. So I don't know what they're talking. That's what people don't like about movement. Say we're not asking for money. Have we ever asked for a $10 bill?
No. We're asking for donations. Are we here to run those donations? Right? Did we ask for donations?
Not ask for nothing. We
ask for anything.
We're investing in this ourselves. I invest in the website. Dollar Bill's investing in AI. We do what we can. As soon as we get this monetized right here, then our Liberia chapter is going to boom, and it's going to be come up from there. So we're putting our nickels and dimes together. We're not soon. We'll have enough momentum when we can partner with a financial institution to really get this going on. We'll incorporate form the African Corporation, whatever like that. It's for what we're trying to do.
Now you're saying we're asking for free land. No, our ancestors paid the price for that land.
Paid for it in blood.
Chuku. In blood.
Blood.
And the Atlantic Ocean. Okay. The bones that are in the Atlantic Ocean. The sharks that circled back and forth every time we took a trip, okay, to America. They paid for it. Our African ancestors who were ripped and raped from off of the land, okay, that they were taken and lost their inheritance. They paid for our land. You can't get that, Chuku? Your mother's people's ancestors, okay, paid for that land. That land had been purchased in blood. I don't understand how you don't understand it.
People are so you know what's sad is people are so dismissive of the most horrible thing. There's nothing in human history that matches the transatlantic slave trade. The horror. I can't think of anything in history that matches the horror of the transatlantic slave trade. Not Attila the Hun, not Ivan the Terrible, not anybody, not Pol Pot, not Mao Zedong, not friggin' Genghis Khan. Tell me any horror in history that could mimic the friggin' take of chattel slave, the terror of free. Only thing I can think of in nature is when the wasp, the tarantula hawk stings the wasp, right? And basically puts them in a barrel, and the tarantula has to wait till the egg hatches and be eaten alive. That thing, I don't think. Hey, think about that, and then think about when we went to slave ships. That's probably about equal. Remember, we slept in the bottom of a slave ship for 6 months, chained to the neck, in your own feces and piss and whatnot. Growing across the land to be sold if you make it there alive. When I did, basically you're sitting next to a dead body full of maggots and whatnot, crawling out of you. Think about the horror of that. And so I think our ancestors paid the price, man. You know, and anybody dismissive of that, man. That's why I said I can't wave the American flag. I'm sorry, I can't do that. You know, I can't wave any flag. I couldn't wave the Nigerian flag. You know, I can't wave the Ghanaian flag. You know, don't take it personally. You know, I can't wave no flag until that flag represents my ancestors retrieving land on our own soil. That's the only flag I'll salute. You know. So what
And
do you
that's
think?
the only national anthem is the one that we write.
We write,
Okay.
right? Said it'll be a national anthem written in our story, returning home to Africa and building a nation. Not no lift every boy and sing. You know, I don't want to say, but lift every sword and swing.
And you know what? You know what I love, man? I love the hate because the more they hate, the more I concentrate. That's the beautiful. That's the beauty. All of the hatred that people are giving me, it just motivates me. It motivates me. It makes me feel. See, I know I do things with a justified. I don't do them capriciously and arbitrarily. And tonight, your boy Elvis, some of you guys who are camping for him, okay, you saw exactly what he was saying. You saw the discord that he's been the cloud, the dark cloud that he's had over this program since the day he came on here. That's who he is, the king of negativity. Okay, so I had to put him on timeout. Right, you know, and I have no problem. If he doesn't want, if he thinks that we're bigots, okay, then go your way, bro. Go find something to do.
The bottom line is I have resent that. All we're basically saying, look, you know what it is? No one else has ever basically came at this more. Like I said last week, everything we're doing is in sequence. I said we're not Hakuna Matata Pan Africans, you know? We're not gonna say no worries, Hakuna Matata, you know, just like Ibrahim Traore, he's not no Hakuna Matata. Somebody asked me, Colin, what do you think about Ibrahim Traore? He's not a Pan African because he doesn't. Yeah, well, he got some African Americans going there. I don't know how it's gonna
Oh
be.
yeah.
His main thing is Burkini Fasons, you know. Paul Kagami's is about Rwandans. I respect that.
Here come another one. He's probably what's his name? Rain. He's saying we're not gonna get any. Don't you worry about what we're gonna get. Don't you worry about. We'll delete your little comment. How about that?
Yeah,
How about that?
what gets me is, but when they say we get like they got like like they got power to stop us.
Oh man, these guys are funny,
Girl
man.
got a piece of territory as an old little kingdom in Africa or whatnot, you know. But
Sitting up there with a little chuku hat on top of their head. You guys can't come here. You can't come.
the bottom line, you Africans are. You know, look, let me say, I hate to say it, but they keep forcing me. You guys, man, you guys been taking L's for 500 years. One more L from us is not gonna hurt you, you know.
You cannot come here, brother. You cannot come here.
We're gonna come there. We don't respect that.
You have identity. You have to get it from the white man.
Yeah,
No, we don't.
the bottom line is this: we're doing this Afghanistan, and we're not gonna like Africans sit there and talk all they want. Nevertheless, you know, we're just gonna do this thing. We're on track.
You're lucky we're asking to get some land and not taking one over your little dingy countries.
That's what I'm saying. You lucky. like I said the other night, said Elvis, shut up. I said, yo, how you get independent? I said, oh, well, we know how it ways. We'll bring some thugs over, have them cause a bunch of ruckus. You know, and then, you know, after a while, they'll be like, yo, y'all gotta go. Have your independence when I trust. We'll get this land. You know, trust me. Because we already got examples. Texas. How do you think Texas got one? You know, they brought these white settlers came in. Then they started. First, they were like, "Okay, welcome, Mr. Anglo-Saxon." After a while, they start bringing all these roughnecks and rednecks in.
Crazy, man.
That's how it was.
They are funny. They, you know, like instead of saying, you know, let's look at something positive. Try to, you know, let's look at you guys are trying to do something positive on a certain level and whatever. You know, they just the idea because they don't want to be free.
because they don't have nothing. They don't have their countries are shitholes, and
They
they
don't
don't
want
have.
to be free, man.
So
It's the women busting their behind out there, doing all the farming and working and stuff. And you guys don't want to be. All you want to do is put on your little ceremonial outfits and play.
don't you hate that? You know, so when I see Africans with those robes on, I was like, how does this work, man? They be in the white robes all day and whatnot and whatever like that, and walk around my Africa. I'm so cold, nigga. That culture, what you wear is not your culture. That's just what you got on, nigga.
Man,
It was,
Marie gets me
I want
sick with
culture,
that
I want
nonsense.
culture of us wearing hard hats and jeans and boots because we're gonna be nation building. You know, that's what I want.
You saw that, right? The brother was building an Afristan. He
Yeah,
was building an Afristan. He had a hard hat and boots and suspenders.
that's what
Okay, and a work shirt.
That's what our symbol gonna be: the old African American jeans, suspenders, and boots on when and a hard hat. That's the African American, you know, the Doosiers, you know.
You saw all those tractors out there.
Yeah,
You know, I sat up. Somebody sent me. I don't know who it was,
you
but
can't wear no robe and no gown on a tractor, you know.
somebody sent me. How sent me. They were cleaning off snow. I had heard about this for many years, but I've never been to Canada. My kids have been there twice, but I've never been to Canada. And man, you should see how they work. You probably already seen it. How they work to clear one block by block. Man, they got these machines, man, to get all this snow into the middle, excuse me, of the street. Then they got another machine that's catching the snow as the guy pushes the snow in. And these are big 16-wheeler trucks, man. And they're taking that snow someplace so they can process it, man. I mean, I didn't see no salt. They were just pushing this stuff, and one tractor could get it on one side and the other one, and they were going from block to block. It was still dark at night. No matter how much snow they got, by the next morning, the highways, everything was clear. I said, go ahead, man. I said, that's how you do it, man. See, that's what I'm talking about. Not all this, we can't do it because of snow all the time. Mm-hmm. You got so much snow. We live in the Arctic Circle. And they got out there, they recognized there was a problem, and they found solutions to problems. If anything, you're going to talk about the white man all you want. If anything, being around the white man all these years, we realize that problems have solutions.
They can be solved.
Okay? And we see a problem, okay? We're going to solve the problem. You're not going to run around and cry about it. Oh, now here go Obama. He got to cry. Collar's a literary genius. He has coined an adjective onto Pan-Africanism. Hence, Hakuna Matata, Pan-Africans. Amazing. Perhaps this will be a new dictionary term. Mzungu inserts African words often. Unbelievable, Colin. I just love it, man. The victorol that you received, and all you said today was talking about a nation of our own. It bothers you, I guess, guys. You just got to be independent to white people. You just can't help yourself. It must be the white meat. Can't help yourself, huh? Kyle, I'm going to get some rest, man. I'm going to go. I know this clown is probably trying to wait to come on there as the true African or some kind of BS. To me, he's just a plain
Dollar
old.
Bill, you was giving a lot of game tonight, Dollar Bill. You was giving a lot of game, man.
Listen, man, that's what it's all about. Each one has to teach one as we reach one, right? That we have to learn, man, our position in this world. And knowledge doesn't mean anything unless you can pass it on. And so if I could pass some jewels and drop a jewel or two, somebody will pick that jewel up and take it and do it. It's like the basketball. I throw you an alley hoop and you slam it on the thing. And that's what people are supposed to do. We got to help our people. See, the problem with us is We get so stuck in being the only one. We want to shine. We want to be the head Negro in charge. We want to shine. You're welcome, my sister Marie Shaw. You're a beautiful sister. You have a what we call in Hebrew, you got a beautiful ruach, which is a beautiful spirit, you know. And I'm glad, that I know we say sometimes some things that, might even make you cringe, and I'm glad that you hanging out with us and you understand, that we're not perfect and we're going to do and say some things that, can be misconstrued. But the thing is, man, I'm so happy at my age and time that I met someone like Kala who's serious about what he's serious about. And really the thing that pushed me more toward Kala is the hate that people was giving him. I said, well, damn, this must be a hell of a man, and he must have a hell of an idea. Because see, if people didn't have hate, that hate is a form of fear. People don't know that. When people hate you, they fear you. See, if you had nothing, no essence behind you, Kala, and people didn't fear you, didn't hate you, then they would be, they could just write you off. But the fact is, they fear you. They fear you because you shaking up the status quo. A lot of these guys want to go to Africa and play esoteric Negro. They want to run to Africa, throw on a dashiki and play games and go out there and mess with the women, okay? And then come back and try to sell somebody a little tract of land somewhere up in the damn desert. See, that's the issue and the problem. And so when people see that, they get this thing, damn, I don't want to deal with these niggas no more. I ain't going to Africa. I'm tired of these people. You see? Because we're not giving them right. This is for you young folks. This ain't for us. This is for you. This is your inheritance. Africa is your inheritance. Your forefathers paid for this with their lives for you to inherit it. And it's not for us, it's for you.
Exactly. I'm not
Don't
doing
let
this for
nobody
me.
talk you out of that.
I'm not doing this for me. I'm doing it for future generations. I'm gonna have fun doing it. I'm gonna have fun doing it because what I like to see is when we do plant that flag there, and we start seeing the blueprints of the map, and we're working together. The unity that's gonna create out of building this, right, is all I live for. That unity that we all finally become a people. That's it, because we're building something together. That's what I'm looking for. That unity of nation building. Because that's what unites the people. You got to be building something. You got to be productive. Sitting in America doing nothing, waiting every 4 years for an election is not building anything. And just working about the Grammys is not it. The Super Bowl, no, I'm sorry. But we have to get something to a different thing. We all want to become a people. Other than that, then people need to stop telling me about being a people. If you're gonna be a people, say if we're gonna be people, let's go for it, 100%. That means nation building. If not, then let people do their own thing. Like I said, I would have no problem with somebody saying, "Colin, I have no interest in the Afghanistan. I'm a MAGA." Yeah, that's fine, whatever. But I do have a problem with people telling me that they don't want nothing to do with America and whatnot. They say, "Okay, let's build." Oh no, I don't want to build that. We were foundational Black America. I wasn't from Africa. I was already
All
here.
that
Those kind of stupid shit.
stupidness. Ignorant.
Say you just told me that that you hate America. No, but my ancestors were already here. So in other words, basically, what were your ancestors doing like 300 years ago? Were they on 125th Street?
Let me just say this to this fool, Principe. Let me explain this to you, bro. I have nothing to reconcile.
Reconciling.
I didn't send my forefathers to this country. I didn't make them a byword and a proverb. I did none of this. My ancestors was sitting in Africa doing whatever Africans did. minding their business. Okay? When the slave catchers snatched us up and brought us to the white man. What do I have to reconcile about?
That's that Hakuna Matata nonsense. I ain't call it Butu no more. I call it Hakuna Matata nonsense. When these Negroes are going to think there's something wrong with them, right?
Yeah.
Like used to be. Like something wrong, inherently wrong with us.
This whole fear about this Afristan is about if we build it and they're outperforming the current African nations on the continent. That's the whole fear. That's the whole fear. You know
Then
what I mean?
maybe they should adopt
That's
what we're doing.
That's the biggest fear.
But why don't they just adopt what we're doing?
Because if we come in, start a nation, build it up from scratch, it's gonna make everybody else look bad. Because it's gonna be saying like, but then what y'all was doing the last 40, 50, 60 years. You know, it's gonna make people look bad. Within the black community, it's gonna, you know.
They already got an inferiority complex when it comes to us or not. You know, that's the whole thing we gotta get rid of. Look, they got an inferiority complex. I had no idea Africans had such low self-esteem, you know.
You know what happened to me, Akala? I think Dave is 100% correct. I remember, man, when I was young, man, I'm getting out in college, graduating to college. I got my first job, and I started doing all my thing. And I remember this big brother, man, told this other brother, man, you need to talk to this brother. He said, listen, bro. He said, I don't mean nothing. I know you're a young cat, and you're trying to do your thing. He said, but the way you working, man, you making us look bad. I was like, what? He's like, yeah, man.
You gonna make people look bad.
You making us look bad, bro. You got all these people,
bad, bro.
and you getting them homes,
hard working,
getting them out the
positive attitude, Negroes and whatnot. You know, you just doing your thing. Like, what's up with that nigga, man? We're all complaining about the workload and everything like that, and he's over there smiling. And the boss saying, "What a good job you doing," and you end up hating that motherfucker. Like, God, it make us look bad. You know? Trust me. You know.
Now, because now you're not, because now we're not defy the myth. Oh, it's the government. We can't do this. We can't do that. You're not defy it now.
Let me tell you. Let me tell you something. I just thought a couple days, right? I bought into the whole white, the African thing of the neo-colonialists and whatnot, and then I realized, the neo-colonial. And then we will repeat their talking points, while they're robbing the continent blind. You see the USAA thing, right?
Yeah.
For decades they were just milking the American public, robbing the continent, not doing
And nothing came out of it. That's the whole thing.
They always say
nothing came out of it.
So bottom line, when black, and that's what this girl was arguing with us about on Diana's show. They're just mad because black people ain't buying their bullshit no more. We're saying, yeah, Donald Trump needs to cut this aid out or not. It's a good thing. Maybe now black Africans will listen to us. Because Africans like, we don't need black Americans. We're getting American dollars. Now they got to start from scratch to build everything all over again. And a lot of Africans make a mistake thinking BRICS is going to save them. BRICS is like decades off from helping Africa, decades. You're talking about decades off from freaking Africa.
If you don't have an army to protect you.
The thing is, there's not enough capital. There's not enough capital. What's going to happen is the BRICS is just 4 countries, right? Now, what they're saying, if they build this, other countries will have alternative funding sources in the IMF and World Bank. That's going to take a miracle and still more decades for them to replace the dollar altogether. They would have to be like, let's say
another 30, 40 years.
Yeah, check this out. Let's say there's a funding project, like company A needs money to build a highway system. They got to go to the IMF. Let's say the IMF is only going to approve them for $100 million, right? With conditions, right? And then BRICS will probably come in and say, okay, we'll give you another $100 million, no conditions. But the bottom line is, I think BRICS is going to be able to finance, loan Africa all this money without freaking that is foolishness. Africa is just, you don't burn your bridge. They always about, screw America. You were like decades off for replacing the petrodollar like that. It's not going to happen.
And if they cut you off and throw you out from getting into America, what's gonna happen to those remittances?
Yo, check this out. You know what I fear? I fear Liberia making a mistake and fucking pisses off America. Then America say, you know something? We're banning all flights from Liberia. Then I'm cut off from Liberia because we gotta obey the white.
What you mean? They talking about BRICS?
No, I hope not. I hope not.
Well,
I
they
hope
better stay
Liberia's not
away from
stupid.
that shit.
Oh, because the bottom line, Liberians don't understand. They're not living in China. They're living in America. You know, America's
That's
their
the
lifeblood.
that's another problem too. They getting too close to the Chinese.
Yeah. So the bottom line, that's not it. Because the bottom line, Liberians were smart. They were trying to build something with Black America, you know, and Africa. They basically like, oh, we don't need Black America. We need the Chinese. You know, I mean, the Chinese man. And look, I seen Dave. I was in Boston Cove. I seen China. Tell me what the Chinaman doing over there on the Three Rivers down there in Boston Cove. Hey, what the hell they doing down there? You know,
Yo, they do whatever over there. They do whatever.
what are
They
they
do
looking
whatever.
for? Diamonds? What are they looking for? Diamonds?
Diamonds. They looking for gold. Sometimes they got machines pick up the dirt. They
Yo,
know
check
what's
this
in
out.
the dirt
Yo,
already.
man, I'm
They
telling you right
just
now.
sometimes they just collect the dirt, Kyla,
Yeah,
and
I
they
know. I
already
see.
know what's in the dirt.
I see them. They collect sand. They collect
Yeah,
sand. You know.
they already know what's in the sand. So
And
just
then,
leave that.
they're only supposed to collect sand. They're not supposed to take what they call. I forgot what it's called. But you're only not supposed to pick up any minerals out of it. You're supposed to just do this.
They already gonna know it's minerals in it. They got scanners. They know they
And
got
so
technology.
bottom line, all they do is pay the local so-called official to look the other way, you know, and stuff like that. So Africa's a fucking mess, man. You know, we need to fucking clean house, man. You know, like I said, we're gonna do this shit. We need an Afghanistan. That's all it is, man. Bottom line is this: 400 years, the white man, we were left with nothing. The strongest group of black people in America, in the world, have no fucking army, no government, no nothing. You think it's a crime? But African Americans are the strongest educated black people in the world to have no governance. This is unacceptable. You know?
They think it's justified because they have a continent, and a lot of it has no governance. Why? See, this whole nonsense. Me and Baruti get into it all the time. And these some of these fake cats on here talking about we weren't intentionally sold into slavery. You guys are just stupid.
And principally, maybe you did something wrong, or who knows, you were probably committing a crime. That's what they try to say. Mike Olawale and Everett Damas are trying to say, well, African Americans were criminals, and when they're trying to change the narrative, you know.
We can see who the criminals are. You still do what you doing in your own country is criminal.
Yeah.
But I'm not even going to get caught up in their nonsense. See, this is what I'm saying. People reveal themselves. See, that's why I eliminated people like Elvis, so I won't get triggered off to be arguing and fighting with people. Because what he likes to do is trigger us off. He wants people to see us so he can say, see them African Americans? That's what they really think of you. They don't like you. Look at they called you this. Oh, they called you that. What? See, that's the game that they're playing. And see, Elvis is here for all of the games. He doesn't like the whole idea, okay, that you're talking about what you're talking about. That's why he's here. He tries to cling on to, and then what he does is try to use it. Oh yeah, well, Carla, I was here from the very beginning. I was there with you. Yeah, you were. You were here to usurp. You were here to disrupt. Yeah, you've been here, you little devil. That's what the devil was there with God along when he created the earth. You little devil. That's why you are who you are. You're the devil. We know you the devil. Because you know why? When you're here, chaos is here. Right? Your climate that you make when you're here. The stench of you is still here when you're here. Because there's no humility in you. I'm not going to be humble to these bigots. Well, then go somewhere else and fly a Cali. Go somewhere else. Why don't you open up your own channel so you can talk, so you can be like Chantel? You and Chantel are really, you should have been lovers. You're both, you and her should have been lovers, I think you and her are on the way. If you didn't tell her you're gonna eat her, you would have. Yeah, they were on their way. Remember that, Carla? She was so in love with Elvis.
And then they turned on each other just like that. He said, "I'll eat you raw." You know? Yeah, man. How'd that happen, man?
Yeah, they were in love with each other. Yes,
Late.
Elvis is Elvis. I said that Elvis. Everything was Elvis, Elvis, Elvis.
Anytime somebody go against me, when she was just so happy. You know. Anyway, fellas, it's been 5.5 hours.
Wow.
Another beautiful show, rocket show for the history books and whatnot.
Amen.
And so, bottom line, we keep this momentum going. I'll be back tomorrow night. We can't stop. I can't stop like Diddy. I can't stop because I won't stop. You know?
You don't stop.
Can't stop.
Peace, man, and black power.
Tyler, good night, man. Good night, Dollar Bill.
Good night. Peace and black power.
All right, man.
All right. All right. Talk to you tomorrow.
All right.
Peace.